Yo, Ricky. Just another night, just another fight for my life is alright because everything dies, nobody know why. What thing I go do? What thing you go do when you feeling like you're falling and you can't find nothing to hold on to? Memories carry me go on now, yeah. Sick and tired of it all, take me far away. Mr. DJ, make me try. Now I no fit trust anybody, now you make a no fish out. My body done it die, baby, my head don't scatter, my holy father. My body done it die, make me mad. When my whole world is set on fire, don't leave me alone. Don't leave me alone. I be first son, I don't get it biggie, bro. Now me be the one where they pick up busy, yo. So no vex if I no send you, oh. I pray God bless you, brother, and show you favor, my sister. Make the hustle pay well, make the hustle pay well, cause my body done it tired, make me mad, my head don't scatter, my holy father, my body done it tired, make me mad, when my whole world is set on fire, don't leave me alone.
My bad for last night. I'm here though. I'm locked in. Only reason why I'm not playing the original versions of these songs is because usually when we get into the mix, we're gonna start streaming on Twitch and on Rumble at the same time. I could get off the music on Rumble, but because YouTube is on immediately now, I don't play the music like how I could.
I no get time, I did that. Dada cover my face, calling me like bada. Big man, we know they wear bada. Tell me, what's it gonna be? Chibaka, all the penny, they can't ride the women. I no beat, die for nothing. My nigga, what's it gonna be? Chibaka, all the penny, they can't ride the women. I no beat, die for nothing. Make you not say anything when you do, they must commend it. Can't come and keep myself. Think me how they do, what they try to they do on my way. Can't come and keep my plenty. So I baby face just to make sure money day. Mama people then go say I know punk life, I know one time, I know punk women. I want enjoy, I want job life, I want buy motor, I want build house, I still want turn up. Tell me, what they go, what's it gonna be? Cheaper gun, all the penny, they can't ride the baby, I no beat, die for nothing. My nigga, what's it gonna be? Cheaper gun, all the penny, they can't ride the baby, I no beat. Different things them happening, schemes and packaging. In a one night for shows, I'm juggling. Flow like the ocean, my boat, I'm paddling. Shadashing up Ella, that's my bro, my family. Frozen chains. When it comes to money, I they concentrate. Make I tell you straight, you are not my mate. If you be commissioner, I be head of state. But my people then go say, I know punk fight, I know one time, I know punk women. I want enjoy, I want job life, I want buy motor, I want build house, I still want turn up. Tell me, mommy, what's it gonna be? Chibaka, all the penny, they get them, ride the women. I no beat, die for nothing. My nigga, what's it gonna be? Chibaka, all the penny, they get them, ride the women. I no beat, die for nothing. Oluwabana, yeah. Yeah.
back. Ho ho holy. Yo, what's cracking with y'all, man? Different things, them hopping in schemes and packaging in a one night. All right. My bad. Chat, I'm so sorry for not streaming last night. A bunch of stuff kind of came up. I do know that you guys kind of reserve your time in the day to watch me, so I don't take that for granted. So I do apologize when, I fall short of that. Obviously this year we've been trying to be very ambitious with our streaming goals. We're trying to stream as much as possible. We're trying to do 200 days out of 365. Obviously now we're on Rumble. Salute to Rumble. They've been very accommodating. But we'll still be, at least partially on other platforms, including YouTube as well. So if you're on YouTube, you can definitely watch us, at least for the moment. Obviously, and I'm keeping full transparency with y'all. At a certain point during the stream, we might have to just all go over to Rumble, but it's all good. You know what I mean? I think that's a fair compromise to make sure everyone who comes from whatever platform, still has a way to see the stream and also has a chance to, pop on the new platform as well. All right. Anyway, we're going to get to a bunch of stuff. I'm behind crazy in topics. I want to also extend another apology. It was not, the thing with these streams, and this is why streaming is special. Streaming is not, it's not like a podcast. It's not like a scripted show. And podcasts usually sometimes aren't scripted, but like you kind of get to certain shit. With streaming, it's kind of like anything goes down live. You don't edit it. You can't really edit it, right? It's just out for the world to see. Last stream, I did not plan to talk to Aiden Ross. I did not plan to talk to Sneeko. I did not plan to really even get on any type of philosophical debate, yet that did happen. And by the way, that always happens on our stream. Things goes left or we kind of get sidetracked here or there. But, today, and every time that happens, usually I come back and I try to correct course. So pretty much correcting course is getting through these topics. Again, to who this may concern or to who may be interested or have an opinion, I'm here to constantly tell you, because I seen yesterday the CEO of Rumble was basically saying, I didn't sign motherfucking academics and Gideon to come give political commentary. Once again, we're not here to give political commentary. Obviously, I'm not a dummy, right? So no nigga could sign me to dance, bitch, dance. You know what I mean? Like, yo, oh. My mom on stream. Oh, she just left. All right. My mom brought me some carrot juice. My mom came over yesterday. She was like, yo, you are unhealthy. She been making all organic shit for me. She been making all organic stuff for me since then. You know what I mean? She's been decorating. Like, yo, let me tell you this. When my mom come over, this is how moms are kind of special. My mom come over, even like, even my chick gets out the way, like, all right, your mama got it. You know what I mean? Like, if you ever think your girlfriend cooks or clean, bring your mama around your girlfriend. Your girlfriend will sit in the corner. Anyway. All right. Damn, drinking carrot juice. I couldn't even sneak the bottle of liquor down here. It's in the car. My mama told me to go out drinking today. So no drinking today. I'm going to try. But we do got a long stream ahead of us. I want to do some housekeeping things. By the way, for the people who are watching on YouTube, we will be still checking the YouTube chat. Obviously we're going to be communicating with everybody who's watching. For the people who are watching on Rumble, I do want to welcome you to the platform if you're new here. And also if you've been here, I hope you welcome me. I now have been a little bit more familiar with some of the tools and the features here. The way you guys send like super chats in on YouTube or like donations on Twitch, it's called Rumble Rants on Rumble. Obviously, I'll be reading all your Rumble Rants no matter what you pretty much say. You guys could also subscribe, which I think that's going to be pretty big as we kind of go along. And I'll figure out how we could connect it to the Discord, because anything you guys do, I don't want you to think you're just doing it for me. I want to give you some type of, added value back. All right. So somebody said send my chick to go get the liquor. Man, I ain't gonna lie to you. My mama came over and started putting in work. Like, really? Like, let me tell you this. A girlfriend would be like, oh yeah, I cleaned the whole house. Everything is good. My mom will come back. This shit dirty as hell. So my mom, like a mama's cleaning is a different type of cleaning. It's like a deep cleaning. So I ain't gonna lie, she got the fuck on out of the way. And then she just felt useless. So she's like, I'm about to go get my nails done. I'm like, all right, go ahead, nigga. Go ahead. Just go to the nail salon. You know what I mean? You gotta imagine, like, a mom in her 50s, the chick is in her 20s. Like, you know what I mean? It's like, come on. Like, with a 20-year-old barely, like, well, not 20-year-old, but like a 20-something-year-old barely could clean themselves. So let's just keep it up being. You feel me? It is what it is. So I would have told her to smuggle the liquor down here, except she's at the nail salon. Anyway, yeah, we got a bunch of topics to get to. I'm just trying to make sure everybody's comfortable. Let me make sure I got the Rumble chat here. My face is a little bright, so I got to turn this down a little bit. Let me make sure I'm looking at YouTube. YouTube's over there. Okay. I see what's popping. With y'all. By the way, again, somebody says, I'm too old for my mama to be doing this for me. Nah, it's not that. All right, so did I never explain the thing with my mom, right? You know, I'm super fortunate. I only give you guys these, private information about my private life because it's all due to y'all. So I retired my mom last year. Like, me and my brothers, we pretty much talked about it. I was like, what's use of me having all this stuff and my mom is going to work, even though she loved being a teacher. So I told her, I said, listen, I think COVID was like a really interesting time for her because there would be times that they could go into class, but then she would always have to wear a mask and whatever the case is. And then randomly one kid will catch like some symptoms and then they're home for 4 days and she's teaching over like a laptop. And, obviously she's not that technically inclined. So it's like she's just a normal teacher. She's taught ever since she's been in Jamaica. So anyway, I think she's just done everything she needs to do. And, we kind of approached her saying that she should, retire. Obviously, I'm going to take very good care of her. I have been anyway. And she agreed. So, I bought her the crib already. I bought her nice little Benz and everything. But here's the problem. My mom is Jamaican, which means she's a worker. What do you mean by worker? They only feel fulfilled when they're serving a purpose. My mom is not the type of person to say, okay, granted, my son is lit. Just send me on vacations and I could go chill on the beach. That's just not what makes her happy. She's always used to her mom, which is my grandmother, working, helping out, getting stuff in place, watching the kids. Like, it's just like you have a purpose. These days we live in a society where like a bunch of chicks on Instagram, the better they look, they just want to be on permanent vacations. I watch women go from vacation to vacation, serve no purpose but looking good. But, that's usually not representative of the generation before. They usually want to have a purpose. So let me tell you. So now she's retired, right? My mom don't just want to sit in the house and watch like soap operas, right? So essentially this is what she does. And I think I've told y'all. She has 3 sons. I'm the youngest. Fortunately, we all have our own houses at this point. She basically goes from every one of our house, and obviously, we have space to accommodate. Like, my mom has a permanent room here. She just goes, she probably stays at her house for like maybe a week or 2. Then she goes to her oldest son's house, kicks it there for a week, goes to my middle brother, kicks it there for a week, and come to my house and kick it for a week. Bro, like, I think that's a good life. You know what I mean? Really, I think she's waiting for one of us to have some kids, but, I've been looking at her like, my oldest brother got married. I told y'all that story. I'm like, yo, he got to pump out the kids first because I know my mom wants some grandkids. But I think that's a good life. I think, if you have, that should be a goal for you guys in terms of having your parents. You know what I mean? And not only should you want to retire them, you should also, like, want them to live their version of their best life. And my mom's best life at this point is kind of hanging out with all her kids when she wants to. You know what I mean? Like my mom don't even ask to come over. She was like, all right, I'm showing up tomorrow. And then she stays till whatever. So that's just a little backstory on that. But we'll, somebody says, give her grandkids. So here's my thing on that, right? And by the way, I used to love the memes, start a family, right? Because, of course, I want to start a family, but I'm the youngest. Like, my oldest brother is about 10 years older than me. He just got married. The youngest kid can't be having the first kids. Like, the youngest of the siblings can't be having the kids first. Even though I think about 30, once you're in your 30s, you got to start thinking about kids or realize it might happen at a point, right? Anyway, All right. Anyway, little insight on my life. Cool. What else is going on? We could probably just kind of get straight into this shit, shouldn't we? Somebody said the chat is your kids. You know what's so funny about the chat too? There's people, because I get the DMs about it, like salute to my boy Snapper. Snapper was like, yo, I started watching you in my early 20s. I got kids now, and I'm in my 30s. So there's people that's grown with me, and that's probably around the same age as me, and some people that's probably in their teens and 20s, which is kind of cool. All right, yo, a lot of shit to get to. Let me give you the preview of what we're going to be talking about today. Please, y'all got to keep me on topic, right? I got about 20 topics to get to. I want to get to about 10. First and foremost, we got to react to this Trap Lord Ross video saying that King Von may have been a serial killer. Yes, I know. We gotta react to it. I didn't want to watch it until I got on stream, except I clicked on the shit, right? And I saw it was 3 hours. I'm like, how the fuck do I react to this shit? Like, I don't want to watch 3 hours on stream. So we're gonna react to that. Apparently there's also some slight blowback to that. So we're gonna be talking about that. I've said that King Von, I believe, is a serial killer. You know what I mean? And, you know, we're going to kind of go down the definition of what a serial killer is. And probably Trap Lord Ross did that too. Not only that, I don't know how I missed this topic. There is a video. We might even start off with that. So if y'all, matter of fact, let me get to this video. Enough preview. Just hang out. We'll have fun. Have y'all seen this goddamn video right here, man? YSL member getting beat in jail. Now, this is so interesting to me. And, you know, obviously, you know, this is not me celebrating these kind of horrific things happening. Let me see. Is it this? Where can I find the video? Everybody's like talking over shit.
What's up, peace?
Yeah. It's so interesting now. Like, every time I go on YouTube, I see a bunch of people doing what I did like 5 years ago. I can't even find a raw video no more, man. That's how people probably felt when they were watching or trying to find a raw video and they bumped into me. So, no hate, but let me see. Anybody got a link? We need a link. Yo, Grant, I know you in here somewhere, nigga. Send me a link. While I wait for the link, let me charge my phone. While I wait for the link, here's the funny thing. And this is what I was hearing from the streets of Atlanta, right? They said in Atlanta, King Slime and the Slimes, or the YSL dudes, they were like the bullies in Atlanta. So they were beefing with like YFN Lucci's gang. And I'm hearing not only was Young Thug more popular in music than YFN Lucci, but their gang was getting busy, right? Now, it's kind of interesting because everybody's locked up from the YFN dudes, and really, I think the YFN dudes are really connected to the Inglewood Mafia family, whatever that's called. You know, no disrespect to the gang members watching. But they're locked up, and YSL is locked up. Now, from what I am hearing, which is so interesting, it's different when niggas is running around on the streets with a bunch of Dracos, right? And you got to be a little bit fearful of those individuals because they're running around with Dracos all day. And it's a difference when they're all locked up. They can't eat when they want to eat. They can't go outside when they want to go outside. And they basically got nothing but trying to turn toothbrushes into shanks. Apparently, since the YSL dudes are all telling on each other, doing all type of stuff now, the other dudes are bullying the YSL dudes in jail, which is crazy. So the YSL dudes was bullying them on the streets. The YSL dudes getting bullied in jail. Interesting dynamic. By the way, that's what some of the members from the streets told me. This ain't come from me, okay? Give me a second. Anyway, let me see if I can pull this up real quick. And by the way, y'all keep track of these topics. So, yeah, we going to get to the... Yo, I ain't going to lie. Joe Budden did eat to them bum-ass niggas. Here we go. Where is the video? Is this the video? Oh, here. Oh, perfect. Here it is. It's on Neighborhood Talk. I don't even post this shit on my page because, like, Instagram is so, like... They hate violence so much. The Neighborhood Talk. I just let everybody else post violence now. or not as much violence. Anyway, here's the video that everybody's talking about. Let me see if I can find it. Should have been posted in the last couple days. Where is it? First of all, here's the interesting thing too. YFN Lucci posted a video of him just sipping lean. Which, by the way, isn't that ironic? He's sipping lean, Young Thug going through withdrawals, scratching, itching, doing all type of shit. Gunna, he was going through so much withdrawals, he just told. He got the fuck on out of there. We have YFN Lucci, he's cooling in jail. You know what I mean? Yeah, he might need a haircut and a barber, but he's just sipping lean. Now, I don't even know if this is self-snitching because online people are kind of backwards. I posted this on my Twitter, now on my Instagram. Instagram hates all this shit. And people on Twitter was like, yo, why are you snitching on YFN Lucci? And I'm like, he's in jail somehow with a telephone or camera device awaiting trial, and he's videoing himself. It's not like somebody broke into jail to video him on some paparazzi shit. This guy, if you could tell, he's already given up possible hope on that he's going to get out of jail, right? On bond, he's just going to have to wait for trial, right? And the reason why I say that is that him putting this video out, if he was going to have a bond hearing, the first thing the judge or the prosecutor is going to say, why would we let this guy out on bond if we can't prevent him from being on drugs and doing things or smuggling things illegally in jail? How the hell are we going to prevent that if he's at his big mansion or just randomly out on the street? So him posting this video just told me he's been locked up for a few years, and he realizes that, number one, the dominoes have to fall. He has to wait till Young Thug and them go through their trial, which is supposed to end at the end of this year. He's going to see what happens with that. From what I'm hearing, and I don't know if this is word in the streets of Atlanta, the streets. And I'm talking about people in the trenches, okay? I'm talking to the shooters, all right? Like, the shooters is giving me this info, right? They claim that YFN Lucci is actually in a better position than Thug. Now, that sounds crazy because YFN Lucci, if you guys don't know, was involved in a situation where he was driving his Maybach, right? Or Maybach, or was it a Bentley? Either one. Through the hood, through his ops hood, with his homies in the car, and for whatever reason, they said, let's just have a drive-by shooting in a $300,000 car. They shot at some people. It's Atlanta, so everybody has a gun. The dudes that got shot at returned fire. One of his guys died. And just like you can imagine in any quote-unquote gang, listen, you're only gang while you're breathing. Like, as soon as you go to jail or you're dead, like, nobody cares about you. So the guy who died, they kicked him out of the car. They didn't even take him to the hospital. Kicked his ass out of the car. He was still alive. A random person walking by sees a guy, like, dying and calls the police. Just think about that. Just think, if that's all you need to know about gang life. You go to drive by with your gang niggas and you get shot and they say, forget bringing this nigga to the hospital. He's dead. You can't bleed on the upholstery of the goddamn Maybach. Get him out of here, okay? Kick that nigga out of the car. Yo, buckle him. So anyway, YFN Lucci's charged with murder. And I think we all know the situation with that, right? So he didn't kill nobody, but if you are in the car and y'all went to shoot at somebody else and one of your guys got shot, you get charged with that murder. Lil J went down for that in Chicago, where there was a shootout and someone with him got shot, and they basically charged him for that shooting, which he didn't shoot his own guy, but they claim he was doing a crime that caused all this to happen. Also, who else did that happen to? Fuck, it was just on the tip of my tongue. Pause. Where they were doing a crime and, YoungBoy. This happened to YoungBoy too. When YoungBoy and them, like before YoungBoy ever got famous, they went to do a drive-by. One of the guys in the car with YoungBoy got shot in the neck. YoungBoy got pretty much like, it was like an attempted murder charge because of that. You get what I mean? So essentially they said that the dude that got shot was, it's the responsibility of the people who started the violence, which was YoungBoy and them who went to do a drive-by. So that's the type of shit he's kind of going through. Now, here's the word on YFN Lucci. This is what I'm hearing. This is what's going down in the Atlanta streets. They're saying YFN Lucci just has to wait out this trial, keep quiet, right? By the way, the DA, from what I'm hearing, this is just what I'm hearing, they've been trying to get YFN Lucci to snitch on Thug, right? They want him to pretty much corroborate this beef, him to basically say that, yo, Young Thug is the leader of this gang, and basically to say, hey, the only reason why there's been so much violence is because me, who's in this organization, is beefing with the top guy in that organization, okay? Now, from what I'm hearing in the streets, I'm only telling you what they're saying in the streets. In the streets, they're saying that YFN Lucci, there was a point that YFN Lucci, you know what I mean, that's when I think Young Thug was free at that time. Remember when they were stabbing him up? Like, no joke. Like, someone had an attempt on his life and they stabbed him, right? At that point, prosecutors was trying to get him to flip. Also, there was a real possibility, from what I'm hearing, that his life was really in danger. And I don't know how jail politics go, but apparently, you know, his team, like when you saw those stories in TMZ, they claim it was his team putting it out. That's what I'm hearing in the streets, okay? So pretty much he thought for a second YSL was going to kill him in jail. However, looked like the tables have turned. I don't know if he got back. I don't know how it works in jail, bro. I don't know if he got backup. I don't know if he linked with some other dudes. I don't know if it's because his gun is snitching or the rest of the YSL dudes just got the hell on out of. I don't know what's going on. But he's cooling now. And the byproduct of that is some of these YSL dudes, they're now getting the treatment in reverse. So where is this damn video at? It's kind of a surreal video, and like when I first saw this, I said, "Damn, does everybody got a phone in jail? And does everybody wait? Let me make sure I find it." All right, hold on. What day is this? What day was this posted? Give me a second. Oh, it says 16 hours ago. Oh, so it got to be up top. My bad, Chad. Oh, right here. So, first of all, it befuddles me how everybody has a phone in jail. So everybody got a phone in jail, right? And everybody are still, you would think that people only record their crimes when they're free because they're absent of mind that they could go to jail. But these dudes are locked up, claiming they're innocent through their lawyers in court, waiting on possible prosecution, but still filming themselves doing more crimes. This is crazy. So this is one of the slimes, okay? And this is one of supposedly YFN Lucci's dudes that's attacking him. Here's this shit. This shit is crazy. Look at this.
Slime, nigga. Stop moving, rough. I bless your ass, man. Too much slime, nigga. Stop moving, rough. I bless your ass, man.
Wait. I need the full video. That ain't the full video. That is not the full video. Hold on. So essentially, I don't know if this guy got a razor or it's a shank, but he's trying to literally scrape the tattoo off of this dude's arm, and the tattoo says YSL. So he's trying to cut the tattoo off of, like, I don't, you're going to see the full thing. He has the dude tied up like a hostage, some cartel shit. You ever watch one of them, like, Pablo Escobar movies? They got niggas just, like, with a sock stuff in their mouth, hands behind their back, they feet tied up, like they're about to get thrown in the ocean. Just like that. I don't even know how this shit happened in jail. Hold on, I'm going to find this whole video, bro. Hold on. I know Twitter got it. See, Twitter always got the real shit. Let's go. YSL member. Oh, yeah, here we go. Nah, here we go, chat. Look at this. Holy shit. Here we go. That's something he has stuffed in the dude's mouth. He said, eat on that shit. I don't even know if that's like a toilet paper he just wiped his ass with. We're just finding out what's going on in jail because a lot of dudes was acting like jail was cool till we heard that niggas was getting hit with a Glock dookie. Y'all heard about the Glock dookie, right? Everybody been acting like jail is cool until we start hearing the real stories. But now, this is what's happening. Look at this. Oh, is that a knife? What is this? Oh my, that's a blade.
Shut up, nigga. Pussy ass nigga. Too much you slime, nigga. Stop moving, bro, if I bust your ass, man.
Oh my God.
Too much you slime. Look, I can't get this.
Look, I guess, I don't know, is this a tattoo right here? He's scraping a tattoo off. By the way, Drill, if you put this up, make sure you blur all this nonsense out. I ain't gonna hold you.
Shut up off your ass.
Now, here's the interesting part about it. And if you watch like any of the Trap Geek or whoever, like, you know, some of these like YouTube documentarian videos about this whole YSL, YFN beef, everybody been saying Young Thug is a hypocrite. In the sense of Young Thug claims he don't rock with snitches. There's that infamous video. He say he got a snitch radar, a snitchdar. Except, apparently what's going on, and if you watch 1090 Jake, he also told you this too. There's a few dudes in YSL who was snitching on the other dudes that they were snitching on the YFN dudes. So basically, these guys are shooting at each other all day long. Like, it was like a daily shootout. You feel me? 12 o'clock lunchtime, 3 o'clock, you got to pick up your kids, but 2 o'clock, got to have the shootout, right? So they're doing the shootout all the time. Of course, they're hitting everybody but the target. Innocent victims getting clapped, grandmothers' houses getting shot up. You know these guys shoot sideways, just spray all, like, they're not shooting shit, right? Every time somebody would get arrested for these shootings, the dude who would get arrested, and this is what they were saying, the YSL dudes was saying, yo, could you drop my charges down if I tell on him for shooting at me yesterday? And the cops would be like, I guess, because we could lock him up too. They'd be like, all right, bet. So he shot me yesterday, I'm going to write this statement. And apparently they would do this, get out of jail, and YSL would just ignore it because, well, they're not snitching on us. They're snitching on the guys we don't like, so they're not snitches, in a sense. You get what I mean? So YFN, or the gang associated with YFN, they've been mad for a long time because they don't feel like these guys are playing by the street codes. The 2 o'clock daily shootouts was supposed to be the keep it in the street portion. But these guys were doing the 2 o'clock daily shootouts, and by 8 o'clock, they're at the precinct telling on the other dudes when the other dudes retaliated. So they were playing foul. So that's why these guys are now saying, oh, word, we all locked up now. It's time for pressure. I don't know how they time people up, but they got this dude hogtied. I've never seen some shit like this.
Shut up, nigga. Pussy ass nigga.
You know what's so funny about this too? Yo, you ever watch the movies when like somebody's kidnapped and they hand behind their back and something's in there, or they put tape over their mouth? You ever try that like on some joking shit, like with your friends or your brothers or whatever? You know you can still talk. Like your mouth's gotta really be stuffed with some stuff that you can't talk. Like, bro, you can still just talk. Like, I used to think that, oh no, if you put tape over somebody's mouth, they can't talk. No, you can talk. The tape just gonna move. It's gonna sound a little bit muffled, but it's gonna be tough. Whatever he got in his mouth is probably, that dude, this is how devious jail is. That dude probably wiped his ass with all that diarrhea and probably saved the toilet tissue and stuffed it into this dude's mouth, and so much of it. He really can't talk. This is some other shit. Here we go. Literally.
Slime, nigga. Stop moving, bro, if I bust your ass, man. Too much you.
Is this the YSL tattoo? Shit look like a Yankee logo damn near. I guess this is an L. No, this is an S right here. Oh, and here's the Y. Oh, Y, S, L. Okay, that's self-explanatory.
You slime. Look, I can't get that shit up off your ass.
Jesus. By the way, here's another thing too. You know how long and how much you must have been getting your ass whipped that a dude is trying to scrape a tattoo off your skin and he feels like he's chilling. Like right now, he's not screaming for pain. He was screaming for pain when he got punched or whatever that happened. But the scraping, whatever.
Stop crying, bitch. You ain't crying when you was slime, nigga.
Oh, shit. you wasn't crying when you was sliding. I mean, that's a great point, but damn. I know y'all call me pussy, but Jesus Christ. Sitting here and watching this just seem a lot cooler than being there and getting that.
Boy, nigga. Shut up, nigga. Shut up, bitch. Puss up. Get out your neck, bitch ass nigga. Shut up, nigga. Puss ass nigga. Too much slime, nigga. Stop moving, rough. I bust your ass, man. Too much.
I know Gunna's watching this video and said, I made the right decision. I know Gunna's watching this video and said, I made the right decision. Have you seen Gunna? You tell me which one you want to be. You want to be this dude hogtied getting a tattoo scraped off your arm? Kicked in the face and in the gut? Or do you want to be this dude right here? Let me see if I can find it. Where he at? You want to be this dude right here. We all knew Gunna told just to come get out and put his paddock back on his wrist. We all know that. Paddock on the wrist. Look like he's off all the type of, you know what I mean, opioids. Got all the, you know what I mean, the baguettes back on the wrist. Like, what's up? Sorry to tell y'all, man. I don't think Gunna that dumb to me. Gunna lost some weight. Looking healthy. Chat, I'm going to be honest with you. There's no real points that you could ever give me for me to be like, yo, this is dope. And me being like, yo, at least I kept it in the streets. I ain't even going to lie to you. Yo, I ain't even going to lie. This is why you can't have a dude like me in there. Yo, Gunna, you did it right, man. You got to keep it in the courtroom, bro. After I see this, you got to keep it in the courtroom with me. Do you know who hogtied you, sir? Of course, he right there. No. Move. Right there. What y'all think is the state of YSL right now, man? Here's a, you know, street nonsense and fuckery always is gonna continue. We're not trying to. By the way, let me tweet out our link. Let's see, how do I tweet out? I'll tweet out the Rumble link real quick. Give me a second. We live. All right. So, this is like a serious conversation. I'm wondering. I think YSL is just pretty much over. Like, it's impossible. Even if Young Thug gets like 6-7 years, he comes out. But I think claiming YSL, all this shit just looks embarrassing. Not only embarrassing, it just looks like the epitome of the irony. YSL claimed they were the most street. They hated all rats. Half of them told. YSL claimed that they spinning. They're getting hogtied. This don't look like a comeback situation for YSL. I got to be honest with you. I think YSL's down bad. I think when Jeffrey Williams comes out, he could call himself a lot of stuff, but King Slime will not be one of them, brother. I think YSL is done. It's just no way. Just no way. Either that or they got to catch like 10 bodies, which, you know, I hope doesn't happen. But let me ask you a question right now, and I'm looking at the Rumble chat and also the YouTube chat right now. When you hear the word YSL, what's the first thing that comes? The spam, what's the first thing that comes to mind? And by the way, I'm also thinking about it in the music perspective. So I'm not just thinking about some street weird shit. I'm thinking about, like, in a music perspective, if later on somebody came out and said, this, that YSL shit, that King Slime shit, that Slat shit, that take it to trial. You'll be like, yo, that's like when 6ix9ine came back out and talked gangster. You're like, so by the way, I'm not saying that YSL ain't gangsters. I'm just saying this played out so bad that it just showed how bad of an idea and how much these dudes gave their life away for 3 letters that, to be honest, is still not more famous than a fashion brand. And also, with all due respect, other than one guy or 2 guys, one guy just got out of jail, which is Gunna, really only person who really benefited from all this YSL stuff is Thug. He got the bunch of houses. He got the millions to pay for lawyers. He was telling y'all to go slide on people and throw away y'all lives. And if his lawyer is successful, he's gonna get out before y'all. YSL is a good example of why gangs is just an L to me, bro. Anyway. By the way, if you don't know, so YSL, their thing is slat. I don't know what it means, but that's their thing, slat, okay? After seeing this video, how quickly you think Gunna is going to get this tattoo covered up? How quickly you think Wanna is going to get his slat tattoo covered up? If I'm that dude, dog, if I'm Gunna, I run down to the nearest tattoo shop. And you know what every girl does when they tattoo a nigga's name and now they got to cover it up? They just put a flower. Like, you ever look at some girls and be like, yo, bitch, why y'all all keep, like, tattooing the same flower? It's a nigga's name. If I'm him, I do the same thing. If I'm him, I do the same thing. Or he could be kind of like, he definitely could be a little bit more creative. I like when, you know some of the great tattoo cover-ups, I like when the Game tattooed the butterfly. Cover-up tattoo butterfly. That shit was fire. Oh, no, he had a butterfly. Oh, shit, I thought, oh, never mind. He had the butterfly, then he put the LA. Oh, yeah, the LA one look a little bit more gangster. The LA one look gangster. Okay. Okay. Yeah, no, I'm drinking carrot juice. I can see right here. Pure carrot juice, freshly squeezed. I ain't gonna hold you. All right. Yo, pray for YSL. By the way, the latest update, if you want to know, I know we haven't been covering this thing like all the way through and through. All the YSL members are acting a fool. They're trying to figure out how to escape the choices they've made while throwing up hieroglyphics, wiping their nose. Like, I was wondering if these dudes had like allergies when they were free. Everybody was like, that's what I'm like, yo, these niggas got allergies? What the fuck is wrong with these niggas, man? Like niggas picking their nose. I'm like, what's going on? You know what I mean? I didn't know what's going on with these dudes. We haven't seen that shit since. These dudes got locked up. They're all doing crazy shit. Half of them getting hogtied and beat. The other half of them are claiming they're crazy or something like that. Let me see. YSL Trump. There's a member who's claiming that Donald Trump gonna get him out. Like, this, yo, I'm telling you, man, this is ridiculous. Look at this, chat. I kid you not, bro. I kid you not. I kid you not. Defendant says Donald Trump. Yo, just look at this dude. Oh, my God. I'm not buying this, even though I support the AGC. I should purchase this. Actually, this doesn't want me to turn my thing off. Let me go to my Edge. Pause. Here we go. So there's a YSL member. His new thing is basically saying, hold on, give me a second, people. Put this on the screen. Okay, so look. So now, all the gangsters are in court They don't want to get hogtied and beat no more because apparently the word is what people are saying. They said the YFN dude is applying the belt. That's what they saying, bro. I don't know what that means. You know what I mean? But they claim the YFN dudes treacherous in jail, all right? So these YSL dudes, they're trying to get out. They got to get free. They're trying to like break out somehow. The defendant says Donald Trump is going to get me out. You know what he doing, right? He playing crazy. He playing crazy. Look. Look at this dude. I'm not clowning you, brother, in case you got any gangster family members. I want no smoke. I'm just reporting the news. A defendant in the sweeping gang case against Young Thug and a number of his alleged associates wants to represent himself. So he wants to fire the public defendant. And really, that's kind of a tactic of dudes saying, hey, I've never been mentally well. That's why I want to, like, they're either trying to force it into possibly a mistrial down the road, or they're trying to, like, act so crazy that the judge could be like, hey, I'm not sending you to prison. I'm going to send you to a mental institution or something of the sort for treatment rather than, actual prison. So everybody tries this little angle. Jaden Myrick, who's 22, who's on trial with 13 other defendants, told Glanville, which is Judge Glanville, during a hearing this week that he has been studying law and was receiving legal advice from former President Trump, President Joe Biden, and U.S. Senator John Ossoff. I'm not the regular inmate. Listen, imagine dude say he's been studying law and he say, I be with. I ain't the regular inmate. I be with Joe Biden and Donald Trump, and they be talking to me. Donald Trump is going to get me out. I got to get video of this. This is crazy. As the hearing continued, it became harder for Glanville and others inside the courtroom to understand him. They asked him if he'd taken any medication. By the way, this is a W script. This is a W act. He says, the judge says, I have some serious concerns about his present competency. Ooh, that's a key word. Good. You want the judge to think you crazy. You feel me? If the judge rules that you're mentally unfit to stand trial, that's good. If they rule that you're just been crazy all your life, you could also act like, yo, I wasn't in control of myself, or I shouldn't be punished by sent to regular prison. Give me like a nice little padded room that I go hang out for like 5-10 years. Filed a motion last month asking the judge to schedule a hearing to determine if the client was competent to represent himself. Mark told his attorney that he wants to exercise that right. Bernard wrote this in the motion. Okay, so his lawyer that he's trying to fire to represent himself basically has to ask the judge, hey, judge, the client wants me off to represent himself. The judge actually has to approve that because, that's a potential setup for a cause to get appeal or a mistrial down the road, because everybody has a right to fair legal representation, right? During the hearing, Glanville asked Myrick a series of questions to determine if he could represent himself and why he would want to represent himself. Myrick told Glanville he didn't think Bernard, who's a public defender, was working hard enough for his defense and didn't want to help him. The Fulton County Sheriff's Office provided Glanville with a list of medication he had been prescribed, including an antipsychotic. The defendant said he hasn't taken them as instructed. He said, I don't need a medication. By the way, you can tell this boy been in the law library or been whatever, trying to figure out how to play crazy. The judge issued a order Tuesday for a mental evaluation to be done within 48 hours by the Department of Behavioral Health and Developmental Disabilities to determine if he's competent to stand trial. If it's determined he cannot stand trial, his case would be severed and the trial and jury wouldn't be delayed, bringing the number of defendants remaining in the trial down to 13, including Atlanta rapper Young Thug. He's facing conspiracy charges to violate blah, 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 blah. What the hell? He's currently serving life without parole. Oh, he just don't want to go back to the cell. That's it. He's just not trying to go back to the cell. He's already doing life without parole. He was convicted of a murder in October. By the way, you know why he's probably acting crazy? Because this could be, say he's proven unfit to stand trial, he might piggyback off of that and try to appeal his old convictions and claim crazy or basically say, hey, I was unfit to stand trial in the Young Thug case. I was also unfit to stand trial in this murder case y'all convicted me of. And, one of those trying to get out of it, trying to weasel out of it. We'll see. He has testified that he's been affiliated with street gangs since he was a child and had ties to YSL and the 9 Trey gangsters. Oh, damn. Wasn't 6ix9ine a 9 Trey? He said he met Young Thug, whose real name is Jeffrey Williams, on numerous occasions, and that the popular rapper attended one of the hearings to show support. The jury process began on January 4th. 3 months later, and about 1,200 potential jurors have been summoned, but not a single person has been seated. Wow. That's crazy. Hold on a second. All right. Cool. Let me see if I can find a video of him saying all this shit. This would be great. His name is Myrick what? Jaden Myrick. By the way, even though I'm saying some of these things is kind of critical of him, I do want to have some compassion in a sense. I remember reading about this guy's story. And essentially he says he's been indoctrinated into gang lifestyle, right? He basically was like 13 or 14, and everybody around him was associating or doing gang stuff, and he just started falling into that way of life. Granted, that's a child who probably don't have the proper parenting. Again, I'm not gonna, he's convicted of murder, so I'm not gonna act like this is a, harmless, like he's a dog or something like that, or he doesn't have a brain. But you have to feel sorry for people who fall victim to that lifestyle, whether they believe it by seeing their favorite rappers promote it, by thinking there's no consequences, or for a lack of parental structure, who would probably say, no, nigga, you're not about to hang out with the niggas who keep wiping their nose. Fuck no, you're not about to keep screaming out, slap them. No, stay home, go to, we're going to put you in karate class or something like this. Or, bro, you're going to be in the YMCA or something like that. Something that could keep people from getting into these type of things. If you read his story from an early age, he was pretty much kind of thrusted into the street life stuff. He thought that was cool in terms of acceptance. He thought that was cool in terms of how everybody was either surviving. And yeah, he became a part of it and started doing the same shit that they were doing. I do think that gangs inherently prey upon young black men specifically, in the sense of people who are looking for acceptance, people who lack a father figure, and people who are from certain backgrounds that, might be based in poverty, that need to make some bread. You feel me? All right. Content nuke. What up, my boy? I see you. You say, Axe, super chat ain't working, but I wanted to give you the 411 on this. Word? Okay. Let me see. Is super chat not working? YouTube? Let me figure this bitch out. Yeah, I don't know. All right. I see somebody asking about Twitch. We will be back on Twitch, multi-streaming, in a few days. Remember, again, I keep telling y'all we'll be streaming pretty much. We're trying to do like half and half. At the beginning of the stream, we're going to be on Twitch, YouTube, obviously Rumble the entire time. But at a certain point, we will go over to Rumble exclusively. Matthew Young, thank you for the $5. He says, nah, it is working. By the way, if you are on Rumble, you guys can send in Rumble rants, and I'll make sure I read it as well. All right. Yo, chat, on Rumble, I added some mods. I got to, start moderating and shit like that. And I appreciate you boys for that. Cool. Damn. Y'all feel bad for any of these guys? Like in YSL? Like, I think, sometimes I look at it. There's so many different perspectives to look at it from. And when I look at it from a perspective of saying these guys were terrorizing the neighborhood of Cleveland Ave, like, it's hard to really kind of feel bad for them. And even though I love Young Thug's music and think he's really a musical genius, and he's definitely a legend, it's hard for me to be like, oh my God, I feel so bad for Young Thug. The dude had everything under, like, in the grasp of his hands. And he wanted to be a Don. He wanted to play gangster. The dude wanted to, like, you know what I mean? There's nothing about, like, being a rich, you know, or maybe even close to being wealthy multimillionaire. You can have anything you want. And I'm on a group text saying, yo, we have to sacrifice some people for the cause. What are you talking about, brother? What are you talking, like, nigga, what are you talking about? Like, remember the dude Woody who was snitching, right? Or telling the truth telling. He said, yo, a lot of times I was wondering why Thug, you rich. Why you want all this stuff to happen? You get what I mean? And, you know, I've talked to people, especially certain rappers who come from those backgrounds, and just for context, and they say, yo, listen, you know, and you tell me if you buy it. They're like, yo, a lot of these dudes come from these backgrounds, and you can't just look at them in a vacuum of saying, oh, you're rich, act like it. Like, these people have been in these situations, and because of the fact they've been in gangs, they've been around certain people, they have issues, it's much more complicated than, yo, you're rich, get over it, don't do anything that might contribute to that lifestyle. They grew up in that lifestyle the majority of their life. And obviously it doesn't, like, absolve them from what they're getting arrested for, but a lot of times we morally judge them. Like, I'm judging Thug to say, yo, bro, like, why the hell, if you got all this money and you're so great and everybody's kissing your feet musically, why the hell is you over here ordering murders? Like, shit don't make sense to me. You get what I mean? So it's hard for me to, like, just sit here and be like, oh yeah, no, you know, like, but I try to see all sides now, you know? Somebody says, Saifu, that guy, thank you for the $2. He says, yo, Act, do you apply that same logic to Vybz Kartel? I do. But I'll tell you, though, I'm biased when it comes to Vybz Kartel. You know, he's my favorite musician of all time. I'm definitely biased. But there is a kind of thing that makes me think, like, yo, Vybz Kartel, like, you had people eating out the palm of your hands. Like, think about Young Thug's influence in music. Vybz Kartel is like 3,000 times more. Like, Vybz Kartel's influence on music and culture in Jamaica on a comparison level is 10 times Drake's. You good? Oh. It's upstairs. Yeah, I fit them. What'd you get done? Lashes? Yeah. Jesus Christ. Yo, chat, you ever see when a chick come from? Yo, I hate lashes. I hate them. I be like, yo, what the fuck is? Bro, them shits be looking like feathers. When girls get lashes nowadays, they don't even get something that look reasonable. Them shit just be like, it's like this. Bro. Like, I'm like, what the, whatever. What the fuck? She blinked 3 times, fanned this whole room. Jesus Christ. Anyway. No. With Vybz Kartel too, I do look at it in the sense that, yo, bro, your Vybz, like, come on, bro. You had on an ideological, on an influence level, like, Vybz Kartel could have potentially affected maybe even an election with how powerful and how much he mattered to inner city communities. Like, and that's why I say his influence is more than Drake. Drake's a musician. Nobody ain't gonna listen to Drake if he's like, yo, like, Drake don't even talk about, like, the ghetto and, like, you know, what would be going on in certain, like, no, they don't look at him like that. But that's how they looked at Vybz Kartel, and then all of a sudden you hear that he was just ordering mad people getting killed. You're like, what the hell? How did this happen? Anyway, very interested if you ask me. Okay, cool. We should get off of this YSL shit for now. Again, think about how expensive this trial is going to be. They have interviewed 1,200 jurors, and they haven't picked one yet. It started in January 4th. Now it's April 13th. They haven't picked one goddamn juror yet. I think that's incredibly sad, but it shows how dedicated the Fulton County court system is to get Young Thug off the street and also stop this whole Cleveland Ave slat, wipe your nose, like whatever shit they had going on, okay? I think Young Thug has been pretty stoic. Like, you know, there's that moment that he looked like he was tired in court. he don't look like he's folding. And who knows? You know, a lot of times we know these musicians just off of their music. Maybe, like put it like this. I've considered, and we're about to talk about it in a little bit. Actually, we talk about it right after this. I've had to consider, no matter how much I love YNW Melly, I love his music. I think he's like a fucking musical genius. I've had to like slightly consider, maybe he's just really a psychopath, blood-hungry guy. Just thinking about like what he's accused of. Now, I'm not saying it's true, but just thinking about what he's accused of is like, that might be the thing. I know we like Young Thug, but a man who rocks dresses and loves ordering the deaths of other men, maybe he got some mental issues too. We're hoping not. We're hoping all these things are false, but shit, we got to consider how well do we really know these guys who we're like, nah, free him. Anyway. Like, put like this. With YNW Melly, you either have to be stuck on the belief, yo, I don't believe he did it. Because if you ever believe he did it, you now have to kind of realize, no matter what the reason is, there's some sick shit. All right. Anyway, YNW Melly's brother has now confirmed, if you guys don't know, that YNWB Slime jury selection. They've confirmed that jury selection has just started, okay? Okay. So his brother and his mom, this is his mom's Instagram. They said, official update on YNW Melly. We just started jury selection today and will continue over the next 2 weeks. Trial will start on June 5th, 2023. No more delays. Now, that's kind of interesting because here's the big thing about this YNW Melly case. There was many delays happening because essentially they want YNW Melly to die. Like I think it's Broward County. Is it Broward County? I think it is. Broward County is not playing around with life. You know how they gave the dudes who kill life sentences so they'll never get out? They want Melly to die. They want to give him the needle. They believe that this crime is the prototypical type of crime that you should get the death penalty for if you could premeditatedly, because you have to do on a premeditated level, get in a car with guys you call friends, right? Basically, shoot them inches away from you and murder them, then drive around, stage a crime scene and how to get away with it, and then coerce the other dude how to whatever. They believe that if you are that type of guy that would do that, prison's not even good enough for you. So they're really big on that, right? So one of the reasons this is taking so long, right? For it's a couple different reasons. First big reason, they wanted to, just kind of like the X case, the prosecutors want to talk to certain people that they believe is important to the case. They claim that YNW Melly kind of, in a way, admitted over Snapchat to like a former girlfriend that, you know, he did it. And they wanted to talk to the girlfriend. The girlfriend ain't going to show up. The girlfriend went ghost. The girlfriend been on vacation since. You feel me? So again, the prosecutor won't have access to that person, right? Other people who they felt, oh, this person was involved in this. This is the person who picked up YNW Melly when he got out the car and the two dudes are dead in the car. Everybody's basically non-cooperative. They can't find nobody, right? So they were pushing it back a little bit for that. But then YNW Melly appealed death penalty. And this I'm going to show you how much they really want this dude dead, right? So, wait, here we go. Oh. All right, let me just read the Billboard case. Look at this. So, one court ruled that, I'll just read it. Florida prosecutors are urging the state Supreme Court to reject an appeal by YNW Melly over whether the rapper should face a death penalty if convicted in his upcoming murder trial. Last month, his lawyers asked the Florida Supreme Court, so the highest court in Florida, the highest court on the state level, to tackle this case, argued that the prosecutors had forfeited the right to seek the death penalty by failing to give proper notice that they plan to do so. So apparently when the prosecutors file charges or you're indicted on capital murder, they have until a certain time, they have to put in an election to say, hey, we're seeking a death penalty. YNW Melly's lawyers saying that time came and passed. Then y'all try to double back. In a response to the Florida Attorney General, the Florida Attorney General, which is the head, lawyer in Florida, told the top court that it should steer clear of the rapper case. He says demons have, or is it demons? Let's just call them demons. You know what type of time you're on. Demons have suffered no harm. They wrote in a brief. They said he was on notice for 3 years that the state was seeking it, and at no time have the state indicated that it was altering his sentencing intent. So basically they're saying, we always wanted to kill him. We never acted like we didn't want to kill him. That's the only thing we've been wanting to do, right? In asking the state's high court to take up the case, Melly has argued that it raises issues of great public importance for Florida law beyond its individual charges. But in their response, prosecutor says there was no pressing need for such judicial review. So essentially, prosecutors are telling Supreme Court, y'all could ignore this. Like, y'all don't gotta even, don't listen to what this nigga is saying. No other district courts have been faced with this issue, blah, 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 da, da, da. Should a death sentence be imposed? Okay. So they're saying that they rather the Supreme Court not make the decision on it now, and they could then have this appeal go through, and it could be decided on if the death penalty case, if he gets a death penalty, right? Which basically means, I hope I'm not losing some of y'all. The state attorney is saying, why rule on this case before he's found guilty? Why rule on the sentence before he's found guilty? How about you rule on the sentence if he's found guilty and given the death penalty? Okay? Obviously, if you guys don't know, I'll Google it. Let's see. When was the last time Florida used the death penalty? Oh, shit. They clapping niggas left and right. April 2023. Oh, hell no. Nah, Melly, I see why. Melly, there's certain states that be like, oh, they haven't used the death penalty in 40 years. Are we good? The Matrix? I'm cutting in and out. Refresh real quick. I think that's on YouTube. I think we're good on Rumble. Everybody said we straight on Rumble. Oh, they said the audio was popping. Okay. I'm not seeing anything that should make that happen. Okay, I'll continue to monitor. Now, again, certain states, they have it, for example, I don't even think there's a death penalty in New York. Is there? Is there a death penalty in New York? What is it? Oh, they say it was outlawed. Right? But Florida, Florida, they with all the smoke. The way how they smoke them dudes who killed X is crazy. That's why I'm starting to like Florida, because it's telling y'all they don't like criminals. Florida's telling y'all they don't like criminals, my dude. Anyway, they're saying the total amount of people is 101. And of the 101 people executed, 44 have been executed by electrocution. Ain't that the old school way of killing people? When they just fry you and shit like that, and that seems very, that seems cruel. humane way of killing someone, right? Like, obviously, these people have done really bad things if you were getting executed. And hopefully, everybody who got executed was justly and rightfully convicted, because, you know, it would definitely be some bullshit if, you know, because you ever seen sometimes they'd be like, oh, we just got this guy off death row. He was innocent the whole time. I'm like, what the hell? He was in line to get killed and, like, now he's just innocent? Like, how do you even get to that point? But anyway, the ways I know the death penalty exists, I don't know if they ever use it. They ever use firing squad? They used to use that shit like in Germany. I don't know if this was shown on TV, but I remember watching on Live Leak or some shit. Nigga, I think it was Gaddafi or some shit. Yo, they hung a nigga, bro. I couldn't believe it, bro. Bro, they hung a nigga. They hung him. And what I mean a nigga, like, I think it was one of them leaders over there. They just hung the nigga, bro. Fix my audio. What is happening with the audio? All right. Let me if the audio's cutting in and out. Oh my god, I can hear the dogs coming. Oh my god. What's cracking, boy? Oh, it's the girl dog. It's good, princess. Was it Saddam Hussein? Saddam Hussein. Let me see. All right. Chill out. Saddam Hussein hung. I don't want to see the video, nothing like that, though. Was he hung? How did he die? By the way, chat, you know what I want to start messing around with? That Chat GPT AI shit, man. Oh, he was hung. Holy shit. Yeah, I think this was the one. It was Saddam Hussein. Actives Loso. I thought the same thing. They hung him on TV. They hung him on TV. It was the craziest shit I've ever seen. Nah, I am not showing nobody getting hung. I'm good. Y'all niggas can go find it your own time. What did he do to get him hung? Niggas really hated him. Iraqis remember the day he was hung. Oh, he was a dictator. Oh, he was sentenced to death for crimes against humanity. Holy. Nah, that's crazy. All right. Let's get back to YNW Melly. They want him basically killed. Oh, let's read the other ways of... It said the last time they killed somebody was Louis Bernard Gaskin this month in Florida. It said 44 have been electrocuted. That sounds... Yo, you ever like touch like something that shocks you? Like, that's like a different feeling. I can't believe I can't believe how it would be to just getting shocked till you're dead. Then 57 has been executed by lethal injection. All right, I'm gonna look like a complete idiot, but I'm pretty sure it's the reason why they went to lethal injection. We got to figure this out, chat. Does lethal injection hurt? This is why I need we need like AI Bing for me to ask them. It causes suffocation and severe pain and severe respiratory distress associated with sensation of drowning, asphyxiation, panic, and terror. Oh, nah. Somebody says it's like a burning cocktail coursing through your veins. Yo, that's crazy. Yo, chat, isn't there like a more humane way where they could just put you to sleep, like you're sleeping, you just don't wake up type shit? That's crazy. All right. Anyway, let me see. A first-degree murder, blah, blah, typically faces the possibility of being executed if convicted. Melly's attorneys argued last year that the state had failed to comply with how they must warn the defendant. They got to give 45 days notice after the arraignment. Okay. Wow. Man, I gotta say, pray for YNW Melly, man. I love his music. I think he's just one of the most talented brothers of our time. You know, because we love his music and because we tend to favor stars, we don't think about the victims. There's still a part of me that hopes that he ain't do it. You get what I mean? Because it's just not even fathomable why he would do such a thing. So you're hoping he didn't do it, but more clearly will be revealed during a trial. And we're going to see what happens, man. Somebody say he crashed out. There got to be more to the story. You ever seen that video where he was live after they died? Look, or he went to the funeral. I ain't Melly funeral. Like he was at his friend's funeral, and he went on live.
He was in here by himself. Fuck going on, Slap? On the way to the damn funeral.
Hold up, chat. Yo, chat. If your nigga that was in the car with you when supposedly there was a drive-by and you died and he's just chilling like this.
No, that shit go. No.
Remember when that nigga King Von, when I say, yo, King Von, yo, like with the FBG Duck stuff, and he's like, nah. He's like, yo, I cried the whole night. I couldn't even sleep. It's giving me them vibes. You feel me?
No, that shit go. No, that shit go, man. All right. You know, Slack. Let me see them glasses, big bro. Yeah, you know what I'm saying. I had to call you big bro today. This day, hey. My motherfucking slime, nigga. Hey, them glasses hard as fuck. Appreciate that. I just caught these bitches too. When you come to LA, I gotta take you to the Chanel store and get you these Chanel glasses. Crazy. Hell yeah. I'm gonna be out there. I'm gonna be out there next week. No cap. I'm gonna be on damn tour.
Nah, this is.
Yeah, though, blood. Already, my nigga. Okay, that ain't shit.
Nah, there's too many giggles in this car. Nah, there's too many giggling going on in this car, chat. I don't know about y'all.
The boy be turned. Hey. Yeah. Who does this? No. No.
Bruh. Man, Melly.
You got my damn time. Oh, you tripping. See that angle though. You almost, this nigga almost killed me. Get your little ass off that shit, man. That nigga crazy, right? That nigga crazy. Can't be what it is, nigga. Well, hell yeah, though, blood. Hey, I'm gonna text you though.
Looks like an innocent guy to me, right? All right, people. We're kind of moving here. Y'all gonna have to give me a time check. Y'all gotta give me a time check on this. By the way, I'm gonna get back to the AI topic. in a bit. Wait, let me see. Who the heck is this?
It's J Hood.
I fuck with J Hood.
From Obla?
Yeah, I fuck with J Hood.
They said there's a video of somebody saying.
Strictly because I knew Vaughn was gonna see for real. I did it strictly because I knew he was gonna see. That's just how I did it. I'm like, man, any nigga that's fucking with a nigga who killed they two homies, man, I can't fuck with them. So Vaughn was mad. He obviously knew I was talking about him. For what the fuck? I think he texted my phone. He hood your bitch ass. You always running your mouth about some shit. Go out the bam. Folks, you know me. Like I don't y'all be scared of niggas. I ain't no nigga. I'm not finna text back and forth no nigga. I call folks quick and say like, folks, who the fuck is you talking to, nigga? And we started conversing and walked the bam. And long story short was, folks, he said it but not trying to say it. He ended up telling me that yeah, he killed his homies, but he killed them because they was extorting him. Y'all heard what I just said? This nigga did kill his two homies, but he killed his two homies because they was extorting him. How the fuck?
I've seen him do it.
I don't know, chat. Anyway, let's quickly get up into this Trap Lord Ross video. Apparently, Trap Lord Ross dropped a 3-hour video. Bro, you know what the craziest part of this whole video is?
Warning, this...
Hold on. The craziest part of the video is, look at the description, bro. He says, watch the uncut version of this on Patreon. I'm like, dog, this ain't the full video? It's 3 hours. Nah, this video is dumb long. Okay, anyway, we're not going to be watching all 3 hours of this. You guys could definitely go watch it. Salute to Trap Lord Ross. You know, I rock with him. But apparently, he's did this video, and it's called King Von Raps for a Serial Killer. Why is King Von being accused of or being seen as a serial killer? Because it has now come to pass that essentially King Von's name has been tied to several murders. More than 5. Some people believe more than 10. Okay? Now, we should probably, before we even get into this, let's Google serial killer, right? Like, not serial killers. Let me see. Definition of a serial killer. Now, it says, and this is from the Oxford Dictionary, I'm guessing, a person who commits a series of murders, often with no apparent motive, and typically following a characteristic predictable behavior pattern. Let's go to this one. What classifies someone as a serial killer? The term serial killings means a series of 3 or more killings, not less than one of which was committed within the United States, having common characteristics such to suggest the reasonable possibility that the crimes were committed by the same actors. Now, let's go to FBI, right? Oh, this is the FBI source right here. Oh, wow. The terms, by the way, this is the FBI website. I got to go all the way up there. I can see it. This is on FBI.gov, right? So let's go to the part that we were trying to get back to. My bad. Wait, hold on. So the term serial killer. Yeah, okay, so I just read that. All right. So if somebody kills over 3 people, and I'm guessing it would probably have to be 3 instances of murder. So for y'all thinking, like, if somebody does a mass murder where they kill multiple people at the same time, that person isn't a serial killer, right? They're a mass murderer, but they're not a serial killer. A serial killer means that they're doing multiple events of committing the act of murder, right? Okay, with that being said, and I think we kind of have you guys know what a serial killer is, kind of, right? Let's kind of watch this thing and see, like, if King Von fits any of these criterias. Here we go. We're gonna get past the intro. Let's see what the fuck. Here we go. Oh, he defines it too. Here we go.
That isn't embellished or fabricated. But when it comes to rappers who truly keep it real, the Chicago drill scene has dominated for the last decade. First popularized by Chief Keef, the Chicago drill wave was characterized by rappers that grew up in the most dangerous blocks in America, with these up-and-coming artists rapping plainly and honestly about what they experienced growing up. Shootings on the block, disrespecting dead enemies, and constantly being chased by the police. Chicago drill rappers took gangster rap to raw new heights, where the stories behind the music could be matched up with the local news reports on the latest homicides. However, what happens when the people doing the killing start making the music too? Because in the years after Chief Keef popularized the violent stories of Chicago gang life, one of those gangsters killing people in the streets picked up a microphone too, and started rapping in the first person from the perspective the actual killer. King Von had a reputation in Chicago as a fearless killer before he'd even started rapping, and it's widely believed, based on the statements he made in his own songs, that Von himself could have killed as many as 7 people in his career as a gangbanger, with more murders even taking place after he got rich and famous, with it being rumoured that Von used his money and influence from the rap game to have old enemies in Chicago killed, and going on a journey which, in my opinion, takes him far beyond a street player who had to kill to survive in the mean streets of Chicago, because if King Von's tweets are anything to go by, he simply loved killing people. And the sheer amount of people that King Von allegedly played a role in killing has led to intense speculation as to whether he was a full-blown serial killer. A title which King Von's enemies even said that him and his friends took personal pride in. Now, the FBI defines a serial killer as a person who kills over 3 people with time spans in between them of more than a month. Furthermore, serial killers tend to have an element of psychological gratification which plays a role in the motive for their murders. The FBI also state that a serial killer might seek various kinds of gratification through their killings, such as anger, thrill-seeking, financial gain, or simply for attention. I personally believe that over the course of his career, King Von demonstrated all of these characteristics and can indeed be classified as a serial killer. King Von frequently exhibited behaviour in public that conformed with these rules, tweeting regularly about his desire to kill, bragging about having committed specific murders in his music, which attracted him international attention and Billboard charting songs, with his drill anthems about murdering rivals making him a rich man with millions in his bank account. The FBI also point out another characteristic of serial killers, specifically that their victims may all have something in common. For example, a demographic...
Yeah, his victim had in common that he hated them motherfuckers. Jesus. Or his victim, you know what all his victims had in common? Them niggas was GDs. That's it.
Profile, appearance, gender, or race. And it would appear that King Von only killed young black men and women from the community he lived in. These were all people just like him.
I don't think that's a mode of having a similar, like, it's like dating people that live in a community you live in, right? You're probably gonna date people who either look like you or who are in the same financial position. But I get the parallel he's making.
Being born into a rundown part of Chicago and growing up with a lot of disadvantages. All that really separated Von from his victims were the fact that they were from a rival territory, and he believed that nobody would miss them. King Von has officially been implicated in 4 murders, 2 where he was suspected of being involved, but the police didn't have enough evidence to charge, and 1 case where he narrowly received a not guilty verdict after a key witness disappeared and a co-defendant implicated himself. Another that he's accused of organising with 5 of his closest childhood friends, the shooting of rival rapper FBG Duck in broad daylight at a busy shopping district. Von will never face justice for, due to him losing his life only months before the feds would swoop in and arrest all 5 of his close friends. This particular murder would go down as one of the most brazen assassinations carried out in Chicago since the days of Al Capone. But in total, there's over 10 murders of which King Von has been connected to over the years, and nobody has looked into all of them in great detail until now. So today, we're going to take a closer look at the man, his past, and his career to find out once and for all if King Von really was the first serial killer in hip-hop history.
He was in jail for 2 murders?
Yeah, 1 murder and 2 attempts.
4 shooters and a hail of bullets.
All of them was scared of Von. All of them was scared of Von.
Police found several shell casings in this parking lot.
King Von was bloodthirsty. He loved death. He loved killing.
I got a lot of fights. Just free. How many I think?
King Von had a insatiable obsession with murder and violence.
The shooting leaves 1 person dead, 4 others injured.
Me? Hey, I know you. You ain't know me.
King Von probably would have been considered like a serial killer.
They labeled the man a serial killer. Them.
King Von, real name Davon Bennett, was born on August 9, 1994 in Chicago, Illinois, growing up on West 78th and South Hermitage in an area known as Killer Ward, an area mainly affiliated with the Chicago gangs, the Gangster Disciples, and the Black Peace Stones. Von would attend Barton Elementary School in the area, but despite starting life as a fairly normal kid in Chicago, he would be subjected to the influence of gangbanging in his family home from a young age. His father was Walter E. Bennett, aka Silk, a well-known street dude from nearby Ada Park. Von was mainly raised by his mother, as his father was in and out of jail throughout his childhood. But Von's father was apparently a legend in the streets, with ties to the street gang, the Black Disciples. However, much like Von, despite the fearsome reputation he'd earned in the streets, it would ultimately be this proximity to gang life that would lead to his father's demise, as King Von's dad Silk was shot dead when Von was only 11 years old, apparently being targeted by a sniper outside of a skating rink, according to an interview with King Von's uncle.
Rest in peace, King Von. Rest in peace, Silk. That's crazy. Like, I'm with Big Bro every day. My killer's daddy with a sniper rifle. This get deep, though. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, sniper. I hit him with a sniper rifle. They at the skate rink, but you know, that's another story.
It seems.
Nigga, what? Nigga, what type of beef you gotta have to basically get a sniper rifle out? Matter of fact, I ain't gonna lie, that might be a very effective tool. If you are if you in O Block and you beefing with 63rd, if you go on top of one of them tall ass buildings and you just get a sniper rifle and aim it at your op's house, is only a block away. That might be a cheat code. But I've never heard somebody in the hood getting killed from a sniper rifle. This sounds extreme.
It's clear that King Von's father Silk was remembered as a legend of the block. However, coping with the loss of his father at such a young age clearly had a negative effect on the mindset of a young King Von. He would tweet and rap in freestyles years later that he simply couldn't sleep after his father's death.
Taking my daddy, I couldn't even go to sleep.
And throughout his teenage years, he would post RIP tributes to his father on Twitter to commemorate his birthdays. Naturally, Von would follow in his father's footsteps, getting involved in local gang politics at a young age, with Von actually telling 16-shot and visuals in his very first interview that he got involved in the streets in 4th.
Yo, niggas said they killed King Von's pops like it was JFK. Nah, bro, y'all niggas is tweaking.
Grade, eventually getting his hands on guns by the time he got to high school.
You was out here toting pipes in 4th grade, like when you started?
I probably had a BB gun or something. It wasn't that hectic. Like, it ain't get. I just been, you know, in the streets with awesome. I like being outside. One of the little boys that like sneaking out, just being outside all day, just doing bad. When the gun, all that stuff, that shit come to play to like what? High school. Yeah, like late 8th grade or some 7th, 8th grade when. It really got to that point where you gotta hurt somebody or somebody trying to hurt you or you gotta.
Yo, they said to 8th grade. So yeah, he didn't get it. Yo, he made it seem like, yo, it took a while. Yeah, it really didn't get to that point until it was like 8th grade.
Protect yourself.
Von would rap on the unreleased song Wait that he jumped off the porch, getting deeply involved in gang politics in 2006 when he was just 12 years old. Von would initially be a member of a local street crew affiliated with the Gangster Disciples called Killer Ward, being seen in numerous group pictures with that crew. And affiliates from the area would later post tweets suggesting that Von was indeed putting in work for this crew during his time gangbanging in Killer Ward, with Von himself corroborating that he was close to the members in Killer Ward where he was born, but making it clear that he's always been a member of the Black Disciples due to his family affiliation. Now, Von would live around Killer Ward up to around 2008 or 9, after which he would eventually move to the infamous Parkway Gardens housing development. This housing complex is notorious for its affiliations with the Black Disciples street gang. Parkway Gardens would later be referred to by insiders as O Block, but prior to that, it was referred to as Wick City. And here, King Von would meet many of the people who would end up having a huge influence on his life and career. People famous for their affiliation to O Block, whether through the gang wars going on there, or through the music that had been made about.
Alright, like, No disrespect. Let's get to the killings. Like, no disrespect.
But the very first murder that Von was associated with took place on April the 28th, 2012, when a group of 4 men would catch a man called King Doc, real name Marlon Monroe, shooting him as he walked into a convenience store, with Doc apparently stumbling into a patch of tall weeds after the shooting, where he would pass away and lay undiscovered for hours. Doc would eventually be found dead by his 16-year-old cousin, Modell McCambry. Doc would be remembered as an original native of St. Lawrence and Eberhart Avenues, with his affiliation to the area likely the reason that the killers from O-Block would target him, despite the fact that Doc had apparently left the gang life behind him, becoming a painter to get out of the streets. Apparently hurt by the death of his cousin, Modell, that boy who discovered Doc's body, would then begin to get more involved in the gangs in the area too, beginning to hang around with people like KI and FBG Duck, as well as being seen on social media with guns. In fact, it's actually around this time that social media begins to play a bigger and bigger role in the gang war in Chicago. And during this time, King Von himself would become a prolific user of Twitter, beginning a flurry of activity on the platform after signing up in June 2012, and going on to tweet constantly about his activities in the streets, seemingly with no fear about incriminating himself. Von
This is how you know Von was killing from a long... Like, Von is an old school killer. Look at this.
In the streets, these crimes would continue to play out. On August the 7th, 2012,
Wait.
media begins to play a bigger and bigger role in the gang war in Chicago. And during this time, King Von himself would become a prolific user of Twitter, beginning a flurry of...
King Von been killing niggas since he had a BlackBerry, bro. You know what a BlackBerry is, my dude? This is before an iPhone. Nah, this nigga's a serial killer. I'm sorry to tell y'all. Now, if you've been killing people since you had a BlackBerry, this is getting out of hand. King Von been killing niggas since he had a Nokia flip phone. I'm sorry. This is getting out of hand. Nah, come on, bruh. King Von been killing dudes since he had a Nextel pager. Remember you could ping people on the BlackBerry? Holy. This dude was... Jesus.
...of activity on the platform after signing up in June 2012 and going on to tweet constantly about his activities in the streets, seemingly with no fear about incriminating himself. Von would openly claim to be drilling in the name of O.D. Perry. He would say that he was like Phineas and Ferb in the streets with his best friend and fellow O-Block shooter T-Roy, warning ops not to diss them, claiming to shoot people like it's nothing. He would tweet that he's been drilling from young and even wants to kill cops too. He would say outright that he will whack people. He would regularly diss numerous rival hoods and gangs, and be claiming to be paranoid due to having so many people trying to kill him. Von claimed on Twitter to get so enraged whenever he hears the name Tuca or St. Lawrence that his trigger finger just starts itching. But during this time that Von was tweeting openly about all the crimes that he was willing to do in the streets, these crimes would continue to play out. On August the 7th, 2012, Von would make a tweet saying that homicide is in the air and that it smells like a graveyard. Then, in the early hours of the morning the following day, on August the 8th, 2012, a group of guys from O-Block, rumoured to include King Von and T-Roy, would be out looking for enemies to kill. Dirty Rel, real name Terrell Joshua, an older member with affiliations to St. Lawrence, Eberhart, and Jarrow City, who had actually moved out of Chicago but was back in town, would end up being shot dead and found on a sidewalk on the first block of East 56th Street in Washington Park just before 3:30 a.m. However, in this case, retaliation would come fast. As the day of August 8th, 2012 goes by, that same evening, around 11:30 p.m, King Von is out with his close friend White, real name Tony Dunn. They would go to a convenience store together on East 63rd Street and South Martin Luther King Drive. Here, Von would go inside the store whilst White waited outside. At this point, a gunman pulls up, shooting White in the back, with a police officer on the scene even returning fire and hitting the shooter, who ultimately managed to escape. White would be pronounced dead in the early hours of the morning on August the 9th, 2012. This date just so happened to be King Von's 18th birthday. This was a devastating incident for Von, who would tweet numerous times about the murder of his friend Whitey, including this one where he said that he had just bought Whitey a pill and gone inside the store, only coming back outside to find a crowd surrounding his shot friend and at first believing that Whitey would be okay. After this, Von would tweet messages saying that this killing is what led him to act out, and in the days following, he would be pledging to kill his enemies publicly. later elaborated on his mindset around this period in his song Demon, saying outright that witnessing the death of his close friend Whitey on his 18th birthday is the exact thing that turned him into a demon. And
damn,
I've seen him do it!
Von would rap that after this, him and his right-hand man T-Roy would be doing hits back-to-back to avenge this tragic loss. Von would apparently be trying to kill much more ruthlessly after this, desperately wanting to get at rival shooters K.I. and Wooski, who had mocked White's death on Twitter. In September 2012, King Von and others caught K.I. on the train, apparently beating her up and mocking her on Twitter in the aftermath. Von would eventually catch up with K.I. in much more deadly circumstances, but not for a couple of years. For now, he would continue to gangbang in the streets with his O-Block brothers like T-Roy, ultimately winding up implicated in numerous murders as he continued to seek revenge for the murder of White, and one body at a time, building up a fearsome reputation as one of O-Block's most ruthless killers. Chicago drill veteran Tay Capone would tell 16 Shot and Visuals in an interview that if you hung around King Von in 2012, you simply had to accept that you would be in shootouts.
If you was hanging with Von, you had to accept everything that came with Von. You had to accept that you was gonna be in shootouts, accept that it was gonna be that, and you had to be with it, you feel me, with Von.
King Von was on a mission in 2012 to get revenge for the friends that he had lost to the gang war. Losing OD, Platoon and White turned him into a demon, he said. So he would spend every day in the streets of Chicago stalking his ops and broadcasting his activities on Twitter for the whole world to see. On September the 6th, 2012, Von would get arrested, even taking selfies for Twitter inside of the cop car. He would post pictures of him and his partner in crime, T-Roy, dubbing themselves the O-Block Savages. In fact, after posting one picture together, one woman from O-Block even suggested that Von and T-Roy stop being photographed together in case somebody sends it to the police. Von would tweet how him and T-Roy's names were ringing in the streets and that people were praising them for doing their thing, regularly using this as a catchphrase to refer to his drilling, tweeting warnings to the ops that he's about to go on their block and do his thingy thing, telling them that they have 2 hours to clear the streets and promising to blast them on sight. Von would even reflect on a conversation that he had had with T-Roy, saying that they can't die soon because they know they're going to hell for all the bad things they had done in the streets. Von would even openly tweet about shooting up Dunbar High School around this time, and
no fucking way.
That he hasn't taken anybody down for a while, and saying that he's getting dry. Perhaps a tweet with a double meaning that could refer to sex or murder. That very same day, Von would tweet that his ops party tonight is getting cancelled. Later, Von is tweeting asking for somebody to come and get him. And 30 minutes later, Von tweets simply, "Ha," followed by 45 Glock me. That very night of October the 13th, 2012, Modell, that same teen who had found the body of his cousin King Doc dead just 6 months before, would be walking down the street with another one of his cousins on their way to meet a girl, when just before 9:30 PM, somebody approached them on foot, opening fire. Modell would be shot in the chest and later pronounced dead in hospital. No one was ever charged with this murder or attempted murder, but many years later, police documents would be released revealing that King Von himself was positively identified by a witness as the shooter, with T-Roy apparently at the scene too. This meant that King Von was the prime suspect in the murder. And not only that, but King Von would tweet immediately after the killing. Now, it's important to remember that Twitter timestamps run on Universal Coordinated Time. That's the same as UK time, and that's where I'm reading these tweets from, which is 6 hours ahead of Chicago time. So for me to get the exact time of a tweet that was made by King Von or KI or somebody else in Chicago, I have to take the time that it shows on Twitter and minus 6. I'm telling you this because Modell was shot at around 9:30 PM. That means that King Von tweeted, "Who died?" about 17 minutes after the murder of Modell took place. And that tweet was followed by yet another one reading, "It's not safe around our way," which came less than an hour after the shooting. And Von's "Who died?" tweet would provoke responses from somebody who even knew Modell, with Von saying that the dead person is...
You know what I was thinking? Because if you guys don't know how just many modern crimes are solved, police use the common way of solving most crimes now, and I'm wondering if maybe Chicago police either don't care. Obviously, we know that, sometimes while investigating a crime, the person who's a suspect gets killed anyway. So they're pretty much chasing their tail around. So they just kind of just ease up at times because the streets just take care of the streets. But also there's a set of incompetency that you would have to imagine that allows a dude to kill 10 people without getting caught. Like, for example, the YNW Melly situation. What's most likely going to get him convicted is dumb evidence that have came through his cell phone and GPS positioning. So when I see that this dude is tweeting 17 minutes after a murder, and the streets are saying that he's killing them, you tell me Chicago police couldn't just confiscate his BlackBerry back then and be like, hey, you know, if you're tweeting from your phone, this bounced off this cell tower, you were right in those 2 square blocks where the guy died, and everyone is saying it's you. Like, this is why it sounds crazy, because you can't do this type of shit now in any city with like a competent police department. You get what I mean? Like, for example, we're going to talk about the guy who killed BTB Savage. Why he got locked up is because cell phone data put him at the crime scene. You know what I mean? Like, thank God people are idiots. Keep your cell phone in your pockets while you do the crime. Great. Yeah, you're masked up, but unless the masked person who killed the person had your phone, and obviously there's like a camera on every, like, you know what I mean, every toll booth, every like major intersection, they could track you where you went after or before the murder, right? And show your cell and use your cell data to corroborate that you were in the car before and after. It's kind of easy to catch criminals these days. You know what I mean? Like, all someone has to do is get on social media. The dudes are telling on themselves. Then use, you know, hit Verizon Wireless or T-Mobile or Cricket Mobile with the goddamn, you know, subpoena to get the cell records and match it up with GPS data. You can kind of see where dudes are moving around. Like, so these days, committing a crime, like, you're being tracked. So when I hear this, I'm like, this dude is tweeting 17 minutes after he killed somebody. Chicago police must just not give a fuck.
Somebody that they know. In addition to that exchange, the female shooter from Tuckerville, KI, would end up getting arrested not long after this for apparently shooting indiscriminately into O Block, hoping to kill anybody in retaliation for Modell. None of this seemed to bother King Von, however, as he clearly got a lot of satisfaction out of having seemingly killed again. The day after the murder of Modell, Von would tweet that him and T-Roy have a problem, and that they can't stop doing their thingy thing. Von would tweet that the streets are in trouble when he's coming, and he would brush off the cops' attempts to arrest him. In fact, only 2 days after the killing, he would get into an argument with a well-known Tuckerville GD known as Wooski on Twitter. Wooski had inferred that he had been out looking to catch Von that day, asking him where they were at, with Von leaving a heartless reply saying that he was getting t-shirts made for Modell's funeral. Unsurprisingly, Von would find himself on the radar of the police following the murder of Modell, getting picked up for unlawful possession of a firearm and being questioned in October 2012, with Von later tweeting that the cops grabbed him and warned him to be careful. Apparently the cops even told Von that when they question their ops, they all talk about him and T-Roy, suggesting that their names are feared in the streets. Von would even tweet after that his own mother was beginning to hear the rumours about his violent behaviour in the streets and she was trying to put him on punishment. But Von wasn't deterred, and he kept using Twitter to increase his reputation as a killer. The following month, Von would be sending unprovoked Twitter ats at Wooski asking if he knew who killed Modell, provoking responses from numerous ops who wanted to see Von dead, including Wooski and KI. And to me, this is where we see King Von really beginning to take pleasure in killing. For years to come, he would tweet mocking Modell, saying it's messed up what happened to him and that he's a straight sucker. It's this sort of behaviour where I believe that Von crosses the line from a normal gangbanger killing to survive to a full-blown serial killer who is taking the lives of others systemically for his own personal gratification. At this point, Von has already satisfied the conditions of being a serial killer, having allegedly killed more than 3 people in different locations with large periods of time in between the killings. And his tweets express a clear tendency to take pleasure in killing and a desire to show the world what he's doing. In a way, King Von's purpose in life at this point.
Yeah, imagine your mom telling you, hey, don't leave your room. You just killed 5 people. Like, okay, mom. Like, what the? Imagine pulling the killer on punishment.
In time, wasn't just revenge and murder for sport. It was about doing these crimes and giving the world clues about what he had done. And as the story goes on, you'll see King Von constantly hint towards his crimes on social.
Somebody, so my boy Fortune Fame, he said, Ack, remember, back then, BlackBerry were used for things because they were supposedly secure. Remember, Obama's first phone as president was a BlackBerry, and it was specifically for that reason. Understandable about the phone and the data itself, but it still uses the same technology of cell towers. Now, I'm not too sure what the technology, how advanced it was in GPS triangulation. Like, I'll be watching some weird stuff on YouTube. I don't know if you guys are into these things, but it gives you a better understanding of how cops probably do their investigation now. Like right where I'm at, right? The police could tell probably within 20 feet of where I'm at just because my phone is here. Right? Now, obviously, that information, they have to like query a few places to get that information, map it out, but they could get up to 20 feet of where I'm at right now. It's like you're walking around with an air tag, right? Because what happens is like, you know, just how you basically communicate. And by the way, when you're traveling, they could get a whole path of where you went just off of, okay, you hit this cell tower here, this, like, it's crazy. You get what I mean? Like, from what I watched this whole thing about it, they could even tell how fast you were driving. If you look at the GPS data that was analyzed in the FBG Duck murder, they knew that them dudes was speeding. They knew how, well, obviously they have the surveillance footage of the guys running downstairs to get in the car. They get in the car, and they're speeding to the Gold Coast because that's where FBG Duck was. They have even how fast the car was going, which shows you how complex and how intricate police, you know, number one, they don't have to like go from door to door and knock. They could just use technological data from, and by the way, I think it's going to get worse with your car. All they got to do later on is query Tesla, or, you know, all the cars are going to be electric or going to be pretty much just smart cars in a way. Every car has a computer, but now as we kind of move away from gasoline and we're going to more, oh, you just plug in your car type of stuff, it's going to be more of a reliance on these cars are going to be controlled by a computer that, like, you know, and we're probably going to see these cases at some point. What happens when a local police or you know, DA queries or sends a subpoena to Elon Musk saying, we need to know where this car went on this night, which completely would violate their customer's right? But we need to know because we're trying to put that customer in jail. Like, you know, these things happen from time to time. Like back in the day, I remember everybody was like, they were fucking with, I believe, there was one like mail program. You know, you have Gmail, this and third. I think Hotmail or something like that. Like, essentially, one of them stood up to the government saying, we're not going to give you access to our customers' emails, even if you subpoena it, because we tell our customer they have a right to privacy. That also happened with social media too, because essentially now what happens if they go to Facebook and Instagram and they say, yo, we want your DMs or we want whatever you sent in vanish mode, there has to be a record kept, right? And they could get that. By the way, look at the Taxstone case. They got it from Telegram. So Telegram or whatever company owns it gave up the conversation, including some, I've never used Telegram, voice recordings by Taxstone. So again, there's been at times in history, certain companies that put up a fight to say, nah, we not about to give up this data. But at this point, nobody wants to really go against the U.S. government, go against the police. The FBI is constantly using this information. And it just makes solving crime pretty easy because motherfuckers love their phone. Somebody says Apple. I think Apple had said they wouldn't So there was a phone that potentially had evidence in it. And by the way, Apple has not cooperated. Apple went to not war, because they didn't care about the particular person. They care about the theory. That's when Apple had they had almost like protected codes and whatever, because the Apple iOS software or OS X, if you're thinking about computers, were completely different from Windows, which was more open source. So you could hack your Windows computer to do all type of stuff. With Apple, remember, the reason why they never got viruses, or some people believed, was because their shit was more on lockdown. They didn't allow people to manipulate their software as much or their operating system. And when the government was trying to get into some of their phones, they just weren't with it, and it's not because they were protecting the person, even though it looked like it. So on the customer face, we're like, oh shit, Apple's protecting us. They really didn't even fuck about the customer. They're just saying, we're not gonna be here just like opening up our phones to anybody, right? Because shit, we got this new wave that we're trying to take over the world. And by the way, I think Apple did take over the world. I think there's probably more. Have they? I probably have to do a Google search on that. I think there's more Apple products now than, you know, if we had all Microsoft products, if you ask me. Anyway, Apple stood up to them, and then you know what happened in return. They might still even be going back and forth, but the government they pretty much started paying these other people who could extract phone data. So like nowadays, there's a company called Cellbrite. And all law enforcement agencies use this. So if they take your phone, they don't got to go to Apple no more. They go to this thing, and I watch a whole thing on this shit too. Every time a new iPhone comes out, the encryption and how to get the information extracted it's like night and day. So it takes them sometimes up to a year to break into, like, say, the iPhone 14. Like, they could get into any iPhone 14. So the cops work with this company. This is the company who does it. There's about 4 other companies too, but this company does it. Remember what happened, and I'm sorry, like, this is like the geekiness shit that I'll be interested at times. Remember when Young Thug phone got taken in 2015? Remember, Apple wasn't going to open it for them. They want to get into Young Thug's phone. Young Thug had the latest phone, and the police couldn't get into it. What ended up happening, this company, Cellbrite, came back a year later saying, hey, we could now access this phone. What happened, though, Young Thug's lawyer already put in a motion to get the evidence turned back over. They had requested that the evidence turn back over, back to Young Thug, which means technically there should be no more searches on the phone. They got into the phone a year later, and then they found shit trying to use. And later on, which recently last year, the judge in this new case, in this YSL case, is saying, yo, y'all can't use that stuff because the time periods you had to go through the phone, y'all claim y'all couldn't get in there. And it's when they use a search warrant, it's not based on if they could get in there or not. The search warrant says for them to confiscate the phone and search it, but it doesn't say you have to let them in. So he didn't have to give them the passcode or anything like that. They got to get in. And they couldn't get in during the time that they should have had the phone, and they should have returned the phone, then they got in later. So that's one of the little loopholes I realized. Anyway, my bad. I go my little nerdy type of, I like watching shit like that.
Social media, in his music, and even on television. But now, the pattern had emerged, and Von clearly had a thirst for blood. He was becoming a talented shooter and not facing any consequences for these crimes. And so, in the coming months, Von would be rumoured to have been connected to at least 3 more murders, with the police only catching up to him when it was too late. In late 2012, Von was earning a reputation as a feared shooter in the Chicago gang wars, something he would be more than happy to broadcast to the world. Von would be seen in clips posted to social media, sliding in cars with his partner in crime T-Roy and others, throwing up gang signs and saying that they're smoking Tuka.
Yeah. Let me see. Yeah. Look.
One Shardell. Zico. Both of the Shardells.
And he'd be seen with his boys mobbing deep in trap houses.
What's up?
Oh, damn! You know what? You been doing this shit. Oh, damn.
And Von would even broadcast his activities rolling with the gang to the local store. Von was surprisingly open about his gangbanging life on social media, and he would be particularly active on Twitter during these violent months. He would tweet openly that he was planning to shoot at random people in traffic. He would tweet that he is STLK, or a St. Lawrence Killer, and interestingly, around these times on the 18th of October 2012, O-Block native Chief Keef would release his hit song Love So-So, a legendary Chicago drill anthem with lyrics about killing people for disrespecting O-Block. At this point in 2012, Chief Keef had become a global rap star off the back of his single I Don't Like, which was given an all-star remix.
Alright, we're gonna skip through this a little bit more. They said the murder of Boss. Oh no, this is the murder of P5. Who's P5?
by Kanye West, and ended up landing at number 73 on the Billboard charts. That song had lyrics about the gang wars in Chicago and lives being lost, and Chief Keef's music was becoming for. On October the 30th, Von would tweet that it's his main man T-Roy's birthday, and later that day, Von tweeted that he was drilling like OD. At 8:45 AM, Von tweeted, "Check the stats," a reference to who has the most bodies in the ongoing gang war. According to the police, less than 30 minutes after this tweet was made, at around 9:13 AM, P5, aka Crack, real name Derek Johnson, would be shot multiple times in the 6200 block of South Eberhart Avenue. The 23-year-old was rushed to the hospital, but pronounced dead at 9:54 AM. The incident report would record the time of the shooting as 9:13 AM in the Chicago time zone, which on Twitter for me would display as 3:13 PM. That means that just 3 minutes before the recorded time of the shooting, Von tweeted, "laughing my ass off." Then at 9:13, the time that the police estimated the shooting took place, Von tweets, "his 45 makes his ass do 40 flips." And then, only a few hours after this early morning murder, just after noon, Von would tweet the early bird catches the worm, and then going on to tweet about ops making the news, saying that he does his thingy thang for real, saying that he erases people like he drew them, and tweeting that his ops aren't trying to win like he is, and saying that he is doing this for OD, Platoon, Sheroid, and White. Von would claim to be finding a lot of things funny that evening, once again tweeting numerous times that his 40 made someone do 40 flips. As the days went by, Von's tweets would get even more bold. Just the day after the murder, he would tweet pondering whether he was messed up in the head and indicating that he thinks he's gone crazy. Things would get even more incriminating just 2 days later when Von put out a tweet reading, "Damn, Modell got killed in October, and Crack, who's gonna get killed in November? Stay tuned." And he would tweet RIP Crack and Modell, as well as tweeting asking when the funeral is. Von would even reply to KI and Wooski, who tweeted each other about going to a funeral, with Von saying that he was on his way too, and even offering them a ride. Von also tweeted at Wooski asking if he knows who made Modell World or Crack Crew, another reference to crews renaming themselves after a fallen member who's passed away. Now at this point, Von is establishing a clear pattern, getting the location of his targets, shooting them dead, and then celebrating publicly on Twitter. And within only a few weeks of the P5 incident, yet another high-profile murder would take place, with Von's involvement having been debatable, but his Twitter account telling a very different story. In November 2012, King Von would be tweeting openly about killing. He'd say that he was the go-to guy for hits in his area. He'd also say that he was the captain of the drill team, tweeting about murder and homicide, saying that he's a hitter by himself, and that the whole of O-Block are coming for their ops. He would even tweet that he was sacrificing people, as well as bizarre tweets about how much he liked cereal, something that I personally believe was a coded message indicating that Von was beginning to see himself as a serial killer, something that he would continue to do throughout his career. From here, Von would continue...
No way. Somebody from Chicago tell me what that means. Or maybe he really just likes cereal. He kept saying early bird gets the worm. Maybe my boy was getting you know what I mean? He was eating his Wheaties before he got out there and started clapping people, man. Little Frosted Flakes, Honey Nut Cheerios. What's the problem?
Continue tweeting about wanting to shoot his ops in the face and get up close and personal, alluding to committing murder and tweeting that he had big balls and does things that other people would only dream of doing. King Von would boldly tweet that he will never get convicted of a murder, saying that he would never set himself up to go down for a body. He would mock his ops, saying some make it out alive and some make it onto the news and die. Also during this time, Von would even react to Barack Obama winning the 2012 election, something ironic considering the fact that Michelle Obama apparently also hailed from O-Block. But even in celebrating this monumental news, Von would also tweet that a black president with ties to his city simply wouldn't stop him from killing his ops. On November the 7th, 2012, Von would tweet about bodies dropping and beating the case. Later that evening, he would tweet that he was out sliding with T-Roy, who he himself would also tweet saying that he's about to go and get his gun, before replying to KI, who had just tweeted a list of a bunch of names of people associated with O-Block who had been killed, with T-Roy retaliating, providing his own list of people from KI's hood who they had apparently killed, as well as tweeting #bang just after midnight. Then, the following morning, the news would report on the shooting of a 17-year-old by the name of Rodney Stewart, aka Boss Trell. Boss Trell had been found with a gunshot wound to the head around 6:50 AM and was immediately rushed to hospital. And he would even remain alive for several hours, during which time he was visited by friends from the neighbourhood like FBG Cash. But while Boss Trell was in the hospital fighting for his life, Von and T-Roy would be tweeting. T-Roy tweeted "man down" only hours after the body was discovered, with Von tweeting #TheStruggle, prompting T-Roy to infer that Von was behaving like the police. Von would follow up on this tweet, saying that people aren't dying on time, and T-Roy would also tweet mockingly, saying "no, Trell, stay alive." Then, in since deleted tweets, allegedly by King Von, he would suggest that he had actually spent the day trying to get KI on the phone. However, Boss Trell would be pronounced dead that night at 11:30 PM on the 8th of November 2012, and the following day, King Von would take to Twitter once again to mock Boss Trell and his ops. He would tweet that STL doesn't stand for St. Lawrence, but instead for steady taking L's. Another tweet would drop, with King Von telling people, "Don't worry about who killed who, just be glad that you didn't get killed and shut up." This was followed by another tweet aimed at Boss Trell, saying "lol, you ain't a boss to me." Many theories suggested that T-Roy and Von, and possibly others, were involved in this murder. Some have said that it was T-Roy, others have said that it's Von, or potentially even the two of them together. But it is worth mentioning that there's an alternative theory that Boss Trell was actually murdered by someone completely unrelated to this feud, who was apparently trying to retrieve a gun that had been taken from him. But regardless of who was responsible, Von and T-Roy were certainly happy to see Boss Trell gone, and they would continue to tweet boldly about it publicly. Their ops on Twitter would warn T-Roy over the disrespect, but for King Von, tweeting about the murders going on in the streets was a must. Von would post saying that the ops are dying frequently and that he doesn't plan on slowing down. He would say that he will kill an op anywhere, and once again reference cereal, saying that he eats cereal after shooting people, another hint in the ongoing joke that Von is indeed becoming a serial killer. Von would even mock the ops for having funerals. He simply didn't care what anybody thought. It seemed that Von was hellbent on killing his enemies, and he would be hellbent on tweeting every single time something negative occurred in the streets. However, Von's days would be numbered, and following the next hit that he was implicated in, he would tweet once again, perhaps a little too recklessly this time, finding himself behind bars for over a year. After the deaths of Modell, P5 and Boss Trell, you would think that King Von would have kept a low profile, but no, he would continue to tweet suspiciously while the killing continued. However, when the next person lost their life, King Von's tweets would go to a whole nother level of self-incrimination, and he would actually find himself on the wrong side of the law. On the 19th of November 2012, 32-year-old man named James Holman, aka Lil James, would be standing on his porch on the 6000 block of South Michigan Avenue around 8:20 PM. At this point, 4 people would approach his property, opening fire, shooting him in both the arm and chest, with him being pronounced dead in hospital less than an hour later. Only 23 minutes after this murder, Von would tweet, "Man, not on anything," followed by another tweet reading, "clown ass." Von was mocking somebody, but we didn't know who or what for. Meanwhile, T-Roy would put out a tweet asking if somebody got shot yesterday. And then, only 6 hours after the shooting, Von would tweet that he kills GDs often. And then, in another rare deleted tweet that somebody else from O-Block quote tweeted just 21 minutes later, Von would apparently brag that he has killed 5 GDs and shot 10. With a later news article even confirming that James Holman, the man who was killed most recently, was indeed a gangster disciple. Furthermore, a police report on the Lil James murder would describe the shooter's height and build, which apparently matched Von's description. Now, Von tweeting that he had killed 5 GDs after the death of Lil James is particularly interesting, because there's always been a lot of speculation on exactly how many people Von had killed and who specifically he was responsible for killing. And at this point in time, Von had been associated with 6 murders in total. So, if Von himself is apparently confessing that he has killed 5 people at this point, then it's likely that just one of these murders he had nothing to do with. From here, Von would continue to tweet throughout the day, saying things like, "Dissing him will get your people killed."
Hey, I'm going to speed the video up a little bit. Tell me if it's too fast. I went to 1.25. Let me see.
And another asking openly who made Crack Block, another reference to the murder of Crack, or P5. Unsurprisingly, the authorities would catch up with Von just 3 days after the murder of Lil James. Perhaps they'd read his tweets. Von's capture would be confirmed by a tweet from his sister from his own Twitter account saying that he would be in jail for Thanksgiving, with Von's charges later being revealed as unlawful possession of a firearm. Numerous mugshots of Von would later circulate online, and Von would end up in jail for over a year, for a period spanning from November 2012 to February 2014. And in the meantime, his mother, sister, and friends would all tweet from his Twitter account calling for Von's freedom and keeping his name alive. However, Von's sister would also tweet that Von told her that when he gets out of jail, he's just planning on killing more people. And ultimately, none of the more serious charges would even stick to Von, and he would eventually end up being released back onto the streets of O-Block, where he would, as expected, immediately get back to doing what he loved, drilling and then tweeting about it. King Von's sister would announce from his Twitter account on February the 11th, 2014 that he would be home from jail tomorrow, with footage of Von cutting off his ankle monitor and throwing up gang signs circulating online after his release. When he got back out, he would be back on the streets and involving himself in gang politics once again. His first tweet out was dissing the ops, of course. He would also openly wonder where T-Roy went, as apparently his partner in crime had ended up in jail himself during this time. Also upon his release, Von would also tweet at famous names in the Chicago drill scene like Boss Top, Lil Reese, Chief Keef, E-Day, Rondo No. 9, and Capo. He would then go on to diss 2 people that he allegedly killed, Modell and Crack, but at least initially, it didn't appear that Von was able to commit any more acts of violence, because apparently, following his release, he would wind up on house arrest for a short period. But that didn't stop him from posting pictures of himself at home, dissing Tuka with a gun sticking out of his pocket. Pictures of Von with famous BD hitters like T-Roy and D-Rose would circulate around this time, with the likes of Chief Keef even reposting them as a sign of respect for the most feared local shooters, with Von also sharing pictures of his crew to Twitter openly, with the caption simply reading, "gang members." Von would also tweet about it being a very scary year for the ops, even tweeting disrespectful collages featuring photographs of rivals who had been killed recently. Von didn't care one bit what he was posting on Twitter, and honestly, it didn't seem like the police cared either. Von tweeted openly that he will kill someone on St. Lawrence, promising to shoot ops in the face and kill them fast, dropping mocking tweets about people he had allegedly killed like Modell. He would pledge to drop even more bodies, even tweeting that he was shooting as soon as he got off house arrest, and tweeting that he just got a new gun and he wanted to do a drive.
On BD, if I don't get tonight, somebody getting smoked my first day off house arrest, motherfuckers better hope I get some ass. Oh, he said if you don't get no pussy tonight, he killing somebody. Just bought a new gun. Let's go do a drive-by. I'm on that boom, 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 boom. Okay.
By with it. Now, on March the 25th, 2014, GD rapper Lil Mark, associated with a crew called 051, would drop a song called No Competition. This would be a remix of Black Disciple rappers Lil Durk and Lil Reese's 2013 song Competition. Lil Mark would essentially use Lil Durk's beat to diss him and his OTF crew from Lamron. But it wasn't just Durk that was getting dissed. Lil Mark would diss numerous people associated with the Black Disciples, including people from both O Block and an affiliated crew of BDs known as 600. Lil Mark's song would mock OD Perry and J Money and see him rapping openly that he is a Black Disciple killer, as well as proudly repping his affiliations to his gang set 051 Young Money. This song made Lil Mark a huge target for both O Block and 600. And around this period, King Von would frequently tweet that he was in traffic, riding around the city, armed and looking for ops to kill. On March the 28th, 2014, Von would tweet that he was in traffic, tagging D-Rose, an infamous shooter from the O Block affiliated set 600, with D-Rose himself tweeting that the cops hate to see Von, T-Roy, and him all together. Von would tweet gunshot emojis around 10 AM on the 28th of March 2014, and only a few hours later, that very same day, around 1:30 PM, it's believed that a large group of gang members were riding around in a silver minivan with Florida license plates, most likely a stolen car. Meanwhile, a 20-year-old Mark Campbell, aka Lil Mark, was at a bus stop on the 300 block of East 51st Street. It's believed that that minivan pulled up and a masked man jumped out, shooting Lil Mark in the head, with Mark ultimately being pronounced dead at the scene only minutes later at 1:41 PM, and that minivan connected to the shooting being found in flames at 6:30 PM that very night. It's widely believed that D-Rose was the shooter, with King Von being present for this murder. D-Rose even posted a clip to social media of him and his friends returning to the scene of the crime and filming, where King Von can allegedly be heard in the background of the car.
Hey, so took off 51st!
Damn, body down.
Oh, that's what he's
Body down, 51st. Gang.
D-Rose would tweet, "Call 'em, never heard of 'em," with a laughing face just 36 minutes after the killing. King Von would tweet, just 42 minutes after the shooting, "Die why," with a bunch of laughing faces, with this being a sign of disrespect to Lil Mark's gang 051 Young Money. That tweet was then followed by Von saying 051 better keep their head up, with a bunch of laughing emojis. Then he says he lives for this, F the ops. And just in case there was any doubt about King Von being present for that murder, he would also reply to somebody on Twitter discussing Lil Mark, saying outright he just saw the murder, with King Von going on to tweet at other O Block affiliates that they would be celebrating that night. Von was speaking so recklessly on Twitter, his sister would even tell him to go in the house, with a defiant Von replying to her with gunshot and demon emojis, then tweeting that Lil Mark's death was getting him attention from women, even going as far to say that Lil Mark's pregnant girlfriend might have cheated on him, followed by another tweet a few days later where Von claimed that he leaves people dead at the bus stop just like Tuka, a tweet that's even more disrespectful when you learn that Lil Mark was actually Tuka's older brother. D-Rose would also tweet the day after the murder, saying you ain't gotta ask who shot him, indicating that he was indeed the shooter of Lil Mark, as well as proudly saying that he was smoking on Marco. But Von and D-Rose weren't the only ones celebrating the death of Lil Mark, because Lil Durk, the original subject of Lil Mark's diss song No Competition, released just 3 days before he was killed, would end up making a trip to the very bus stop where Mark was gunned down, with Durk telling his followers that this was a very special place.
Hey, this bus stop right here though, this a real famous place, yeah? It's a real famous place, baby. Hey, this bus stop is a real famous place, baby. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Because of all of the attention from rappers about this incident, Lil Mark's death became news beyond the local Chicago papers, with this killing taking place during the heyday of DJ Academic's War in Chirac series, where Academics would report satirically on the Chicago drill scene and the shocking crimes going on within it. King Von himself would even go on to rap about killing people at bus stops many years later, as well as on the song Exposing Me, where he says that he is smoking Lil Mark and Tuka. And Lil Durk would go on to do the same thing, rapping in the December 2014 track War with E-Day 600, also saying that he is smoking Lil Mark and Tuka. Now, it's never been definitively confirmed who killed Lil Mark, but it's widely believed that the two most likely hitters are D Rose or King Von. But whether or not King Von actually did it, he clearly got a lot of gratification from just witnessing this murder, further fueling this strange bloodlust that he was cultivating around this time. If he wasn't the one killing, then he would at least want a front row seat and an opportunity to tweet about it. However, it would be the next murder that would seemingly be Von's most proud moment in the streets, because he would end up finally catching somebody who he had wanted to get for years, leaving clues on Twitter all the way up to the killing. And then, in an insanely twisted turn, not only would Von get away with the murder, but he would go on to appear in a documentary interview about the victim without anybody even working out that the killer that they were looking for was sitting right in front of the camera. 17-year-old gangster disciple Jakira Barnes, aka K.I., was a legendary figure in Chicago gang history, with the Chicago Sun-Times describing her in a prominent feature as a prolific female assassin in the Chicago gang war. K.I. has been described as the real-life Snoop from The Wire, a reference to the masculine female killer from HBO's crime drama. K.I. herself had been close with Tuka growing up, and her rumoured involvement in the killing of O.D. Perry in retaliation would make her feud with O-Block deeply personal. No doubt King Von was obsessed with K.I. Von and K.I. would have extensive back and forths on Twitter, with it being unclear whether he was trying to date her or kill her. Their first interaction occurred on September the 25th, 2012, when Von would tweet claiming to have beaten up an op girl on the train, with K.I. replying to this saying their arm, ear and face were injured, but she's not bothered because her gun will put a hole in her ops' faces, with the tweet the following day indicating that she had perhaps shot at Von or somebody that he knows. They would go on to have a back and forth, with Von asking K.I. if she's a gangster or a bitch, with K.I. indicating that she is indeed a real gangster. Von would go on to reply to her post, shouting out her gang, asking her why he never sees her when he spins the block, with K.I. replying that Von can die just like White White, with Von saying she'd better kill him because he will kill her and she doesn't have the good aim like he does. That same day, K.I. would tell her followers to retweet if they think she looks good. King Von retweeted it. K.I. would tweet saying that she'd beaten up someone from O-Block and that they should go and tell Von that she is tough. This would prompt a reply from Von, where he would say he can tell that she's tough, and jokingly asking her if she's looking for a boyfriend, as well as expressing doubt that she had even beat up his friend, with her replying saying she'd caught an O-Block member on the train who had denied being from there when beaten up, with King Von's sister chiming in claiming to have been there too, and K.I. saying that her victim didn't even punch her back. All this provoked a sarcastic reply from Von, where he said that he thinks he was falling in love with this fighting female. Von would later post tweets where he said that he's going to treat her right if she becomes his wifey, and later beginning to regularly refer to her as wifey. When K.I. replied to Von would say that he has her on his mind a lot, and that he misses her, even telling his sister that he wanted to marry K.I. Now, many years later, somebody on 4chan would claim to have hacked K.I.'s private DMs on Twitter, and revealing that around this time, Von had DM'd K.I. asking her if she wanted to hook up, or more specifically saying he wants to nail her. She would reply saying she's not interested, to which Von replies, when all of this is over, he will have her. More alleged tweets would see K.I. asking Von straight up if O-Block are plotting to kill her, to which Von replies, he's not going to lie, there are people looking to kill her. But Von would say he doesn't think he can kill her, because he thinks she seems cool as hell, even having the nerve to ask her when she's going to stop gangbanging. K.I. would reply saying she's not going to stop, calling King Von a goofy and asking him when he's going to stop. Von would laugh and tell her that he's gangbanging until he dies, and that he will never lose or quit, with K.I. ultimately agreeing with this and saying that she's planning the same thing, before mocking Von, saying he must feel really threatened by her, and questioning if he really thinks they can kill her. Von replies saying that they're trying to kill anyone, they're not just desperate for her specifically, before revealing that he had apparently had his gun on him when he beat her up on the train, but saying he didn't kill her because the police were there along with a woman from his block, with Von saying that if he really wanted to kill her, he would have took his chances and shot her in the train or the street. In response to this, K.I. would reply, come and get it, because she's ready to go to war with anyone, with Von clapping back, questioning why she takes things so seriously. After this alleged private exchange, Von would reply to a public tweet of hers dissing O.D. Perry, and reminding her that he beat her up, even saying that he wishes he'd spat on her afterwards. Now, Von began to use K.I. pretty much for entertainment, beefing her on Twitter whenever he was bored, but K.I. would be looking for Von in real life, however. Von would tweet that he has his ops scared at the corner store, and K.I. would reply saying that she's on the way looking for him, also tweeting asking where he is, with Von replying sarcastically telling her to be safe in the streets. More alleged leaked DMs between K.I. and Von would emerge, with K.I. asking Von where he was, with the two of them seemingly arranging a shootout, with K.I. even asking if T-Roy can come too. K.I. later claimed to have walked through O-Block and not seen a soul, with Von saying that they're too busy to have a shootout right now. Von would later allegedly DM KI, telling her to call him when she's ready to put a dress on and let her hair down. They'd keep going back and forth on Twitter publicly, building up this insane public history. KI tweeted that she was going to the store, and Von would warn her not to. Von would tweet reminding her that he had beaten her up on the train, with her saying that he's been hiding ever since. Von would clap back, asking when she's coming back to his block for a date, and KI would then remind Von of all the times that people from her side had beaten him up. Other O Block members would tweet their intentions to kill KI too, and she would tweet that she wants to see King Von face to face. Von would reply, she really doesn't. One tweet would see Von say that he'd spent all day trying to get KI on the phone, and that her voice sounded sexy. Even after Von went to jail in 2013, Von's sister would tweet at KI, saying that Von had asked her to go and visit him in jail, with Von's sister later suggesting that she had even had a fist fight with KI, and saying that she will see her on 63rd, perhaps for another fight. When Von was released from jail in 2014, he would tweet at KI and ask if she missed him, with her replying, asking when they're meeting up, and adding 4 gun emojis, with Von expressing disappointment that KI didn't come and see him in jail like he'd asked. Now bear in mind, tweeting at KI was one of the first things that Von did upon getting out of jail. He tweeted her twice before he had tweeted at Chief Keef or any of his actual friends from O Block. He was obsessed, but KI would continue to mock Von, asking him how it felt for his friends to die while he was in jail, even retweeting Von's own tweet, saying rest in peace J Money, and going on to insult him in a tweet of her own. This was a reference of Von's friend J Money from O Block, who had been killed in September 2013 whilst he was in jail, with Von retaliating, saying rest in piss to Crack and Modell, with Von even later tweeting that he can't be mad at women unless they're ops, in which case they can die. And another tweet saying how desperate he was to catch a female op. Von and KI would tweet at each other much less in 2014, perhaps because Von was looking to reduce the paper trail leading to him if KI wound up dead. But in the days following Little Mark's death in April 2014, Von would release some brazen tweets. On the 1st of April, he would tell a friend that he would never start rapping and that he prefers killing ops, and tweeting that he had bodies on his gun. On the 6th of April, KI would tweet saying, people won't get the picture until you put them in the frame, along with a gun emoji. That same day, Von would tweet saying if you're not where I'm from, you will get killed. That was followed the next day by Von tweeting that he was always looking for a woman and he can't find her, and saying he will stop looking and let her look for him. He would then go on to tweet on the 10th of April that there's some women he would do anything for, telling her to just hit his line. That would be followed by another tweet saying if a girl leaves him, then she's leaving the best, with it unclear if he's talking about her leaving him or her leaving this earth. That was followed by more tweets, where Von would say if a girl is with the ops, then she's getting shot, and that he's not playing with op girls this summer, and they should watch out. In the early hours of the next morning, KI would make the ominous tweet, in the end, we die, as well as tweeting her apparent location just off 63rd. And later that afternoon, KI would be standing on a nearby porch in the 6400 block of South Eberhart Avenue, only a 3-minute walk towards O Block from the location that she had tweeted she was at earlier that day. And that was the day that King Von would allegedly find that woman that he had been looking for all this time, as KI would indeed be gunned down on April the 11th, 2014. The murder report on KI's death would feature a witness describing the shooter, who hopped out of a car, catching KI and another man who were about to shoot dice. They would run into a gangway, but the shooter kept firing, apparently even shouting, yeah, bitch-ass N-words, as he fired the handgun at KI multiple times. She would be shot 9 times and declared dead just 2 hours later.
For Chantel Brown, the statistics are more than just numbers. Within 12 short hours across Chicago, 14 people were wounded, 2 people killed, one of them being Brown's oldest child.
I'm just going to miss her presence. She was a very, very beautiful, well-known, lovely girl.
17-year-old Jakira Barnes loved basketball, her friends, and being with family. It's still under investigation what exactly happened Friday afternoon in the 6400 block of South Eberhart, but neighbors say Barnes and a friend were walking along the sidewalk when a gunman started firing.
When the bullet hit, it was so powerful, she fell on the step.
Residents who do not want to be identified say Barnes fought to live, but had been shot at least 9 times.
In the jaw, in the neck, and in the chest, and in the leg. 9 times, they said.
Barnes was transported to Northwestern where she died, and tragically for this neighborhood, it wasn't the first child lost to gunfire.
And Von would go on to tweet just hours after KI was pronounced dead, saying that he loves his gang and they love him, before tweeting, mad that nobody misses him. And this was followed by people confirming that KI had been killed. O Block veteran Jay Hood would reveal in a Cam Capone interview many years later that Von came back to O Block and told him what he'd done immediately after the murder.
But he literally say just like this, I'm looking straight, he meant why I just run up on KI, and why I just ran up on them and caught KI, she was the last one running out of the gate. I was like,
why is this guy just saying the whole thing? Ain't he the guy that was talking about Melly too? This guy's giving it up. What's up with him? Is he on his TYMB Faye vibe?
No way.
The day after the hit, Black Disciple rapper Lil Reese would tweet Von's catchphrase saying that he does his thing, seemingly a congratulatory post to Von, who replied saying, you got to. Von would later tweet that he needs a real bitch, and over the next few days, he would once again deliver a flurry of activity on Twitter, tweeting that his ops don't scare him and that the whole gang war is funny to him. He would say that he's lost a lot of friends, so his enemies must die in retaliation. Von would also tweet saying that people wouldn't believe the things that he does in the streets, and saying that he will never tell. Von would even copy KI's earlier tweet from the week before her murder about people not getting the picture until you put them in the frame, as well as tweeting at her saying he misses his old girl. Von was clearly in a celebratory mood following the murder of KI, and he would go on to make post after post referencing the ongoing gang war, posting tributes to T-Roy, telling his incarcerated friend that he was going crazy on the streets while he was locked up. Von was seemingly proud of himself for all he was achieving in the streets at this point. He would seemingly update his body count to 6, openly tweeting homicide in the air and that he made 6 people extinct for playing hard. Von would even post his own mugshot saying they should have never freed him because he's a menace. He tweeted that he put people's brains in their lap and asked his followers if they would still be there for him when he gets 100 years in jail. Von would suggest that he is only competing in kill counts with T-Roy, suggesting that those two were the most deadly people in the streets at this time, and he would claim to wake up in the morning thinking of nothing but killing people. Other rappers and well-known figures around Chicago drill would continue to tweet congratulating King Von after this murder, people like Lil Reese and Boss Top, and Von would also tweet on April the 28th that there's only 2 places for a man like him, presumably jail or hell. Clearly, he must have had an inkling, as he would end up being picked up in connection to the murder the following day, on the 29th of April. But Von would never be formally charged with KI's murder. He would deny even knowing her and would initially offer to do a polygraph test, as well as providing a loose alibi, relying on a woman claiming that she had been with him the entire day of the murder. Combine that with the fact that Von had apparently checked in with his parole officer just an hour before the murder worked in his favour, despite the crime scene being only 35 minutes from the parole office, meaning that Von had over 25 minutes spare to get there and kill KI immediately after signing in with his PO. As a result of these slick maneuvers, Von would indeed be released the next day and face no further consequences in this situation, and he would tweet that he beat that case like Rocky and that he was in a good mood, showing love to everyone but the ops. That was followed by him tweeting laughing faces and saying that he was grateful to be free and that he's too real. A few days later, Von would be tweeting that he beats bodies and that he doesn't plan on going to prison, as well as seemingly referencing KI's resemblance to Snoop from The Wire and calling her a dead op. Years later, Von would even go on to brag about killing KI on songs after he started rapping, famously saying on the track War With Us that he put a pretty op bitch in the morgue, you can call her drop dead gorgeous, as well as saying that he keeps a strap like KI on the song GTA. For years following this murder, people, including myself, speculated on whether King Von had killed KI, or whether it was the work of fellow O-Block hitter Big A, who reportedly went by the nickname ASCII, or Ask KI, after her death, suggesting that he had something to do with her killing. But in lyrics to King Von's leaked song Wait, he seemingly rapped about the day that he caught KI, with lyrics a lot of people believe would allude to Von jumping out of the car and chasing KI down the alley, with Big A being the driver. Von would also rap on the song Cousins that he kills women and men and can't tell the difference. But it wasn't just Von. Lil Durk would also rap in December of 2014, the year that KI was killed, on the song War with E-Day, seemingly suggesting that he had owned a gun that was used in KI's murder. Now, rapping about someone that you killed is one thing, but King Von actually went on to do one of the most psychopathic things I have ever seen. Because on May the 23rd, 2019, a documentary about KI would air on A&E titled Secret Life of a Gang Girl. This piece goes in depth into the life of KI, exploring her motivations to become a gang member despite being a petite young woman, as well as interviewing some of the people that knew her during this time. And that documentary about KI would interview none other than King Von, who was featured prominently in the documentary, and if you ask me, he was just straight up trolling the TV crew, who clearly hadn't done their homework. Von would appear in the show, portraying himself as having been an infatuated admirer, pursuing KI for nothing but romantic reasons. And the fact that the film crew didn't even have an inkling that Von was responsible is just crazy to me. And it's not like the info that he killed KI wasn't already circulating out there at this point, because while Von is in jail for his next murder in 2016, word of his story as a shooter in the Chicago gang war would spread on the edgy message board 4chan, where a gang-obsessed 4chan member would claim to have accessed KI's private DMs, exposing those private messages which we already saw between King Von and KI all the way back in 2012, with this deranged 4chan user even replying to friends of KI from her account who had continued to DM her after her death looking for closure, with that 4chan hacker writing a lengthy post claiming to have been told by a friend of KI's in the DMs that they believe King Von was her killer. Bear in mind, this information was floating around all the way back in 2016, 2 years after the murder and 3 years before the documentary. However, eventually, a whole year after Von's death, in 2021, the Chicago police would release documents revealing that they believed King Von himself to be KI's killer, with apparently multiple witnesses pinning Von as the shooter, but unfortunately, the state decided not to prosecute, stating that the case simply wouldn't meet the burden of proof to secure a conviction. So, King Von would be released back on the streets after having allegedly killed the girl he had seemingly spent years hunting.
Nah, you're right. Yo, somebody said not King Von offering up a polygraph test. That's ridiculous.
Down. But only a month and a half later, Von would go on to catch yet another murder, which would finally land him in jail, and just briefly putting a stop to his serialized killings. After being questioned about the KI murder and being released with no consequences, King Von felt invincible. The month is May 2014, and Von had seemingly killed a total of 6 people at this point. As usual, he'd be on Twitter non-stop, hinting at his actions in the streets, asking God for forgiveness for killing his ops, and saying that he shoots first and asks questions later. He would tweet that he's in a different league when it comes to killing and others need to catch up, and telling the world that he's always armed and ready for his ops. Clearly Von was active in the streets, as well as on Twitter, claiming to be driving through his ops area literally as he was tweeting, and saying that he has an itchy trigger finger. Von would claim that anybody can get smoked for the right price or cause, warning his ops not to come near him or he will shoot. Von would claim to never be putting his gun down because too many people have died in the gang war, taunting his ops, saying he knows that they want him, but it's not his time to die. Von would even repost a viral clip from WorldStar titled "When Keeping It Real Goes Wrong," a video apparently showing a group of people filming themselves going to Chief Keef's neighborhood and getting shot at. A clip that people would later claim was actually King Von doing the shooting. I mean, just imagine having the balls to shoot at people and then retweet the WorldStar video of you shooting at them. The same day as this, Von would claim that he's buying guns with 100-round magazines and wondering who he's going to shoot, as well as saying that he'd been gangbanging all day and now he's tired out. The following day, Von would tweet saying that others wouldn't do half of the stuff that he's done and plans to do in the streets, and Von would say that he plans to keep scoring until he wins. Only 2 days after that, Von would find himself attempting to score again. On the 29th of May, 2014, an afternoon party would be going on at 5722 South LaSalle Street. Von would attend this party where he spotted 2 members from the rival gang. At this point, the mother of the person whose birthday party it was apparently told Von not to start trouble in her house, with Von saying that he wouldn't and leaving. Von would leave the party and go and get a friend, Big Mike, apparently telling another person who was still at the party on the phone that he was coming back and that they should take the children inside. Von and Big Mike would return to that party, parking down the street and approaching a group of 3 men outside the house, opening fire. 3 of those men would be hit by gunshots, whilst Von chased them, allegedly yelling, "Why are you running?" And when the shooting stopped, a 19-year-old man by the name of Malcolm Stuckey would be declared dead with a gunshot wound to the head. The Chicago police would respond to the shooting at 6:10 p.m, arriving on the scene where police were pictured securing the location around Malcolm's body. Apparently Von was really trying to kill 2 rival gang members that he saw at the party, ultimately hitting 3 people for only killing Malcolm, who allegedly wasn't the intended target or even involved in the gang war. Perhaps this is why we never hear King Von in his career disrespecting or saying that he's smoking Malcolm like he did to many of the other people that he was rumoured to have killed. But there would still be hints at his involvement, because while Malcolm had been laying in the street with a bullet in his head for several hours, only 12 minutes before he'd officially be pronounced dead, Von would tweet saying that he has some issues, but he cannot tell a soul about them. Meanwhile, Boss Top from O Block would tweet that Von is the guy who sits people down if they run up. Now, it would take nearly 2 months for the authorities to connect Von to this murder, and during this time, he would continue to be prolific posting on Twitter. He would tweet that he was on the block with his gun in the early hours of the morning, just the day after the murder of Malcolm, and tweeting that all of the things that people are hearing about are him. He's the one responsible. He would tweet saying that he's killed so many ops that he doesn't have any more feelings. He'd also tweet that it's all fun and games until somebody you know is no longer breathing. And he would tweet saying that he did all of this on parole and just wait until he gets off, with a demon emoji. And in another deleted tweet that was apparently reposted by somebody else, Von openly tweeted saying that he wanted to go on an all-out killing spree. However, King Von's crime spree would ultimately be cut short on prom night of all nights. Von would be pictured holding a gun at O Block in his suit in the hours before prom, and he would even tweet warning people not to try him while he's dressed in his suit. Von would then end up doing a shooting in his prom suit with witnesses describing his outfit, ultimately leading to his arrest. Von's last tweet would be on June the 7th, 2014, the ominous statement, "Loose screws get nailed." He would end up being arrested on firearms charges on prom night, and then
Von was shooting shit up on... First, I didn't even know Von went to prom. Now, this is a sick guy, man. Prom night, all you could think about is pussy. It's all about, damn, like everybody popping out. Like in high school, that's when you know even the girls who ain't really give it up all year, like they know, yo, school about to be over, everybody about to go to college. Yo, just give it up because you ain't gonna see these people again type shit. You feel me? So, you know, a lot, god damn.
Following month on the 20th.
Somebody say he rapped about this? No way.
22nd of July 2014, Von's accomplice in the murder of Malcolm Stuckey, Big Mike, ended up getting charged with murder and being taken in for questioning by the police. Then, 2 days later, on July the 24th, 2014, King Von, already in jail, would be charged with 1 count of first-degree murder for the killing of Malcolm Stuckey and 2 counts of attempted murder for the other 2 people shot in that incident. Von's arrest for this crime would attract significant media coverage, and he would remain in jail awaiting trial from June 2014 to December 2017. And during that time, his people would tweet from his Twitter account saying that they missed him, asking for visitors to come see him on his birthday, and posting clips and pictures of him in jail during his visits.
They're going.
What's up, you miss me, man?
Yes!
You lying.
No, I'm not.
You got the money from mobile?
No, it's still a whole car.
Come on, sir. I'm flexed up. I love
Nigga ugly.
You just gotta ring your regular door.
But while Von was in jail, he would raise hell, apparently helping to start a huge fire on the wing in April 2017. He would constantly get into fights with his ops, apparently never turning down confrontations.
That's why I can say Von had over 20 fights in that. He was. He talk about jail. He talk about that shit like it's a rite of passage. Like every was a street like him, he was like jail was coming. Yeah, that's why he was always in there, because he never cared about jail. That's how he was able to be the type of he was in the streets. Because some of these savages, like, and you supposed to do with that in the back of your mind, like knowing, like, man, go south, go to jail. Well, shorty sliding up on like the police don't even exist. He just smoke you broad day.
Von would remain in jail for an extended period of time, around 3.5 years in total. And during his time in jail, he picked up the nickname Grandson, apparently for his resemblance in image as well as temperament to the Black Disciples founder David Barksdale, also known as King David. It's obvious that King Von took a lot of inspiration from the original founder of the gang that he repped, the Black Disciples. Not only going by the name King Von, but also frequently saying David Barksdale's nickname, often ending sentences by saying, "On King David."
It's on King David.
Also, while Von was in jail awaiting trial, the conflicts in the streets would continue to play out, and Von would eventually get the worst news imaginable. His right-hand man T. Roy would be shot and killed in a convenience store on Valentine's Day 2017. Von's people would post Twitter tributes memorializing his friend and favorite shooter, and Von would later open up about the very moment that he got the news about T. Roy's death while he was in jail.
Yeah, R.I.P. T. Roy, man, that was my best friend. I got that nigga on my neck. That's how strong that shit. I got him gang banging on my neck. That's how we was gang banging up.
With Von saying that he completely broke down crying when he found out that his right-hand man T. Roy was gone.
This is my dog. Before they killed my dog, I was locked up. Killed me, I broke down. I ain't cried so long. But every day, this my you know, I'm in jail. I'm fighting the murder. I call it every day. This my right-hand man. So I'm telling him, like, all right, now since he go, you can tell him, he can that. Man, I'm gonna get you out, Von. I'm gonna get you out, man. Whatever I gotta do, I'm gonna get you out. I swear to God. You know, but we in the streets, you know how that shit. So he trying to hustle, he trying to rob, all type. He doing whatever he can do. I'm gonna get you a lawyer, bro. I got you, you know. He be telling me this guy, I be calling, man. Don't even worry about it, man. Just look, just you make sure you go. I'm gonna figure this out. Just be cool out there. I call folks. It's like this on like Valentine's Day. You see what I'm saying? I call my mama back. Man, she crying and shit. Ma, what the f you crying for? You good? You know what I'm saying? Ooh, they shot T-Roy. T-Roy got...
Yo, give me 1 second. I'm grabbing something upstairs. Give me a second.
Oh, what? Ooh, what? Oh, look at the phone. You know how that so you in jail, you can throw it on, what? Now we calling no matter what's going on. He got hit once, some shit. Oh, damn. What the f going on out there? I'm T-Roy. Got shot. Look, this is the thing. Y'all don't know T-Roy. Y'all gotta leave our history of T-Roy. Y'all don't know. T-Roy got to go further. That's T-Roy. That's T-Roy. Oh, you know what I'm saying? Y'all don't know T-Roy like I know T-Roy. You know what I'm saying? So when I hear he get shot on, he don't want to tell me like don't be lacking. Don't be. You know? He was on me. He used to be on each other. You know what I'm saying? Cause me and him, we back to back with my boy. You know what I'm saying? Supposed to got shot. I said, hold on. I said the streets. Hold on. Who got shot? Who? Nah, he a gangster. He got shot before. He a gangster. Folks ain't make it on front of mouth. I play it out, you know me, you gotta play it out. You in jail, that's all type of goofy ass around, you know, these 30 all of your business on King David, I walk it off. I'm just walking around in circles on the deck, you know. And they put their arm around me when I'm like, damn, you good, bro, you good, what's wrong with you, Von? Yeah, I'm good. Ooh, what's wrong? You got a phone, man? I'm good, you know. They what happened, man, they just killed T-Roy. Ooh, he what? I'm T-Roy, they just killed T-Roy. I got to break it down on King David. I couldn't help it, they hugging me. These some real, you know what I'm saying? We grown ass men. Folks grab me to hold me. Get to there, you gonna be alright, but you gonna be alright. Oh, hold on, boy, that's my best friend, boy. Somebody just killed my best friend while I'm in jail. I'm in that gonna go crazy. Oh, I'm in that, don't know what's going on. I'm in that. Y'all, I'm that man. Oh, yeah, I'm in that, nah, not my best friend, you know what I'm saying? I'm in that if he get got. And a lot of hope for a lot of, cause he be, y'all know how folks see his man. T-Roy, T-Roy, let me see who, the guys just looking like, ooh, this preaching on, don't trip, you know. Y'all know this that street. The street watching me like that. I know, yeah.
This is the first time I've ever seen King Von hurt. I could tell he definitely thought him and T-Roy were Shaq and Kobe. Shaq and Kobe are murder. He looked like he didn't give a fuck about nothing else.
The streets, I better pay attention. I ain't gonna keep doing it. This don't supposed to be for free.
Von would take T-Roy's death very seriously. Even after becoming a famous rapper, he would threaten to kill trolls who would DM him mocking T-Roy on his birthday.
Fuck how you feel? You a shorty on, I'll kill you. Yo, as a little boy, I'll choke you out my motherfucking hands and beat the shit out you.
Internet shit fool you, boy. I drop my motherfucking location on you'll pull up, I'll kill you for real, man. Your ass HFE Larry, your ass a goofy, man. Your ass is a bitch, boy. Stop fucking playing me. Go play with somebody else, bro. I'll fuck you up for real. I don't even play like that, gang. For real.
Despite spending 3.5 years in jail, eventually Von would finally face trial for the murder of Malcolm Stuckey. Von's family tweeted from his Twitter account in November 2017 that they had been attending his trial at court. And despite what was originally thought to be a clear-cut case, Von's co-defendant would end up implicating himself and Von in the crime in an attempt to secure a deal with prosecutors, but ultimately backing out of that deal at the last minute, leaving prosecutors scrambling for any evidence that would actually implicate Von in the murder. Allegedly, eyewitnesses who saw Von that night failed to testify, and King Von would even later rap about the situation on the track What's Next, saying that they killed the only witness and that Big Mike was the only one who spoke. This turn of events would see King Von being acquitted of all charges due to lack of evidence, and Big Mike himself going down for 16 years, plus an extra 12 for backing out of a deal with prosecutors, so a total of 28 years. After this, King Von would be a free man once again, beating a body and returning to the streets of Chicago with his freedom and a clean slate. The family of Malcolm Stuckey would later admonish Von on social media for getting away with this gruesome murder and going on to become a rapper. But, as we'll soon learn, Von had zero shame about the things that he had done in the streets. In fact, he would wear the badge of a killer who beat a body with pride. And after killing an alleged 7 people in total, when Von got out of jail, it would be time for a new beginning, as the newly free King Von would take all of his stories from being a killer on the streets of Chicago and put them into songs, becoming a Chicago drill rapper with so much credibility as a gangster, his music simply could not be ignored. And soon, all over Chicago and around the world, Von's name would be ringing, as people would begin to discover what appeared to be the realest gangster rapper who ever lived. After being acquitted of all charges in the murder of Malcolm Stuckey, King Von would walk out of jail a free man once again around the 6th of December 2017, being seen walking fresh out of the gates on social media. Von would also return to Twitter as well as the streets, telling 16 Shot and Visuals that his friend E-Dog from O-Block picked him up and the first thing they did was go and buy a gun.
I want to rock. My family give me E-Dog, I'm on the block.
At the time of his release, Von wasn't yet a rapper. It's unclear if Von ever really had aspirations of transitioning from shooter to rapper. On the one hand, there's old tweets where he perhaps jokingly said that him and T-Roy had planned to release music, but nothing ever materialized. On the other hand, he had also tweeted that if he ever starts rapping, you should kill the person closest to you, because something ain't right. So it's safe to say that at least initially, Von's plans were not music. At least not for himself, because one person who hadn't forgotten Von during his long 3.5 years in jail was his childhood friend and Chicago rap superstar Lil Durk, who had tweeted his support for Von whilst he was still in jail fighting his charges, and apparently calling him regularly, even providing money for a lawyer. Durk would welcome Von home from jail with open arms, with Von actually revealing later that his friendship with Durk had initially had an ulterior motive, and that at first he was just planning to hang around Durk and rob people that he knew just to get himself to $100,000.
I wasn't no rapper, so it wasn't none of that rapping shit. I'm thinking like, I just need to get 100,000, I'm gonna be decent, I'm gonna rob this, and I'm trying to rob this other. And that's why I was thinking in jail when I was, you know, if I got to jail, talk to your homies in jail. They say, what you gonna do? I say, I'm gonna go around Durk, and I'm just gonna catch me. I'm gonna go around Durk, and I'm gonna catch me like 2-3. You see what I'm saying? And Durk, I ain't gonna let him know because he's gonna try to stop me.
After coming home from jail, music was the last thing on King Von's mind. He just wanted to get money and flex his newfound freedom. He would be seen fresh home, posing in new outfits on Instagram, with pictures celebrating his freedom, attracting threats from his enemies like FBG Cash. But it seemed that Von's friends would be looking out for him, and no one was looking out for Von more during this time than Lil Durk, who would invite Von into his life and entourage as he continued his rise as one of Chicago's most promising rappers. Durk was working on his 2018 mixtape Just Cause Y'all Waited, and that tape featured the classic track Durky O Crazy. Soon after getting out of jail, Von would be sitting in the back of Durk's car, previewing this future classic before it was released. Perhaps the reason that Durk wanted to play Von this track is because the song itself references Von's case, with Durk rapping that a witness went missing and now Von is coming home. Once again, Von's real life of crime was providing inspiration for Chicago's biggest rappers. Clearly Durk was inspired by the return of his newly freed hitter and would continue spending time with him. Later that day, in the same Instagram live, King Von would explain to Durk how he grew his hair in jail just to keep himself warm, and explaining just how painful the shackles were that he was forced to wear whilst in solitary confinement.
It was cold them nights. It was cold them nights. For them great, I'm under that blanket. Ooh, it was ugly. Ankle still got that scar on it. Look for the thing. The shackles, them killing.
Going to court?
In the hole, you gotta wear shackles.
Oh, no?
Man, everything.
Every day?
Every time you come out? Oh. Yeah, every day. You gotta get on the phone, you man.
This when you walk, we can this.
Right, now it'd be the back of my shit, cause my ankle's little as hell. I'm full on. Look, I got that.
Von would seemingly spend Christmas 2017 with Durk too, with them being seen together on social media listening to classic Chicago drill anthems by LA Capone. Moving into 2018, Von started off in classic savage mode, posting on social media toting guns and declaring his desire to bring war to his ops. He had been seen on clips on social media walking through O Block and showing the world that he was still in these streets, untouched even after all of the people he had allegedly killed, even speculating on who was in the comments on these lives, his ops or the cops.
Oh, yeah, that block. You know I'm with that block. Hey, y'all in the house. I don't be knowing if these are feds or folks now. Folks not gonna like feds.
As January went on, Von would continue to flex his muscles on social media, and he would be seen listening to NBA YoungBoy of all people, whilst chilling with O Block native Mana Duke and telling followers that they were smoking their dead ops.
A lot of your dead mans. Phone them. Tuka man, goddamn it, Brick man, Kobe man.
You be strapped up.
Yeah, we strapped up.
Clearly, Von was still in the streets initially. After enjoying some time in Atlanta with Lil Durk, once he'd returned to Chicago in February, he quickly found himself in trouble, tweeting that he was riding around with a gun and weed. Then he would end up getting arrested at O Block on February the 14th, 2018. The 1-year anniversary of T-Roy's death, with this arrest taking place soon after he tweeted that he was in O Block and armed on the anniversary of T-Roy's murder. Von would be arrested on charges of shooting and bodily harm, with cops claiming that he ran from them and threw a gun, battering them in the process of the arrest, with the body cam footage of this arrest later becoming public, which showed a menacing King Von telling the police with pride that he just beat a body and 2 attempted murders.
So this is gentleman we were chasing, but on video they went back, went under the cars where we think he ditched it, got in the vehicle, we stopped the vehicle, get him out, battery, fight with that, vehicle takes off on us, and we got this, and then we got about 50 people around us. So
What happened?
you're gonna go to jail for battery to a police officer.
Why it?
Me?
Where?
And you
I got everything. Where at?
Thank you very much. We'll take it
I've been
then.
cuffed since I was in the car. If I go home, it's Valentine's Day.
You got the plate number since you got it on tape, man? Oh, you don't have that? Okay, listen. All right. I know, but I don't have it ready.
Come on, finish. Switch them off.
2 N's, 2 T's.
Watch it, because he's gonna. You live here?
Hey, Vaughn. Yeah, I live here. I live in Atlanta.
What?
You got middle?
Yeah, like this one.
How about date of birth?
Yeah, she was here the whole time videotaping.
94.
Oh, well, for majority of it, not when we got him out of the car.
Yeah, a lot of time.
I cuffed him this way.
But y'all let me go to my Valentine's Day.
You talked to jail.
I just got it. You don't want me, that's what I'm saying.
What would you like him for?
A body and 2 attempts.
I'm sorry?
You want it? You're gonna have it.
You're gonna want to cuff him in the back.
Yeah.
So,
Come on, grab my
he's
car.
all kinds of fun.
Look out. We got you.
Let go, stupid man.
No, we got you.
Let go.
Yeah, we got it from here. You got locked up over here recently?
No, hell no.
What'd you locked up here?
Huh? I got it. Jail, be my case. I'll try to person be murdered.
You on video right now, man.
It's cool.
The chase behind your back.
So when I'm getting trouble right now, just put that on video.
We're gonna figure it out.
But now I'm not under arrest.
Yes, you are.
For what?
Probably trespass over here.
Oh, yeah.
And hitting a guy.
Hit who? Everybody got fur wood.
Are you injured? Do you need an ambulance? See battery? Okay, no problem.
Thank you.
All right. Where's your coat?
He asked him, man. The super cop.
Where's his coat?
It's in the back seat in the Infiniti.
It's gone?
After the arrest, a furious-looking King Von mugshot circulated online, but Von would be out within just a couple of days, tweeting that he believes that the cops have it out for him because he escaped those murder charges, and he would boast that he would never let them get him. Clearly, King Von wasn't ready to permanently move on from his life as an O Block hitter, and he would still be going live on O Block in March 2018, mocking their dead ops.
Right. Who got Tuka Man?
Hurry, get Tuka Man. I sure got Trent, Poppy, Mayan.
I can't be in no room without smelling Tuka. I got at least smell it. I'm from just to know like Tuka's still around and loving memory of Tuka.
But Von would also continue to be seen hanging out closely with Lil Durk, seemingly making regular trips to spend time with the rapper in Atlanta. At a certain point, Von and Durk would be reunited with another friend and feared Chicago shooter, THF Bezu, with Bezu, just like Von, beating a 2014 murder charge for a shooting that occurred in 2009. Lil Durk was now rolling with 2 certified Chicago shooters on his team. But the plan wasn't to shoot. Durk planned instead to transform these hardened street figures into rap superstars. The realest rappers who had ever rapped, with the realest backstories to back it up. Von would post pictures in the studio with Durk, saying that he isn't going back to his old ways, and hinting to an upcoming career in the rap game. Since beating his murder case and coming home, Von had the perfect backstory to kickstart his music career too. THF Bezu had essentially been through the very same situation. So Von and Bezu would be paired up and placed into a studio where they would record a song all about their shared experience beating real-life murder charges. Something that Von and Bezu would open up about in a 16-shot interview.
Me and some bodies. Like, that's the story we can tell. Like, they charge us with some bodies we ain't doing. We be
On May the 27th, 2018, King Von and THF Bezu released their first song, Beat That Body, a track coming with shocking lyrics where Von essentially admits to catching bodies, beating them, and even saying that he now plans to catch more. This insane backstory would be irresistible for Chicago drill fans, with Durk later revealing that people instantly went crazy for Von's music in Chicago.
And he see like us what we doing his music, and I had a studio in my house. He just tried it. When he dropped the song, like the reaction was just like, he next. I'm like, oh, you on something, you know what I'm saying?
But Von didn't seem too hopeful for his rap career to begin with, barely promoting the song, and seemingly having no plans to give up his full-time job as an O-Block driller, or at least shot caller, because in the months that followed Von's musical debut, killings would still continue to play out in the streets, with Von appearing to remain plugged into the action. Not only giving Von and his gang even more credit in the streets, but with these murders also providing Von with the inspiration to get back into the booth, where he would continue to record music all about the deadly violence that he would soon become famous for. While King Von was in jail, numerous people from O-Block ended up getting killed. Perhaps it was precisely because their most fearless shooter was in jail that so many people ended up passing while he was gone. Von was particularly hurt by the killing of T-Roy, his right-hand man, and after T-Roy was killed, a new set of gangsters would form in O-Block who went by the name Get Back Gang. This was a hardened crew of shooters whose sole focus was to get revenge or get back for the murder of T-Roy and other beloved O-Block natives who had been killed while Von was in jail. Another one of these fallen O-Block affiliates was Chino, who was shot dead on the 17th of July 2016. Another, Big A, was gunned down in a restaurant near O-Block on the 4th of December 2016. Get Back Gang would be on a killing spree trying to avenge their fallen friends, looking to kill anyone who played a role in their demise. Poppy, believed to have been involved in hits against O-Block, would be gunned down at work on the 16th of June 2017, allegedly being shot in the head by an O-Block member called Heck, who would go on to be known by the nickname HK or Headshot King. HK was T-Roy's brother and would reportedly avenge him, with T-Roy's alleged killer TB or Terry Barry being shot dead on the 26th of December 2017. However, HK himself would end up being killed in O-Block 2 just before Von got out of jail on the 24th of November 2017. Another person who seemingly lost their life to Get Back Gang's revenge campaign during this time would be FBG Brick, FBG Duck's just kept getting away with it, living a gang life in Chicago, as Crazy Story Part 3 was finally released. This was another op-shooting, storytelling anthem, and the most significant release leading up to September 19, when his Grandson Volume 1 mixtape would come out. This was a roaring debut for Von, with the project landing at number 75 on the Billboard 200, and this project had some crazy song concepts, like the track F Your Man, which is a love song, where Von raps about seducing a woman with a boyfriend and vowing to kill him for her, along with numerous lyrics about killing ops and catching bodies, as well as shooting up funerals. He also had another song with Lil Durk called Twin Nem, where Durk says that Von shoots people, and that they got caught shooting on camera with no money.
Oh, my bad. Hey, y'all tell me what y'all want me to do, right? Because I skipped 2 portions of it. I think we got through most of, like, the murders they claim he was a part of. Y'all want me to keep like, there's still some portion of it left. You want me to keep let the rest of it rock? It's going to get to the YoungBoy shit? Or should we move on? Y'all let me know. I'm going to do whatever y'all want. Let it rock, let it rock. Okay, it's all good. It's all good. It's all good. By the way, I'm drinking my second cup of. I don't know if you guys know. I started drinking coffee. This is black coffee, so I don't. It's a straight black coffee. I drank 1 cup earlier. I'm drinking another cup now. Just gonna make sure I stay on stream for another few fucking hours. So I'm definitely locked in with y'all. Don't worry.
Outright that he tries to kill people, ironically saying that he can't speak on what he's doing because the feds are watching him, you know, whilst rapping about what he's doing on his Billboard charting mixtape. He also had the pop rap love song No Flaws, where he sings to a woman about how dangerous and handsome he is. He also had a song Mama's Boy, where he says that his mother is who raised him into the robbing savage that he is today. He also references beating up K.I. on the train on this song. Von was putting out a lot of bold statements on this project, and surprisingly, with all of this coming out whilst he was still behind bars. Eventually, Von would get out of jail on October the 10th, 2019, being released and returning to Twitter immediately, continuing to push and promote his new mixtape, as well as announcing that he would be going on tour to perform his new hits live. And Von would go on to play huge shows with his fans going crazy, and he would waste no time beginning to tease new music soon after his mixtape dropped. Specifically, the first single of his next project, titled 2 AM, a song where Von rapped the brazen lyric, "Can't put no more guns in my videos, cause the ATF and DEA know they ain't props." And after this release, Von would claim to be receiving multi-million-dollar record deal offers. But while Von was getting more and more famous, so too were the rumors of him being a real killer, and his incriminating lyrics weren't helping matters either. During this period, it seemed like Von would simultaneously be claiming to have really done all of these murders in his music, but then at other times being desperately trying to convince his following that he never did anything. On his November 29th release, the song Rollin' with fellow rapper and accused double murderer YSL Melly, Von would rap that he has killed so many people they should call him Rambo, and saying, "I did it, but it wasn't me, which perfectly sums up his attitude during this time, jumping on songs and saying over and over again that he really is the killer they say he is, and then jumping on Twitter to say that he would never do anything like the rumors say he did. He would tweet after this release saying that somebody is trying to send him to jail every day. And in December, Von would appear prominently on Lil Durk's Family Over Everything compilation album for his OTF record label, with the front cover of this project ironically resembling a suspect board for a criminal investigation, with Von positioned as an underboss under Lil Durk. I honestly wouldn't be surprised if the feds just downloaded this image and added it to the case file. But a few days later, on December the 14th, 2019, Von does a post on social media saying that he is all these dead people want to talk about in heaven. Rest in piss to the goofies. I wouldn't be the savage I am today if it wasn't for y'all. It seemed like Von was really getting more and more comfortable saying that he was a killer publicly. The following week, on December the 21st, 2019, Von does a feature for the rapper Lil Loaded where he raps that he put that boy in a box. But not long after this song dropped, Von would go live on Instagram in the car telling fans that he has bodies, and even going as far as to ask them to guess how many people he's killed, and asking the fans if they think that it's more than 5 bodies, and even seemingly swearing on O.D. Perry's life that he has killed more than 5 people.
Audience to a time. And I got a lot of bodies. Tell them I got a lot, BJ.
They know.
Just for you, how many y'all think? Tell them you stop there. Nah, you can't.
Hey, look.
How many though?
What y'all think? Or y'all think his ass all cap?
More than 5.
Well, y'all think his ass all cap?
More than 5?
Maybe cap.
I'm tweaking out. I'm tweaking too out.
Oh, you ain't? It's sorry.
Oh, more than 5. Ah, shut up.
That numbers.
They put numbers up there. They put numbers up there. No, I'm just playing, man. We trying to stop playing.
You know?
Hey,
y'all get off that scary shit, y'all. Y'all getting scary. Stop being so scary.
They go, get out! Okay, damn!
Von was either feeling invincible or just being completely reckless. He would tweet a couple of days after Christmas 2019, beat the odds time and time again without doing no funny stuff. Stay in 10 toes. I done chased and beat up the guys that you were claiming was gangster, and I got fans all over the states. One of the realest and rawest people you'll ever meet. You're welcome. As well as saying, F his dead ops. Going into 2020, Von was still winning, tweeting that it now costs $20,000 to book him for a show, and then announcing a huge booking opening for G Herbo on his PTSD tour. Clearly stacking that paper, in February, Von was going live in the bank, making a large deposit, and pressing the bank manager.
Posting that crazy. What's up, man? You good? They feed me. Ain't nobody with you, is it? On his ass. Nobody's safe.
But soon Von's bank account was about to go to the next level, because at the end of February, he would release one of the biggest songs of his career, his hit track, Took Her to the O. Another storytelling type track with a catchy chorus where Von shouts out O Block. But this time, it wasn't some random made up story. This was a song all about him meeting a woman who leads him to his rival from Tuckerville turned rapper, FBG Duck. Von ends the song saying that he shoots Duck, literally rapping that he killed him and left him on the curb, with this supposedly fictional FBG Duck murder scenario being reenacted in the music video of the song too. The day that Von released the video, he would tweet saying that everything he says in his music is made up and that he's just rapping to make money for his family. And I'll be honest, I believe this is where we see Von's psychopathic tendencies really shining. Not only had he seemingly killed people and occasionally attempted to deny it on Twitter, but this time he had actually made a whole song and an entire narrative music video about him personally killing FBG Duck. This is someone he had openly been embroiled in a deadly feud for around a decade with at this point. Von was literally making videos telling the story of how he was going to kill FBG Duck, all while claiming on Twitter that his lyrics were just entertainment. But apparently they weren't, because allegedly behind the scenes, Von had put $100,000 of his hard-earned rap money up as a bounty on FBG Duck's head. This is the kind of behavior that makes me feel King Von really was a serial killer, because no amount of success in the rap game was enough for him to stop killing people. Instead, his compulsion to kill, or at least to commission killings, was just too strong. He would continue to allegedly use his resources to have people killed behind the scenes, all while attempting to maintain a somewhat clean public image, despite all of the music that he was releasing celebrating murder. The video for Took Her to the O would get 1 million views in 24 hours, and at this point Von was really one of the hottest prospects in the rap game, and fans would be hungry for his next full-length release, which came on March the 6th, 2020, when he dropped his new mixtape, LeBron James, named after the famed NBA legend LeBron James, who had become a fan of Von's music along with his son. And Von would troll his ops by even purchasing a promotional billboard for the project on 63rd, as well as releasing Not From 63rd merchandise. Unfortunately for Von, however, the project itself would end up debuting precisely at number 63rd on the Billboard charts. Sometimes I see stuff like this and I just feel like it must have been God just making fun of Von for all the bad things he did in his life. Because this was his biggest career achievement, but you know he must have been furious to have ended up charting at the one number that he despises. And Von would never even publicly acknowledge or tweet the chart performance of this mixtape, probably for that reason that it went 63rd. But landing at 63rd on Billboard was still a great performance for a a relatively new artist with such violent and raw content. The project itself will be laced with more aggressive drill anthems, like the track Down Me with Lil Durk, where Von raps about getting doctors to bring people back to life so he can kill them again, and killing so many ops that the surviving ones don't have any friends left. There would also be the song Broke Ops, where he seemed to reference calling for the hit on Can't Get Right. Then there was the track Don't Wanna Be Me, where Von explains that his mindset growing up had to be either him or me. He'd reminisce on hearing gunshots the night he moved into O Block as a child, and his experience growing up around killers and criminals and having to fight every day. He would rap about being devastated at the loss of his right-hand man T-Roy, and explaining how losing Sherroyd, OD, and Platoon turned him into a killer in 2012, ultimately describing the gory details of the bloody couple of months of killing that he was allegedly involved in 2014. And during this time, Von also begun to post pictures of his friends from O Block posing with large wads of cash and referring to them as Get Back Gang Entertainment, further blurring the lines between the music and the real gang killing people in the streets. A week later, Von would appear on his girlfriend Asian Doll's song, Pull Up, a track with jaw-dropping lyrics where Von claimed to have killed 7 people in total at this point, saying that if he catches 3 more, he's at double digits. A day after that release, Von would tweet that girls hook up with him just so that they can say that they were with a killer. Next, he appeared on the song Get Back Mode with O Block veteran Boss Top, where he rapped that he was stacking up bodies like Tetris. All of these murder anthems—
I swear, that is the actual thing. I know some chicks. They can't. I hung out with them twice. Some group of chicks. I swear, they said they saved up to go to Chicago. They had like pictures of Von and all that. Like, they were infatuated with Chicago. And I just couldn't, like, nigga, they were like, oh, this is us in the hall, in the stairwell at O Block. And I'm like, nigga, how's that your vacation? But those chicks, number one, they were ratchet. Number two, what turned them on was killing. It's weird. It was like so weird. So I believe definitely that was true.
Were doing numbers, and the money was rolling in for Von. He would graduate from buying his mother Gucci purses, soon flexing on Twitter that he had just bought her a brand new Mercedes and large suburban home. Von's career was going from strength to strength, and he was showing no signs of letting up. On April the 29th, 2020, he would drop his new single, Grandson for President, coming with lyrics where he says that they're trying to blame him for all the unsolved murders in his city. He'd rap that he's trying to kill all of the ops, and he would end his verse saying that he could kill you by rapping on the beat, or by shooting you in the street. And Von would promote the music video for this song on Instagram, adding a caption with 7 skulls, asking people how many they have, sparking speculation that this was him cryptically telling the world once again that he had killed 7 people to promote this song. A few days later, he appeared on the song Body Count with Mozzie and G Herbo, rapping that if you have a few bodies, everyone will know. A couple of days later, Von would tweet that he can't get a job now because he has more bodies than TK, a teenage rapper who got 55 years for murder. Von would also tweet that he's done more hits than made hit songs. And then, on May 21st, 2020, a vlog was released which showed Von going back to O Block, aka Parkway Gardens, to hand out wads of cash to his gang. And it would later emerge that Von was providing drugs and guns to his old hood and splitting the rewards with his crew, providing them with jewelry and luxury vacations in exchange for their work in the streets. Von clearly didn't care about broadcasting his activities to the world, and eventually, people began to take notice. On May the 22nd, YouTuber Trap Geek releases an iconic video on King Von titled The Soft-Spoken Assassin. This video essentially broke down Von's violent past and his rise to the top of the rap game.
One murder of a kid named Modell, allegedly, according to the internet detectives on Reddit, has King Von's name written all over it.
And Von didn't seem to initially appreciate the attention, tweeting that the videos these white people are all making about him aren't true and calling them the cops, or 12. However, a month later, Von seemed to have a change of heart, and he would actually begin to use that nickname that Trap Geek gave him as a caption on his Instagram, declaring himself to be a soft-spoken assassin. 2 days later, Von tweeted that he still has people on his list, presumably referring to a list of people he still wants to kill. And it seems that the biggest name at the very top of that list was FBG Duck. Von had been going back and forth with Duck since high school and had a years-long grudge against him. He'd had a Twitter exchange with Duck the day before he'd allegedly killed KI, who was a close friend of Duck's, an exchange where Von said that he was also looking for Duck. In fact, a couple of months after King Von had released the music video for Took Her to the O, that video where he played out his fantasy of killing Duck, Duck would go live saying that he beat up Von on the school bus back in the day.
Beat your ass on the bus on Tuka.
Duck would also tell Von that he's only famous because of Lil Durk.
You come up under Durk. When y'all get mentioned as Lil Durk homies.
But here's where things get chilling, because as Durk continues to mock Von in what seems to be a disrespectful, but at least not entirely death-threatening way, Von would pop up, following along live and demonically commenting on Duck's Instagram names of people that Get Back Gang had seemingly killed, and continuing to insult him throughout the entire live. It seemed like Von was plotting on having Duck killed for years. In November 2018, King Von would be on live, apparently in Lil Durk's Atlanta home, expressing his desire to see FBG Duck dead, saying that he would perform at his funeral whilst eating some cereal.
Yeah, cereal be busting stuff. They said King Von featuring FBG Duck.
I said that's what they want to see, huh?
Stop that, man.
I'll perform at his funeral.
We now know that Von had allegedly put up a $100,000 bounty on FBG Duck's head, and funnily enough, Von tweeted throughout his career that his main goal was simply to make $100,000. And when Von was finally rich, less than a month before Duck was killed, he would tweet, "Von got the money, so Von gonna pay it to his brothers." And he would also later rap on the song Me and Doody Low that he gave out 100, so you can bet that they're coming. In July 2020, Von would also show off O-Block chains that he had purchased for his friends from the famous hip-hop jewelry store Icebox, something that we now know may well have been an incentive provided to Von's shooters to continue to catch bodies for him. And soon, we would see the tragic reality of this situation playing out on the streets of Chicago in real time. On the afternoon of August 4th, 2020, FBG Duck is shopping in the Gold Coast, a place that's been described as the Rodeo Drive of Chicago, a high-end and high-profile tourist shopping district. After being given Duck's location, 6 shooters were sent from O-Block to kill him. They were Charles Liggins, aka C-Murder, DeCarlos Offord, aka Los Munna, Marcus Smart, aka Moowop, Christopher Thomas, aka C-Thang, Kenneth Robertson, aka Kenny Mack, and Zell Munna. After being provided with his location, 2 vehicles end up 30 minutes away from O-Block, pulling up to the location where Duck had been shopping. Then, at about 4:37 p.m, Duck would be confronted outside of the Dolce & Gabbana store by a group of masked individuals hopping out of 2 cars and opening fire on Duck in broad daylight. A man and a woman who were standing with Duck at the time of the shooting were both injured, but fortunately survived. And someone would even post a 12-minute video depicting the crime scene immediately after Duck's death, with Duck being seen writhing in pain on the ground in the final moments of his life. Once again, this situation just drives home the destruction these killers were so willing to inflict on the streets that they lived in and to the fellow citizens who lived there with them.
I'm in the Gold Coast right now. They shot FBG Duck, man. I don't know who shot him, man. I just ran into this, y'all. Man. They shooting in the Gold Coast of Chicago, bro. Chicago is not a safe place to be. You cannot even go downtown and enjoy your day without violence, bro. Look at this, bro. Look at this, bro. That's a Chicago rapper, man, by the name of FBG Duck.
After Duck's passing, this brazen, broad daylight hit would make international news, with reporters comparing the killing to a Chicago mob boss hit from the 30s.
On August 4th, 2020, it looked like an old-time outfit attack here on Chicago's Oak Street. 2 attack cars, 4 shooters, and a hail of bullets. But the target wasn't a 1930s gangster, he was a new millennium rapper, FBG Duck.
It would appear that only 7 minutes after the killing of FBG Duck, King Von would tweet a goat emoji, seemingly congratulating himself for pulling off a hit that he had wanted to do for more than 10 years. This was quite possibly the 9th murder that King Von was responsible for, and the 11th that he had allegedly been connected to. And perhaps Von soon realised that he shouldn't be celebrating this one too hard, because the following day he would tweet denying being involved and saying that everybody blames him. Von would later tweet that him and Duck settled their differences before his death, suggesting that they were even going to make a song together. This to me seems like an obvious lie, once again showcasing the psychopathic tendencies that King Von had when it came to killing. In public, he would say anything he could to take the heat off himself and appear innocent, but behind closed doors, he had allegedly plotted, paid for, and was celebrating Duck's murder. Von and other O-Block affiliates would go on to release song after song referencing the murder of Duck. The day after Duck's death, King Von and Durk dropped their new song, All These N-Words. A track which doesn't have any specific lyrics pertaining to Duck, but in it, Von would rap about having bodies from way back, and the song's release essentially served as a victory lap for Von, Durk, and anyone else who would have been happy about Duck's demise. OTS Doody Low would reference people getting killed while shopping on the song Me and Doody Low with King Von saying outright on the track that he gave out 100,000 and sent his boys coming, as well as saying that somebody got left shot in public before being rushed to the hospital. With these 4 lines of rapping, Von essentially broke down the entire hit, and the price he'd allegedly paid for it to happen. Von would also rap on the song Don't Miss with DQ that Duck got nailed, no hammers, as well as lyrics that seemingly refer to the funeral shooting and the killings of Modell and Doc. On the posthumously released track Shameless Remix with Boss Top, Von would also rap that he's ducking no beef, and even Lil Durk would later release the song Should Have Ducked, dissing FBG Duck and saying that he's smoking him. Lil Durk would take things to the next level, even joking with country music star and collaborator Morgan Wallen that he loved duck hunting. This would lead to Wallen posting duck emojis on Durk's post, and later being forced to apologise after being informed that he'd actually been tricked into dissing Lil Durk's dead ops. After FBG Duck was killed, it seemed like King Von and his team truly felt invincible. And pretty much from here until the day he died, King Von didn't seem to care who knew about the killings he was allegedly responsible for. In his music and on social media, he would troll endlessly and hint towards him and his friends being real killers, seemingly oblivious or just not caring that the whole world was beginning to learn what he had done. In August, Von is on Instagram Live with DQ from O-Block saying that there's no more FBG.
All that dissing or saying something or even acting like y'all with some that y'all know for sure ain't with, I'm gonna smack that on y'all. I ain't gonna play like that. And we know y'all ain't gangsta, y'all on the internet. We know y'all ain't gangsta, y'all ain't trying to do that. Ain't no more FB. I swear. Ain't that right, Big DQ? Ain't that right?
Von would also tweet that he knows the police have his phone tapped, and that all they'll find out is that he gives people money every day. Money for what though, Von? Von would also go on to tweet that 63rd was no more, and another saying you heard what they say I did, but I did worse, indicating that Von had done even more crimes that the public didn't know about. After this, we would see one famous example of King Von's crimes catching up with him in the music industry. He had actually been booked to perform at rap music festival Rolling Loud in 2020. However, the pandemic of 2020 would shut that down and see the festival unable to go ahead in person. So instead, Rolling Loud would end up hosting a digital live stream same event with rappers in September of 2020. And as part of this event, King Von would be interviewed in a shocking segment where the hosts were asking him questions that had been sent in from the comments, with some bright Chiracologist submitting a question to the unsuspecting hosts, who would read it, asking Von if he would ever collab with names of people he was rumoured to have killed. With Von even being so amused by this question bringing up his old bodies, he would even go and find his trusty shooter Muwop, putting his face on camera to show the reaction to these clueless interviewers dissing their dead enemies.
They want to know if you do a feature with Modell, P5, Malcolm. You know them? Nah. Alright, never mind. He already told us about Tuka. He said Tuka one of his favorites to work with. They want to know about the Gleesh Place video.
Oh, Gleesh Place coming soon. And I'll do a feature with all of them. Tell them just send them money.
Yeah, we need that bag. 100 racks. 100 racks a feet.
Oh, think they got it.
My boy charging 100 racks.
Don't get me started on this. I be tickets. Y'all don't know me. Y'all don't know. I be tricking on this. Say the names who went through the features again.
He'd have to scroll up. I can't even see that.
Y'all listen to the names he said went through the features.
We'll get a clip of it and we'll send it to you.
Alright, tell me names. Listen to the names he said went through a feature with.
They want to know if you'd ever do a song with Young and Ace, Jada Youngin, and K. I don't know who that K artist.
No, say the other names you said.
You got to scroll up so I can read that. Can you do that for me? Yeah. Hold on. It was. No, scroll up a little more. I got it right here. If you do a feature with Modell, Tyreek, P5, or Malcolm.
Look out, folks. Look.
That's a no, right? I'm assuming that's a no.
Hey, folks, to talk to you on some police.
I don't even. Who are those? Am I supposed to know who they are?
Man, them people is dead. You bogus. No, I'm just playing. What's that? Let's go to the next question.
No, that's crazy. They had me violate like that.
Hey, you with that? Fuck 63rd. No, I'm just playing.
The day after this, Von would tweet saying, "Who wants clout? If you diss Von, he will put you in the clouds." Possibly another reference to FBG Duck's murder, whose nickname was, of course, Big Clout. A day after this, Von would take to Instagram Live, saying that he's tired of people judging him because of YouTube videos about him.
Yeah, I think y'all know me because I watch YouTube and y'all listen to what these people telling y'all stupid. Oh, yeah? Y'all listen to what people telling y'all. Them people trying to make me bad when I am. Them people trying to make me over them. It's cool. They got to do, motherfucker. I do what they got to do. Y'all don't know me. I ain't on no super tough, no super game. That's just what's going on. That's what I am. That's what's going on. So I'm laughing, I'm smiling around here. Because I'm super gangster.
This was an epic Instagram Live where Von would go in depth on a lot of things, showcasing both sides of his personality. He would say that he's really a gangster like the videos say, but that he's also smiling about it because it makes him laugh, before also reminding fans not to play with him because he really is dangerous.
I'm super gangster. I'm like that, but I ain't on that. You know what I'm saying? I'm smiling, I'm playing with y'all. But don't play with me like that. I don't play with nobody like that for real.
King Von would tell his fans that him and his O-Block homie Louis kill their ops.
Kill your lot dick sucking ass on King Dave. Got to fucking with them niggas on King Dave, King. Don't trip. We ain't gonna talk about that no more. I wish Louis would rah. Not as Look at Louis Goop.
At this point, Von is seemingly hyped up and begins to ask the audience which ops he should talk about.
Man, let's talk about it. I'm on the road today. I'll put right out the day. Who to talk about? Drop a name on my.
Von goes on to say that people are just mad because he's tough and handsome, and because he knows that he did violent things to people who were in the comments on this live, with Von even going as far as to say to his viewers, if he did something to you or your family, comment below and he will pin it.
Hey, you hate, I know you ain't know me. I know you behave. I look like this and I'm tough like I am. Oh yeah. That shit hurt. And I did shit on it. I seen what I did. Yeah, that shit hurt. I get to say your name on the y'all gonna get looking. I get to comment. I'ma pin y'all if I did something to you. Let's see how about this guy. So you ain't do shit to me. My cousin maybe. Or if I did something to somebody, no, I'm just playing. We making this street look good. Man, this street all bad on King Dave. I done lost everybody. Boy, now you everybody dying, everybody in jail, everybody dead. I'm being a lawyer. You know.
Von was really careless during this period of his life. He really comes across as if he never thought he would get caught, or as if he simply didn't realise that the whole world was listening to him. He would continue to tweet, saying that he would be ready to drop soon, and asking fans what they want him to drop, a song or an op. Then on the 4th of October, another Instagram Live of Von would surface, showing Von getting off a plane with one of the shooters accused of killing Durk, Muwop, with Von even telling fans that Muwop has all type of bodies.
This Muwop, he crazy. He got all type of bodies. No, just Come on, Muwop. My mom, come on. My bodyguard. Come on, bodyguard.
On October the 9th, Von drops the song I Am What I Am with Fabio Foreign, rapping more lyrics seemingly referencing the murder of FBG Duck, aka Big Clout. The same day, Von would tweet, bragging to have done everything people say they did in the streets, and in Von's case, getting away with it. Then, on October the 14th, 2020, Von releases a song called Slide with another rapper called Yakiola. This song is a reinterpretation of FBG Duck's own hit song of the same name, Slide. But of course, Von would use his version of Slide to mock Duck. 2 days after that, he would tweet the word duck with a love heart and a picture of himself ducking his head down. Clearly, all of Von's brazen activities in the streets and online were indeed making him the target of an investigation, because also in October, Von was at the airport when he was seen on social media being searched by the police and getting angry about the fact that he was being targeted.
I can get your ID one more time. Take a picture of my badge. Y'all want to search me for what? I can get yours, sir. This is real quick. You took a picture of my ID, man. You already took a picture, man. Keep it moving. What y'all trying to search me for? You're blocking the path for passengers to get through, so you gotta keep moving. Police all on my dick. What the fuck wrong with these people? They somebody search my.
Do I think that was the feds kind of running in early? Those look like, if it's at the airport, I would imagine that it's feds. Obviously, he probably thought they're just kind of like picking on him because he looks like a rapper and probably smells like weed. But maybe that was just a scapegoat reason for them to start, get close to him without tipping him off like, we investigating you for a murder.
Put some drugs out, type of. Hey, matter of fact, look. This took a picture of my ID, got my address and everything. This man, I don't know this man, you know what I'm saying? You can remember his face. King, bald head up. I don't know what the fuck going on. I got a play time out.
Von would share a picture of the officer who searched him to Instagram, even tagging superstar hip-hop lawyer Drew Findlay, who also defended Donald Trump. But clearly, Von wasn't worried, because the same day that footage was going around, he would also tweet that he has bodies from way back, perhaps taunting those very cops who were stopping him at the airport trying to solve these murders. Around this time, King Von would also do an interview where he seemed to suggest that he was making the most of his career because he knew the cops would eventually work out what he'd done and put him away.
I'm trying to go crazy real quick, but the feds call.
What? But not one to let some meddling cops get in the way of his booming rap career. A couple of days later, Von would drop his debut studio album, Welcome to O-Block, on October the 30th, 2020, a date which coincidentally was the anniversary of T-Roy's birthday and the murder of P5. Welcome to O-Block had some bold songs, where Von would hint further at the crimes he'd allegedly committed, and ironically, the very first lyric of that album would see Von admitting that the cops are onto him. By this point, Von's lyricism was the sharpest it had ever been, and he really did have a talent for using music to communicate the dark reality behind the life that he had lived. Another line on that opening track, Armed and Dangerous, really stuck out to me, where Von raps that he has inflicted tragedies, massacres, and casualties on his ops, admitting that he did a lot of things to people that he can't remember, but he knows that they remember him. He would reminisce on October 2012 when he had allegedly killed numerous people, rapping that people were dying all of October, and that it's the real Halloween. There was also the track Demon, where Von would open up about becoming a killer after the death of his friend White, a track featuring a lyric where he claimed to have killed 7 people, saying bodies I got a few, 4 plus 3, 3 plus 2. This is a line a lot of people assumed meant 7 kills and 5 assists, or killings that he was present for. But my interpretation of this would actually be that it's Von saying that he killed 7 people personally before he became a rapper, and 5 people who were killed by his crew, either while he was allegedly present, like in the case of Lil Mark, or allegedly on his orders, like would have been the case with FBG Duck. Hell, some people would even count Dooski to King Von's body count, because after all, Von would claim that he was smoking Dooski after his death, having tweeted not long before that you can only smoke somebody if you had something to do with killing them. If you include that, that would make a full 12 bodies that King Von has been associated with over the years. Combine that with the fact that Von would end this song by boldly saying F FBG Duck, then I think it becomes pretty clear that he's trying to take responsibility for this killing. Another song on the album called The Code would see King Von rapping about splitting $100,000 with his team and being goated, a line that hits different when you know that he allegedly paid $100,000 to have Duck killed and tweeting a goat emoji immediately after the murder took place. Von would only be alive for around a week following the release of this project, but recording numerous songs and freestyles that referenced his alleged murders, like King Von's Audio Mac Bless the Booth 3 style, where he straight up rapped that he had 7 bodies. On the 2nd of November, he would tweet that people want to kill him with a yawning emoji. Clearly, Von was not scared. In fact, one of the very last things that Von did was an interview with DJ Academics, and a big part of this interview was a discussion of Von's beefs. Academics would press Von about his earlier tweets, suggesting that Von had been lying about him and FBG Duck squashing their beef, with Von denying that he was lying and suggesting that somebody else had deleted their DMs.
You know you and Duck didn't make up. His mom came out. They said you and Duck.
Gang, how you gonna tell? See that this ain't right. Gang, how
his
y'all
mom
gonna
said his mom said that would never happen.
His mama was not there. I ain't never met his mama. I don't know his mama. You see what I'm saying? I've talked to him. You see what I'm saying? Then they deleted all our DMs, so I can't show them. I don't know why they do that.
From here, a flustered King Von would try and sidestep his past beef with Duck, saying that they just went to school together.
They just make it look real crazy to y'all. These just really people we all went to school with.
That shit do look crazy to me. I kid you not.
That's how they make it.
Funny enough, I rarely wear this hoodie because I only remember that day in this hoodie. I remember wearing this hoodie to nothing else other than that day. You know, sometimes you have clothes that you remember wearing them. I only remember wearing this shit on this interview. Wow, crazy. I feel like Vaughn is watching me in this room right now. Like, yo, this is the same room. Nah, this is spooky. That's not the same hat, though, right? Wait, hold on.
But see, like, yo, you gotta understand.
Oh shit! This is my Naughty by Nature hat. It's like deja vu. This was like November 2020, right? It's like 2.5. Funny enough, this is exactly 2.5 years later. Exactly. November to April is 6 months. And from 2020 to 2021, because we're to 2020. So it's 2.5 years exactly. Minus a few days.
Like you said, they right there down the street. We went to school. It ain't that serious, you know. And then, you know, it's just that we ain't cool no more. It was, you know, but it ain't that serious. Like, it's to the point where let's talk about it. It ain't. Both of us rapping, we can figure something out. We need to stop all the violence, all that shit. That shit. We got a voice. You see what I'm saying? Like, if we tell Chicago fall back, tell Chicago fall back.
Eventually, academics would ask Von how he felt when he heard about Duck's death, and Von would start slowly eating cereal, saying that he was hurt by Duck's death in an incredibly unconvincing manner.
Were you? Now the cereal shit comes back up. Yo, this is kind of like eerie. I kid you not. I swear I didn't wear this. I think. Let me see. I still got. That's a sound panel all the way back there. Because I have another studio downstairs from here. I moved that to over there. I still got the same. Well, I got two of these chairs. So this is the white one. The other one was purple, which is down there now. Or blue or whatever. I'm colorblind. Then I have my drink holder, which is right here, which is this shit. Oh, that was before I put the. You see that thing right there? That's a plexiglass booth for that I can record songs if I want to. This is some eerie shit. I'm about to go get my Bible. I need to get my Bible.
Saddened by the news that he was murdered then.
Man, that shit hurt. I didn't go to sleep that night. Can't believe it.
At a certain point, Von tells academics to hold on. He would then point the camera away from his face, and we would hear what sounds like Von and his friends laughing off camera. And before Von came back on camera, for a very brief moment, we got a glimpse of Von's friend from O Block, BJ, laughing in the background.
Hold on, man. Oh, let's talk about some other shit though. Let's talk about some other shit though.
I can't help but notice the fact that Von is eating cereal whilst discussing the killing of Duck.
Well, you need this cereal straight out the box, no milk?
I'm a gangster.
I've said it before that I believe Von was a serial killer, but honestly, he's mentioned cereal so many times during his career, it really wouldn't surprise me if this was some kind of cryptic message that he was using to signal to fans that he saw himself as a serial killer with Duck as his latest victim. He would strangely tweet about how much he loves his cereal after a series of alleged murders in 2012, even tweeting that eating cereal is the first thing he does after shooting someone. He would promote Durk's cereal whilst they were both on the run from the Atlanta shooting at the Varsity, telling people on Twitter to buy the cereal whilst waving a clip of a gun, and regularly posting himself on social media eating cereal. And he would also be eating cereal when he told the world that he wanted to perform at FBG Duck's funeral.
Yeah, cereal be busting. They said King Von featuring FBG Duck. I said that's what they want to see. Stop that, man. I'll perform at his funeral.
Then, when we finally saw the actual murder of FBG Duck and academics asked him about it, at that very moment, Von would decide to start eating cereal too. Maybe it's a stretch, but that day when academics called Von, he probably knew he would be asked about FBG Duck, and he made sure to have that box of cereal within arm's reach so that the whole world would see him crunching on cereal at that exact moment. Sadly for Von, soon after this interview, he would end up...
Truthfully, it was kind of like random and odd that he just started eating cereal during it. It was, I mean, obviously I'm not picking nothing up during the time, but like I didn't realize, but
end up on the other side of the gun, getting shot himself and ultimately losing his life. But in a final twist of irony, it would turn out that despite being connected to so many murders in his home city, Von would seemingly end up losing his life in an altercation in another state, and as a result of a petty rap beef that had nothing to do with his violent past in the street. Throughout King Von's career, he was connected to a female rapper by the name of Asian Doll, with fans often speculating on whether their supposed relationship was genuine or simply a fake celebrity romance for clout. Apparently, Asian met King Von just after Lil Durk had signed to the same label as her, with the label arranging a celebrity basketball game where Durk would bring Von onto the court whilst Asian Doll was on the sidelines.
This the first time I saw we was in just a basket. It's out here. We was in New York. I seen little booty over there in the square. Look. You know, I ain't saying nothing to her. She was looking decent and she was looking good. But I ain't saying nothing to her. And she was right there hooping and shit. Then I ain't had no jewelry and all that shit, no money like that. So I'm like, she had a big ass Gucci glass, Gucci this and Gucci that. And we was playing basketball against Meek and me and Durk.
Durk had just got signed to my label, Alamo. So they're like, Asian, we having a celebrity basketball game. Do you want to do it? I'm like, hell yeah. I'll play basketball because they know I used to play basketball. So when they told me who to play, they like Meek Mill, Durk. But so I remember Von playing basketball. They playing, we sit on the side. He was playing so rough. I was like, why the f is he so rough? He was playing rough, y'all. Like he was rough. Like he was jumping up. He was doing all type of rough shit. He probably trying to show out the whole time for me. I ain't know. I'm looking at his ass like he crazy.
Apparently, King Von would see Asian Doll again in the studio and at a release party with Lil Durk, where they would flirt and eventually agree to go on a date.
But then I see her again at the studio. She did a feature with Durk, and I'm steady flirting with her, trying to talk to her. She left and shit. Then I see her again. Now I'm fake drunk at the release party for Durk album. I see her, but I ain't know she was fake talking to somebody else right there. But I'm on her. I'm off the licking and shit. So I'm grabbing her hands, trying to talk to her. Oh.
Von just kept bothering me, and then I'm just like, bro, who is this boy? He just kept bothering me, bro. Bothering me. We walking out, y'all. I don't even know this man. This man got his hand around my waist. I'm like, whoa.
Nah, I take Durk's phone. I get in his DM, like, talk to my brother. Ooh. And then she
DM from Durk.
Oh, man, talk to my brother. Ooh, I'm taking that DM and shit.
It's him. That's hilarious.
I
was like, no. I said no a million times. No, bitch. I said no so much I got tired of saying no. I'm like, let me go on a date with you. As soon as I said okay, this man Bun called me in seconds.
She sent the number and I was saying she live in Atlanta. Now, when I go to the crib, now Durk out of town. He left his truck in my car. He got a track car, baby, raw. So I got Durk's car today. So I go pick up. I tell her I'm gonna take her out.
King Von would actually pick up Asian for their first date in Lil Durk's Jeep Trackhawk, the very same truck that they caught their attempted murder charge in Atlanta. But in the end, the date between Asian Doll and King Von was apparently a success.
You know, I ain't slow. I knew the Durk car. I ain't thinking, oh my God, he got a car. They got 300 on it. I'm like, this Durk car. Because I had already seen Durk post the car. But it was so cute because I'm like, these sticking together, that's crazy. They like Durk helping him out, letting him to the car for the weekend just so it can impress me.
So I got a little money. I only had I was up inside like $600 in my shit. And a little outfit, a nice outfit. I put that on. Took some of Durk alone and shit. Took his con shower and go pick up, took out to eat and shit.
So he can't pick me up. He kept calling, making sure I was gonna get ready. He like, get ready. After the date be cold. So he had his jacket on. He was trying to give me his jacket, but he was cold. So I just got under his jacket with him. And then it's like my chest touched his chest. Our hearts touched each other hard. Everything just connected when I hugged him after the first date. And then we went to the house.
They would make a connection and eventually make their relationship official. Asian Doll would even release a song called Grandson about King Von on Valentine's Day 2019, with him appearing in the music video. In a March 2019 interview with Lil Durk, a shy King Von would reveal publicly that he was indeed dating Asian Doll.
King Von, I'm saying he in a relationship too.
Shout out Asian Dad.
Okay.
Yeah, he go ahead, yeah.
You heard it here, man.
He looking at you like, come on, man.
Von would go on to drop light-hearted tweets about his super savage friends, laughing at people who only knew him online as Asian Doll's boyfriend. But the two of them would indeed be an item, and she would need to deal with the baggage of dating a super savage. When Von got arrested for attempted murder, Asian would be in tears over her boyfriend's incarceration.
I've been on the plane for 20 hours. Everybody. I was crying. I miss my boyfriend, my husband, everything. But I'm better. He want me to be out here turned up, so I got all my crying out on the plane. Now I'm finna just turn up.
Von would even call Asian Doll from jail, joking that he would be beating her up when he gets home.
Free my jail. I miss him. Man, what?
Nah, it's clear.
Talking about who I'm talking about? You. I'm always talking about you.
Always.
Always.
People always talking about me. I was catching some shit right now. This ain't talking about me, okay?
What? So you crazy. If it was good, yeah, I'm talking about you.
I don't get no fucking bad. That's the thing. I don't know good, bad.
If it's bad, I'm on there with yours. I'm being
Talk
ass.
about me if it's bad. Don't talk about nobody else.
Nah, I'm just gonna be ass first, ask questions later if it's bad. I ain't got time.
I'm already beating your ass like that. You don't even know.
You're not beating me up. We're not gonna do that.
Eventually, Von would return home and be reunited with Asian Doll. But ironically, this time, it would be Asian getting Von in trouble. While out on bail for that attempted murder, King Von would end up getting into a fist fight with a man in a studio who had apparently called Asian Doll a bitch, being sent back to jail for a brief period.
Somebody called my girlfriend a bitch yesterday. Tell him what happened to my hand, bro.
Was over beat his ass.
And despite Von winding up in jail for it, it would appear that Asian Doll would actually appreciate Von's protection, calling him her bodyguard on Twitter, with Von himself saying that he wishes she wasn't a rapper so that he could keep her home and protect her, saying that he doesn't trust her around other rappers.
But isn't it nice to have somebody in the same industry as you?
No, that ain't. I'd rather have. I wish I can't say I wish you wasn't a rapper, nothing like that. But it'd be better if I knew like she's at the house instead of going around all these people that ain't around and. Damn, what's going on? Now I'm just thinking, damn, what the fuck she doing? Why she ain't answering the phone?
And that's how she be
She
feeling.
feel the same
I just
way.
said that.
No, I understand. That's what I'm saying. Like,
I wish my nigga was in the damn house. No. Also,
You
it's
feel what
been
I'm
times
saying?
when you didn't like a nigga and she had to work with him.
I'm not gonna say nothing because you gotta be.
Like, I gotta
you gotta
be
be for sure with
business is
yourself,
business,
man. I know I'm that. So.
Von was clearly very possessive about Asian Doll, even tweeting that he would kill somebody for messing with her. With that in mind, it's no surprise that eventually it would be another rapper that would seemingly get in between Von and Asian, and that rapper would be none other than Baton Rouge gangster rap superstar NBA YoungBoy. Now, King Von had a strange relationship with YoungBoy over the years. King Von would be dissing NBA YoungBoy all the way back in February 2019.
You for YoungBoy? Why? Just damn. Hang up on your ass. But you feel like you cheating? Go ahead, say you f***ing, I'm gonna hang up on your ass. No, I just laugh. You f***ing it up?
Yeah,
He cool,
I
right?
don't know, so I can't speak on
He ain't all that, you know.
what you trying to say? Like,
I'm just trying to see how you feel about it. He cool.
he's straight. He ain't better than you. He ain't better than you.
Yeah, for sure. Cause he don't be doing shit. I ain't gonna do it. Cause hey.
In March 2019, King Von would also diss YoungBoy again on social media, saying that his music is full of lies.
YoungBoy talking about on this song, bro.
What?
He talking crazy on this man.
Oh, yeah?
He ain't even like that.
Oh!
On his ass now.
On his
All that cap. You got cap in your raps. You got cap in your rap.
But at other times, it seemed that Von quite admired YoungBoy. He'd often play his music and even tweeted welcome home to him in August when he was freed, as well as being seen on social media copying several of YoungBoy's mannerisms and quotes.
Boy, as my grandma raised me, you hear me? You know I ain't no hoe. What up?
My grandma raised me. You know I ain't no hoe.
Perhaps King Von was looking to catch YoungBoy lacking rather than admiring him, because clearly both Lil Durk and King Von were feeling competitive with NBA YoungBoy during this period. In October 2019, Lil Durk would reply to a DJ Academics tweet, claiming that NBA YoungBoy was the best street rapper since the Chicago wave, with Lil Durk suggesting that Von was a real street rapper who could actually compete with YoungBoy. In February 2020, Von would tweet indicating that YoungBoy was holding on to a song featuring both of them and telling him that he should release it. It would seem that Von and Asian Doll were on good terms around this time, with Von showing off a bunch of gifts and a love letter from her just a few days after Valentine's. However, by May 2020, Von would be tweeting that he was going through a rough breakup. Then, the following month, tweeting that Asian Doll was acting crazy and trying to embarrass other women. But a few days later, Von would tweet seemingly indicating that he was back on good terms with Asian Doll. Then, the following month, Von would tweet saying that he doesn't care what a woman does if it's not his girlfriend. A few weeks after that, in August, Von would tweet saying that he takes things too far when he gets mad, and tweeting saying that people won't believe the woman that he just made a hit with. That same day, images would surface of Von spending private time with the mother of NBA YoungBoy's child, a woman named Jania. And later, speculation swirled that Von and her may have even created a sex tape during their time together, after King Von tweeted that he could post a video that would make somebody stop claiming their own kids. And later, King Von's sister would also indicate that she had seen a video of Jania sleeping with somebody. DMs would also later circulate from somebody who was apparently with them when they met, suggesting that Von and Jania had indeed slept together, not recorded music. And Von would later rap on the song Rose Gold with PNB Rock, lyrics that seemed to suggest that somebody's baby baby mother was bad in bed. One of his friends, 600 Breezy, would congratulate King Von publicly for sleeping with his op's baby mother and saying rapper K, suggesting that Von and his friends were looking to see NBA YoungBoy dead. However, Jania would take to social media to deny the rumors and say that she was simply working on music with Von to make money for her son.
We walked to the table to play the little game after my studio session, and I went home. That's it. Y'all trying to make stories out of nothing. I don't that man. Like I said, I don't with no nigga. I've been working. We have a song coming out. Y'all wasn't supposed to know, but it is what it is now. We have a song coming out. So when the song come out, y'all gonna f with it. Just know it's hard as I'm just trying to get my money to take care of my son. Period.
On top of that, DMs would also circulate suggesting that Von had indeed only worked on music with Jania to make Asian Doll mad. However, Asian would later come out and claim that the story wasn't true about them working on a song together, suggesting that she had actually found romantic DMs between Von and the mother of YoungBoy's child.
Now, I've seen that in them DMs. I've been seeing. None of this not a surprise. So all that songs, that dead. You on dick.
The day after those pictures of Von's rendezvous with Jania surfaced, YoungBoy would post a picture with a caption saying that he's going to make sure that his son grows up and sleeps with King Von's daughter since he's trolling him with his baby mother. And while this was all going on, another Chicago Black Disciple rapper close to King Von, Lil Reese, was claiming to be planning to beat up NBA YoungBoy's artist Quando Rondo. Quando would reply to this, saying that Reese won't do nothing.
Man, ain't gonna do nothing to me.
A few weeks after this, King Von would seemingly threaten YoungBoy and Quando Rondo, tweeting on September the 7th, 2020, that he hopes that God has room up there for more dead people. This seemingly provoked a response from Quando Rondo's right-hand man Lil Tim the next day, who warned Von and people from Chicago about messing with Quando. And this would seemingly be followed by a response from King Von the next day, tweeting, reminding the world that he has been fighting his whole life and that he hits hard as hell. The same day that all of this is going on with Von and Jania, NBA YoungBoy would drop a snippet of an unreleased song. This song later turns out to be the track Dead Trolls, and in this song, YoungBoy claims, like Von, to be responsible for 7 murders, and rapping that he's going to catch someone from out of town who is chasing after a girl and kill them. YoungBoy would also rap that his ops are mad because they can't get a feature from him. Perhaps a hint to a potentially uncleared collaboration between the two artists being held back by YoungBoy, as one of King Von's earlier tweets seemed to suggest. Some people would later claim that this song actually predicted King Von's death, with one lyric saying that he's planning to kill someone in Atlanta after a show. But chances are, that's just a creepy coincidence. But it's no coincidence that YoungBoy dropped this snippet the very day that Von was running around with the mother of his child. A day later, Von would tweet claiming not to have a girlfriend and to simply be focusing on his career. But a few days after that, Von would tease a snippet of a new song of his own, a track titled Too Real. In this song, he would rap that he's going to expose somebody and that he's going to kill somebody because of a rap beef. Then, in September, Von would jump on Instagram Live to address his ongoing beef with NBA YoungBoy, saying that he's not in beefs in the music industry and that he doesn't want to beef in other states, but also saying that he will beef people for no reason if they don't like him.
But everybody, I ain't a tour with nobody, you hear me? Tour the people I've been having beef with in the streets, you know what I'm saying? I wouldn't be a tour with nobody from all in another town for no reason. Like, you gotta be a tour with somebody for a reason. Just know we a tour gang, okay? You see what I'm saying? I'm the type of, I don't gotta know why we in tour or nothing. You ain't gotta tell me why you don't like me. Don't even tell me why you don't like me. I don't even care. Just let me know you don't like me. You see what I'm saying? Let me know how you don't like me. That's what it is. Let me know. I'm like, alright, you know what I'm saying? Let me know. But I'm so gangster that I don't need a reason. It don't gotta be no reason. We can be into it. Like, I don't care. It don't gotta be a reason, for real. I'm into it, people. It don't gotta be no reason. I don't know why. I don't care why. But it can be that, you see what I'm saying? Well, I like to know why we into it. I like to, I need to, because I ain't no goofy. Like, and then I play hard. I ain't trying to lose. I can't lose to nobody. Lose to who? Who know it? Who I'ma lose to? Tell him, you've been knowing me, Lloyd. Don't I go hard anything I do? Tell him, you take how you get a chain in your neck, Lloyd?
Clearly, Von was still wanting to prod YoungBoy, and despite tweeting that he still isn't doing relationships, in September, Von and his sister were seen in the club with YoungBoy's baby mama once again.
2 days ago, Jania was spotted in the club with King Von's sister, and King Von was also there as well. You couldn't see them together, but you know they were together if you know.
With all of this going on, Asian Doll would be feeling the heat. At the start of October, Asian Doll would go on Instagram Live to address the situation with YoungBoy and Von, denying that Von embarrassed her and saying that if she's single, then it's got nothing to do with her.
Nobody embarrassed me, gang. Y'all need to get off my dick with it. Like, nobody embarrassed me. Nobody. It's nothing nobody did to embarrass me. I was not embarrassed. Like, damn, y'all hoes mad about a tweet. Like, y'all, like, dude, don't even know you clowns. The f y'all hoes get left for me. The smack the shit out of one you me. You crazy. I don't get no. I'm a real bitch at the end of the day. Like I said, you would never see me sweat. You would never see me go outside behind nobody. I don't give a who you is, friend, anybody. Mind your business. When I'm single, like, they don't have nothing to do with me. I'm not stressing that shit. I'm not tweeting about nothing. They don't have to do with me, gang. Nothing. When somebody's single, so what? What they do? I don't get no That's what y'all problem.
Von later went live on October the 11th, 2020 with Asian Doll, apparently their first live together since their breakup, with them appearing to be on fairly good terms. Also in October, King Von will begin tweeting to promote a new song called Mine Too, a song essentially dissing NBA YoungBoy and saying that he's not going to beef about a girl because YoungBoy's baby mama Jania is his too. He'd also have a lyric saying that he has beef in NOLA, or Louisiana where YoungBoy is from, and saying that YoungBoy is rapping like a gangster, but now he's got to show Von whether or not he really is a gangster. After this snippet released, Von would tweet saying once somebody has slept with a girl, he doesn't want her anymore, with this possibly being a hint towards Asian Doll moving on to NBA YoungBoy, with it actually being rumoured that Asian had met up with YoungBoy at some point during this time, with later DMs from people in NBA YoungBoy's camp suggesting that Asian Doll had indeed hooked up with YoungBoy before King Von passed away. And Asian Doll would seemingly admit to hooking up with YoungBoy twice on her song No Exposing. Apparently YoungBoy even had access to Asian Doll's phone and Instagram account during the time they had spent together, as he had reportedly messaged his producer through Asian Doll's Instagram account. And then, only days before King Von would end up losing his life, on November the 4th, 2020, YoungBoy posted a snippet of a song that he made with Asian Doll, a song with the ominous title Meet the Reaper. Von would be seen listening to the snippet of this YoungBoy and Asian Doll song, later tweeting that the song is trash, followed by yet another tweet alluding to there being a sex tape between him and NBA YoungBoy's baby mother. Von would then say that him and Jania's song is way better than Asian Doll and NBA YoungBoy's song, and saying that it has a better cover art, another hint that he might have had compromising pictures of YoungBoy's baby mother. Then Von would backtrack, saying that he's just playing, and that if Asian Doll is happy, he's happy. But the song still sounds trash. Then rehashing the lyric from his song Mine Too, once again indicating that Asian Doll and Jania are his girl too. The day before he was killed, King Von was incredibly active on Twitter. He would diss NBA YoungBoy, tweeting that rappers are pussy and that he's not one of them. He would warn people to approach him with caution, and he would say that his ops are acting gangster, but that's not what they're really like. Tweeting that he's not hurt, just retaliating to the disrespect he's received with no feelings involved, suggesting that what was going on was just entertainment. With Von eventually saying in another deleted tweet that he's going to lead by example because he's older than YoungBoy, and saying that he's quitting the beef because many wars have started over a woman and that he's not beefing YoungBoy. He would say that they're sharing the same women and that doesn't matter, and then in King Von's last recorded interview before his death with DJ Academics, he would touch upon his beef with NBA YoungBoy since coming into the industry. Von would deny that this was a real beef, saying that they have the same girls and the internet has just blown it out of proportion.
You know what people told me? People told me you and YoungBoy was beefing or something like that. You said something about, yo, what happened, Von? What's going on with you, man?
They be saying that a lot. It's like we got the same interests in hoes, and then you know how the internet will try to make it.
Don't tell me I got problems over girls.
No, it's the internet, gang. It's the you know, they'll try to make it like that because it's the internet. You see what I'm saying? And then you know how females will try to make it like that because they females, and they'll try to make it like one hard. They try to, it be just all type of shit. But it ain't nothing too serious, nothing you should worry about.
Unfortunately for Von, things would be very serious indeed, and the very night of that final interview, King Von himself would escalate things and get more than he bargained for, and little did he know that this feud over women would end up being the beef that would take his life. Barely a week after the release of his debut album, Welcome to O-Block, King Von's story would come to an abrupt end. The week before his death, King Von would be reflecting on Instagram just how far he'd come, and reminding himself to enjoy these times because he knew there would be hard times coming.
Going through this, just losing so many people, gang. I lost so many people, man, going through this. Man, crazy. But now look where we at right now, you see what I'm saying? Like times like this, you gotta take it in. I just told my homie, y'all gotta take this in, you see what I'm saying? Look for them. I'm here with day one, this shit. And we in this winning, man. And we living on King Day. When we ain't dead and we ain't in jail. And we ain't broke, and we ain't, you know, life you gonna be down again, like I'm up right now. There's gonna be times when I'm gonna go through some more, I'm gonna go through some, you know what I'm saying? But I'm gonna think back to this time, I could always reflect on this time, like, everything was going good in my life, everything was going, that time, everything going good right now, like right now, everything going good, I ain't got no complaints, I ain't mad about nothing. I know I done lost I don't understand a lot of but I ain't even mad about it.
Sadly, the good times would end suddenly, and Von would end up losing his life at the very height of his career. His album Welcome to O-Block had debuted at the unlucky number 13 on the Billboard charts, ironically just one position above NBA YoungBoy's album Top, that had already spent 8 weeks on the chart after going number 1. Then, just after midnight on the 5th of October 2020, Von would tweet his location for the evening. He was playing a show at Atlanta club Opium. Von would go live on Instagram on the way to the club, seemingly in good spirits and rapping along to his own music. He would do a live pre-show with the name of the club pinned, and he would be seen on Instagram, posted up, smoking hookah with his entourage of O-Block natives. He would go on to play that concert at Opium, where he would be seen jamming out on stage at the club, surrounded by his team and shouting out somebody in the crowd for wearing Not From 63rd merch, as well as dissing girls who were acting stuck up at the front of the show.
Man, I see everybody in this job act like y'all don't see a but I see a motherfucker in this bitch, gang. I see you got that 63rd shirt back there, my This is love, I gotta get back game. Oh, no, this got to get back game. I love it, I love you, gang. But you know, it's all love in this beat up shit. I done dropped that on that Welcome to O-Block, that going crazy. I don't want to thank everybody, you know, the going on. Stretch gang, there's a lot of bad hoes in here. I've been walking through them. Damn, it's decent shit in this, you know? You know, we trying to party and have fun in this bitch, I ain't gonna lie. We got the little bougie, they acting bougie right here. They right here. Y'all better stop that, man. So we finna tee up. I got DJ Bands in this.
Just after 1 AM, King Von would retweet a Young and Ace lyric with a caption saying that his crew are going to catch somebody and he sees them as food. Because while King Von is performing at Opium, Quando Rondo and his entourage are fresh off recording a new music video for the song The Drop, being seen on social media showing off an array of high-powered weapons that they're holding onto. After finishing his show, King Von would be seen leaving Opium in an SUV, and interestingly, that truck can be heard playing the NBA YoungBoy song My Window as it was driving away.
There'll be a lot of cars behind him. Stop playing!
Apparently Von would confuse his team by choosing not to go back to his Airbnb as his security crew initially thought. Instead, Von would take a last-minute and unexplained detour to the Monaco hookah lounge where Quando Rondo was, with King Von's manager, 100K Track, later telling DJ Vlad that his team was blindsided by the change in plan.
He went over there to the after party, and then his driver and his homeboy let us know that we was redirected. We think we're going to go to Airbnb or the hotel.
At around 3:20 on November the 6th, King Von would find himself outside the Monaco hookah lounge in Atlanta. Perhaps he knew Quando Rondo would be there, or perhaps it was just a coincidence. All we know is that while there, Von approached Quando Rondo and began assaulting him with a flurry of punches, with Quando's close friend Lil Tim opening fire and striking King Von 4 times. Security footage of the fight and subsequent shooting would circulate online after the incident. What happened that night is that Von walked up to Quando Rondo and sucker punched him outside the club and proceeding to beat him up in front of a huge crowd. But after throwing a few punches, Quando's friend Lil Tim would jump out of a car and shoot King Von 4 times. Von's friends from O-Block, Slutty and Louie would attempt to shoot Lil Tim, leaving him wounded but not dead. After shooting Lil Tim to the ground, they would attempt to execute him on the floor, but the gun would jam. Whilst this is going on, a wounded King Von continues to wrestle with Quando Rondo on the floor. At this point, Von's other friend Muwop would approach, punching Quando Rondo to the ground and separating him from Von. Meanwhile, after failing to execute Lil Tim, Slutty and Louie would attempt to flee the scene, without realizing that they were running directly towards undercover police officers who would open fire, believing that their lives were in danger too. The police would kill Slutty and leave Louie in critical condition. Muwop and other O-Block members would drag King Von's limp body to a waiting car and rush him to the hospital. But what's even more crazy is that Quando Rondo would take Lil Tim to the very same hospital that King Von and his team were at, with Quando Rondo even going live showing himself trying to get Tim into the hospital and get assistance. PHF Bezu would later post saying that he'd seen Quando at the hospital, suggesting that they would have shot him if he didn't start recording. But ultimately, King Von would be rushed into emergency surgery in critical condition after the shooting. He would ultimately die in hospital, with media all around the world waking up to the news and reporting on his death.
Yeah, Rick and Sean, according to GBI, rapper King Von and his group were at Opium nightclub before making their way here to Monaco hookah lounge, then to the parking lot where chaos ensued. Believe it or not, this all playing out right in front of 2 Atlanta police officers.
One of them was actually inside his patrol car, or next to his patrol car with his blue lights on.
APD responding, attempting to stop the shooting, but it was too late.
He hit like one officer that did respond. He tried to protect himself and stop what was going on.
The investigation on this shootout will continue. No officers were injured during this incident. According to GBI, this is the 82nd officer-involved shooting that they've been requested to investigate in 2020.
After King Von died, some of the friends of people Von was rumored to have killed would post on social media. Billionaire Black would post a picture of Modell McCambry, and the person who was shot with Modell the night he was killed posted a picture of FBG Duck, saying that Duck would be happy greeting Von in the afterlife. P5, aka Crack's cousin, would post on Facebook saying that he had been praying for the day that King Von will be killed, whilst other friends of Crack would post tributes now that their friend's killer was no longer alive. Apparently, Crack's little brother would even post saying that they caught 2 of the 3 people who were present when Crack was killed, and suggesting that they were disappointed not to be the ones who killed Von. Outside of Chicago, affiliates of NBA YoungBoy like Big B would mock King Von in an Instagram story, saying that it was funny that he was the one who started the beef and dissing NBA YoungBoy, and now he was the one dead.
The joke's on you, you diss, now you're getting wrapped down. Yeah.
Meanwhile, people on Von's side would express their heartbreak at losing their main man. Asian Doll claimed to want to die when the news came out, and Lil Durk would mourn the loss of his twin. Even rap's #1 superstar Drake would post a tribute to Von after he passed. NBA YoungBoy's biggest enemy, Fredo Bang, would also mourn the loss of Von too. 12 days after his final tweet, somebody would take control of King Von's Twitter account, releasing a statement thanking everybody who supported Von whilst he was alive. There would be a media frenzy around King Von's death. Funeral homes were also refusing to take King Von's body due to fears of violence at the ceremony. And when the family finally found a place that was willing to host the funeral for Chicago's most famous killer, they were forced to have it at 1 day's notice. Eventually, Von would get the peaceful burial his family had hoped for, with Von being laid to rest in Chicago on November 14th, 2020, with pictures of Von's funeral program and casket being posted on social media. But being such a divisive figure in Chicago gang politics, Von's enemies continue to disrespect his gravesite to this very day. Naturally, Von's death sparked a strong response from many of his supporters. 600 Breezy claimed to be headed to NBA YoungBoy's hood at 150 miles an hour with the steppers. BJ, who was also shot the night that King Von was killed, would also post saying that their ops are cursed now that O-Block is after them. Meanwhile, NBA YoungBoy affiliate Michi replied and said that people only really slide in silence.
Right there all day, going on hell, scary, doing all that capping, get on that, all that shit, man. Real don't speak. Hey, if you go do something, man, do something. You don't come to no city and annihilate you in the city, man. You was supposed to slab out that, man.
Von was eventually memorialized in his native O-Block with a painting that became a tourist spot. This mural became a pilgrimage for both die-hard fans who wanted to show their love and death-defying ops who wanted to show that they're not scared to come to O-Block, with longtime rival FBG Cash posting up at the mural with a disrespectful caption towards Von, with Cash himself ending up being killed only months later. Once a few months passed from Von's death, his self-proclaimed twin Lil Durk would dedicate his next album The Voice to King Von, releasing it on December the 24th, 2020 with a front cover that depicted Durk and Von together. And eventually, Quando Rondo would break his silence about his involvement in the incident that claimed King Von's life. On the 20th of November 2020, Quando Rondo releases the song End of Story, a song that's title is a disrespectful play on Von's most popular song, Crazy Story. And in the song, Quando touches on the incident that ended up taking King Von's life, expressing frustration about being judged and saying that other people's friends wouldn't have defended him like Lil Tim did, as well as essentially dissing King Von and his friends, saying, "Blood on your brother on the ground, go pick your mans up," as well as rapping that him and Tim are claiming self-defense and that Von should have never put his hand on Quando. He would also claim that this situation led to $1 million bounty being put on his head. And following the release of this song, he would also elaborate further on the events that unfolded that night in an extended interview with Angela Yee, speaking on the situation, saying that the night that Von was killed, he thought he was just letting a group of random people walk past before being suddenly sucker punched by Von.
Like, I'm thinking it's a regular individual. Next thing you know, a nigga hit me.
Quando would say that the entire incident...
It was the out-of-body experience. Shout out to my boy Quando. Very interesting but sad situation. I'm gonna kind of lean towards the serial killer angle, man. I think Von was enjoying it. I think, you know, it's one thing about killing out of survival or defending yourself versus going looking for some of these things, bragging over it and being obsessed with it and going out your way not to avoid it but look for it. So it is what it is. Yo, we're gonna kind of move on a bit. Y'all tell me what y'all want to talk about next. I feel like we've given that a good amount of time, but I think it's time for us to move on. All right? Chat, we're probably going to have about 30 more minutes on YouTube and all, so get ready somehow to get over by Rumble because we're about 4 hours in. But before we get there, we could talk about the Charleston White topic. We could talk about Joe Budden violating Rory and them niggas. There's a few other things. Let me see what else is on my topic list because we're only about like 4 topics in. Let me see. All right. Drake. We could talk about Drake dissing Kendrick Lamar. And we got to talk about Uzi eating a roach and tattooing like. Matter of fact, let's talk about this now, actually. You know, I wonder how aware Lil Uzi is. I think I've always told y'all, people like Lil Uzi and Playboi Carti, they might seem like they're these above it all type of people in the terms of reacting or responding on social media, but these guys are really smart. You know, they come from that social media clout era, but they've also mastered the skill of not being as present, which is good because, you know, if you're always on social media posting all the time, you know, like you kind of lose that mystique. They're not always present, but they see everything, and everything they're doing is usually sometimes for a reaction, right? So they know they know what's going to fuck up the game. They don't have to be on the shit all the time, like responding to comments and LOLing and liking, right? I think they both do that to a reasonably, actually not even reasonable. I think they do it really well. Anyway, we've seen recently Lil Uzi Vert. You know, he got a new head tattoo. Not too sure what the heck this is, but he got a new head tattoo. We see this. Is this a diamond here? He got some diamonds over here. He got the little septum thingy or whatever. You know what I mean? He doing all that. Nigga, that black and white picture will not erase his chapped lip. You know what I mean? Just gotta lick it real quick. Real quick. Okay, Uzi? You're my boy, though. But still, that's not really the main thing that people are talking about with Uzi. People are talking about Uzi kind of showcasing him tattooing his tongue with a upside down cross. Now, notoriously, an upside down cross, I could Google what it means. Upside down cross, meaning. Give me a second. What the fuck? They just open. Huh? Damn, man, you just scared the hell out of me. I'm fine. I don't need no water. I'm drinking coffee. But you can leave it. I'll come get it in a second. Thank you, mommy. I'm trying to make sure I'm hydrated. Let's see, what does an upside down cross symbolize? Oh my God. I went to Christianity.com. Let's just keep it here, right? In Christianity, it's associated with the martyrdom of Peter the Apostle. The symbol originates from the Catholic tradition that when sentenced to death, Peter requested that his cross be upside down, as he felt unworthy of being crucified in the same manner as Jesus. Okay. Let's see if we could. We want to know what it means in pop culture. So let me go here. The inverted cross is a recurrent motif in metal music, particularly in black metal, in congruity with its anti-Christian themes. One known example is Glenn Benton of the band D-Side, who branded an inverted cross into his forehead. Former Black Sabbath drummer Bill Ward suggested that the use of an inverted cross on the inner gatefold sleeve of their debut album by their label may have been a promotional ploy or a misunderstanding of the nature, okay? Many horror films use it as a part of their imagery and marketing, especially the film involves demonic themes, especially The Conjuring and Paranormal Activity. Okay, somebody says, and this is Wikipedia, so they're going to add real modern stuff. Playboy Cardi is known to wear 2 diamond-encrusted pendants of the cross during his poor performance. Okay. All right. So it basically is like seem in pop culture to stand for some antichrist and anti-spiritualist, or let's just say antichrist, Christian type of symbol. Now, this is Uzi getting it tatted here. By the way, back in the day, Uzi Offset beef, they got into it when Offset was supposedly saying, yo, listen, it's kind of whack that you guys are embracing this upside down cross thing. And by the way, X was kind of doing it too. Sa Baby was doing it. And look, Uzi is Gardner, blah, blah, blah. I don't know if there's a picture of it on here anymore. This is like an old beef. Here. Cross. Here it goes. And then Uzi starts trolling him. Then he has 666 right here. A lot of like, demonic type of stuff. Offset was in the comments like, I'll pray for you. Essentially, Uzi has been really embracing this demonic energy, right? I've told you that people that are around Uzi, they claim he's not worshiping the devil. He doesn't like. I hate to burst people's bubble, but he's only doing this to fuck with y'all. Like, you know what I mean? He's not that type of person, right? So let me see if I can pull up the video. Actually, here's the video. Here's the video of the cross. And I guess, in reality, if you ask me, I hate to say this, but Uzi's 27 years of age, to still trying to be somewhat edgy and doing some stuff that you've been doing 5-6 years ago, I just don't get it. You get what I mean? Like, I think Uzi's almost showing that he's stunted his growth. Uzi's 27 but wants to act 18. He wants to act 21. Now, granted, his music is the youth. His influence is the youth. But you're growing, and you're not showing, obviously he's a great musician, so he's always going to make great music. But every artist wants to have some edginess. His edginess just seems to be very stagnant in something that I'm calling cap that he doesn't believe in. I don't believe that. First of all, here's another thing too. If Uzi was this demonic devil worshiping person, when XXXTentacion died, and by the way, he was buried, and there was people of Christian faith who officiated or whatever his funeral, you wouldn't show up. Like, again, you have to realize that these artists are doing it, and I just think the same trick doesn't work when you keep doing it. And I've looked at the comments, like, just look at the comments. So I can pull up these comments. Look at what everybody's saying. Like, before it was like really, oh, snap, what's going on here? People were curious. Some people were like, oh, no, he's just being himself. Oh, some people were trying to justify it. Well, there's other meanings. Now people just kind of look at it and be like, yo, come on, man. What's going on with this, man? Like, it's played out. You're going to see comments like this. It's played out. You know what I mean? And that's where I'm wondering if Uzi's only way of trying to be edgy is to still tap into this one trick that is just like nobody actually believes that you really are in. Like, I mean, let me not say that, because some people actually, they're going to chalk up his success to devil worshiping, which I don't think worshiping the devil will give you a career. But it just feels old and played out. I'm going to be honest with you. It feels entirely old and played out. And the mere fact that he's going further with it to tattoo his tongue, I don't think it's making him look edgy. I think it's just making him look stuck. You know, there's a lot of artists these days that are kind of like stuck. Like, you know what I mean? We are at the point where some of these great musicians, and again, I'm not talking about their musical talent because, you know, Uzi's an amazing musician. But one of the things what separates the majority of these dudes from, like, say, a Kanye West, these guys are trying to be stuck at a particular age. Like, like Uzi wants to be 22 forever. You get what I mean? Like, keep in mind, Uzi was one of those dudes who, when he was talking about people in music, he said, if you're over 25, you're old. You're old head. By Uzi's own words, he's an old head tattooing an upside down cross on his tongue. Like, again, I'm only going by his own words. And I say that not to indict him and make, you know, him feel any type of way, or people like, oh, you don't rock with Uzi now? No, I do rock with Uzi. But I think Uzi, like many other people, is they stunt their own growth. So, look, Uzi, old head, 25. I think he said that on video. Let's play a Diamonds Live video. Here we go. Come on.
Gang, and guys, timestamp it.
Look, back in 2017, right? And again, you know, there's similar themes when you start thinking about Uzi and Drake. When Drake started to, I would never rap after 35, it's like Drake couldn't even fathom himself not being a playboy who was this young 20-something-year-old trying to figure out life, and he never wanted to mature his content beyond that point. So maybe that's why he was saying, I'm not going to continue to make music after that point. You get what I mean? Now, Uzi saying that if you're 25 and up, you're old, I don't think he thinks he's an old head. I think Uzi still thinks he's 21. Right? Now, granted, I always tell people, like, when I always think about age in terms of mindset more than the number. But you also have to look at growth. And I'm looking at Uzi, and I'm like, I think Uzi is, Uzi's at an interesting point because Uzi's impact is still at the TikTok generation. Like, Drake's impact really isn't meant for the TikTok generation. I think Uzi's impact is still at the TikTok generation. And also, like, songs like I Just Wanna Rock, kind of, it's a good fork in the road for Uzi because Uzi was one of them dudes he started dancing a lot early, and everything kind of came full circle with this, I Wanna Rock type of movement. But we also got to be honest. Uzi's 27. He's not saying nothing. You know what I mean? And it's only so long, granted, he's short and he kind of looks youthful because, he looks young. But it's only so long you could do this I Wanna Rock and try to be 21. And I don't know if he's trying to be, like, edgy. It comes across like he's trying to be edgy when he's tattooing these type of things and keep saying the same boring verbiage. My thing is this, and let me just give you it in totality for me. Uzi, if you really believe these things, you should take it to the next step, not a tattoo. Okay, that's like a high school girl getting a tattoo of a heart because her parents told her not to. If you believed any of these Christ-like sentiments, you should be going further with it. Now, I don't know what that would be, but just constantly doing these little things, I think people are played out of it. Because in reality, we're calling cap. We don't believe it no more. You get what I mean? We know that after you get like another platinum record or you got a number one with I Wanna Rock, you're praying, you're like, yo, thank you, Jesus. You know, I'm so happy. We don't believe this no more. So it kind of looks like, it looks forced. And when we think about forced, I think that's what you meant in the sense of being an old nigga. Where if you're, again, I don't care, I don't think it's about age, but it feels like you're trying to hold on to this edgy youthfulness like a rebellious teenager. And a rebellious teenager is just not what you are anymore. And it's okay not to be the rebellious teenager anymore. You're a leader of a generation, but you're a vet. You get what I mean? Like you're a whole veteran, right? And again, I am all for people to be edgy to promote and help their artistic creativity. But let's be honest. You looked ridiculous dressing up as the devil and doing the I Wanna Rock dance. The devil is not doing that. Like the devil probably sent you deeper than hell after seeing you do the TikTok dance, I Wanna Rock dance while dressing up as him. So if it's supposed to be artistic or creative, it's falling flat. If it's supposed to be edgy, we're kind of looking at you like, is this it? You've been doing this for 5 years? We're trying to find the next type of wave. And I know artists usually feel like because they have these cult following, they could just stunt their growth. I think stunting your growth is never good. And I think this is why we have people like Kanye. Because no matter what you can say about Kanye, he's gone through a lot of different phases. He's always embraced growth. And if it was anybody who could have stunted their growth and still gone out like an extreme legend, would be Kanye. You'd think if Kanye didn't hold on to this whole soul sample with the boom bap beats or whatever the case is, people wouldn't love him. But you know what he did? He embraced new change. He embraced new stuff. You know what he said? 808 and heartbreaks. Let me embrace this whole phenomenon of how 808s could be changing our culture and changing music. And he's always kind of trying to infuse everything. I'm still looking at Uzi, and I think it's unfortunate that we're looking at him like he's a teenager. Like, let's be honest. When you look at Uzi, again, I'm glad that, he doesn't look old, by the way. He doesn't look old, but you kind of think of him like a teenager. You're like, oh, okay. That's just Uzi trying for the kids. It just is what it is. And again, if this is something he feels passionate about, I would like to see it represented better artistically or him to get into it more, because he clearly wants to express this to his audience. He's not like some devil worshiper who just goes to his devil church or whatever they go do and he's secretly praying to the devil. He wants to let his tens of millions of fans know that he's into some satanic things. So if that's not artistic, expound upon it. But again, I think this is just a way for him to try to keep his edge. I just think the edge is gone if that's what you're trying to do. We all know you're the wannabe Lucifer guy, okay? The wannabe Lucifer guy who is not ready to die. You know what I mean? Like after a certain point, you know what I mean? People grow up and it's like, it just looks ridiculous, right? You're so infatuated with the devil and devilish symbols, but you ain't ready to die. You are, like, come on, right? It's just crazy. So I'm sorry to say, maybe that's me growing up, right? And that's probably, maybe it's a reflection of me, and I want to be very fair with this critique. It might be a reflection of myself more than him, because I think Uzi, even though he's 27 and according to him, he'd be an old nigga, he's still trying to make music and do things for the 15-year-old. He wants an audience from 15 to 20. So when you outgrow him and now you're like 30, like I am, or you're in your late 20s and you're like, dog, like I can't really, it's not that amusing anymore that you're, He's probably like, all right, well, y'all kick rocks. There's some new 15-year-old who's on TikTok who wants to get a Sharpie and write a upside down thing on their face, and they could be edgy too. I don't know. You get what I mean? So it is what it is. Somebody says, N-Toxian says, I'll say it for you. He fell off. The diamond in the head didn't give him the publicity. I don't think he's doing this for publicity. I think he's doing this for an edge. I think he just wants to be edgy. It's been interesting. I'll give this take, which I do believe. I think in the last 2 to 3 years, my observation of rappers, Playboi Carti and Uzi, two guys who are, without a doubt, founding fathers of the new clout era that happened in music, which basically was the shift of the older rappers acknowledging the new youth and the new wave, and these new rappers becoming superstars. In the last 2 years, it became a little bit interesting as people were looking at these guys to see if they're still as creative. Are they going to fall off? And I'll say this, Playboi Carti knocked it out the park. Playboi Carti has been, like, again, the way I hear people talk about Playboi Carti now, and not only fans, his peers, they talk about him as an artist. They're appreciating his artistry. They didn't used to talk about him when like this back in 2016. That wasn't the thought. They thought he was cool. They thought he made some good songs, but they didn't, like, they're talking about him like he's a genius. So I think he answered that call. There's also been questions for Uzi. And I think for Uzi, it's been more of, is he dropping stuff that's not sticking? And a lot of times I don't see these leaks. So there's still like a group of fans that are watching the leaks. I'm waiting for the album, right? That's why I've had these discussions with a lot of people about, did he fall off? I'm waiting for the album. So to me, he didn't fall off. But some people feel like, he's been missing here and there. However he does his thing, he found another one. So this I Wanna Rock thing, he's answered that question yet again. Now, will he follow it up with another hit? When will the album come in? I don't know. But just me saying what I believe about, his career, I think him and Carti been in a searching period for the last 2-3 years. I think Carti answered the question and knocked it out the park. And I think Uzi has recently just answered the question. And I think that's why you're seeing a new, I feel like new recommitment to doing the weird stuff to still seem edgy and confusing rather than just seem like a regular artist putting out songs that just wasn't connecting until this I Wanna Rock song. And now we're waiting for the album, right? Like, you want to tell me that we're waiting for the pink tape for however long, but every 2 days he's in a tattoo shop saying, hey, tattoo a devil right here. Hey, tattoo this upside down cross right here. Hey, come on now. Come on. You get what I mean? So that's what I believe. You guys can let me know. All right. Somebody says he fell off, not falling off. No. Uzi, again, I love his music. So, I just can't admit that he fell off. And I keep saying, how could we say an artist fell off without them dropping official material? How did he fall off? Being absent doesn't mean you fell off, right? Especially when your last project was so good. Somebody said engagement-wise, he's falling off. How? Anthony Robinson, you gotta tell me what that means. Since you mentioned engagement-wise, let's go to his Instagram. I love using Instagram as Lil Uzi Vert. If you ask me, I think Uzi and Carti are still in competition. And I think Carti got to this position that Uzi isn't at, where I don't think people look at Uzi as this, generational, they're almost looking at it, they look at him like how they look at Kanye, Travis, Young Thug, Carti. It's it's different. I don't even know how to explain it. They look at Kanye, Travis, Young Thug, Cardi, as like some, I don't even know what that word is, but Cardi's in that mix, right? And I think with Uzi, we all look at him as a hit maker, but that's about it. You get what I mean? Somebody said, nah, Ak is drunk. Nah, man. Really? Somebody says Uzi's an old man now. He can't keep up with the youngins. Nah, he's 27. He's not old at all. He's not old at all. My thing when I mention his age is that, like, it's only so many times you could do the same trick. If every day I came on here and I made, I don't know, like I made a coin disappear, the very first time is like, wow. Maybe even the 5th time is still like, wow, how is he doing this? Maybe the 10th time you're like, yo, this guy, I still can't figure it out. After doing this for 5 years, you're like, bro, we literally see you put the coin on the opposite side. You never show us behind here. Then you do some weird, like, you know what I mean? You figure out the magic trick, right? The best part of the magic trick is when nobody knows. I feel Uzi just keeps doing the same. And I imagine he would probably say, no, I'm not doing this for any type of, musical reasons. But I think this devilish stuff, again, there's not one person who's ever been around Uzi that says Uzi does anything weird. And what I mean by anything weird, like Azalea Banks, I don't know which country she's from, but she literally showed off a closet where she sacrificed chickens. She cut off the heads of animals and have them there. She's weird. Like, she's not pretending. She is. With Uzi, I've never heard anyone say, yeah, I ain't gonna lie, I walked in and Uzi was praying to the devil. Like, everyone says he's regular. He's just a Philly dude. Which just kind of tells me, bro, he's just doing this stuff in music. It's like, imagine Future, who was all about lean. Imagine if nobody had a story of Future ever sipping lean outside of a music video or like when the cameras was on in studio. You'd be like, yo, I mean, that's the storyline he's selling y'all, but like, he's a regular dude. That's just what we're here with Uzi. I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, all these little outfits, they're cute. Like, this, I guess it's cute. You know what I mean? But it's like, he's a regular person, man. He's like a regular person. So, it is what it is. All right. Well, somebody said Future don't do drugs. Well, he doesn't abuse it from what I hear no more. He still does it. Stop it. All right. Anyway. So, by the way, I think he ate a roach recently. Did I see that? I didn't really watch the video, but apparently everybody's in Thailand now for, they're in Thailand because of Rolling Loud Thailand, right? Rolling Loud went to Thailand for whatever reason, and Uzi ate a roach. Here we go.
Oh my God.
Scorpion was straight.
So that's a roach, and that's Uzi.
Yeah, boy.
Whoa, what's going?
Likewise.
I cannot believe you just did that.
That's mentally threw up.
What? I cannot believe you did that.
That's nasty. But all right. Okay, cool. Somebody said, why you call it Thailand? No, is it Thailand? I thought it was Thailand. Thailand? No, it's Thailand. All right, my bad. Nigga said, you must be Hassan Campbell. You called it Thailand. Nah, stop it, bro. All right. Okay. All right. Listen, Uzi, we love your music. I'll tell you this, though. And I want to compare Uzi to someone who I feel he's in the same realm as, okay? I don't think Uzi's in the realm of the Young Thugs and Kanye's or whatever, but I think he could be possibly in the realm of, I don't even know if this is a fair comparison, but still like, nah, this ain't a fair comparison. I was going to try to do a Weeknd comparison, but the only thing is I was going to say the Weeknd, you could tell he's taken a musical journey from where he started to make music and his artistry, even with Dawn FM, it might not be a knockout the park. You're constantly seeing him trying to evolve. And yes, he doesn't talk a lot. Like Uzi doesn't talk a lot. And is The Weeknd weird? Yes. Is Uzi weird? Supposedly, yes. But you see his art and his way of trying to get attention or the edge that he's trying to keep. It seems to be going somewhere rather than just be random. You know what I mean? Like, bro, come on. You know what I mean? All right. Obviously, The Weeknd's way better. You get what I mean? Or not better. Bigger, as you said. But I love Uzi's music. I just want him to find a new gimmick. Or, if you love the devil so much, make an album about the devil. Right? Like, you know what I mean? Like, brother, it's only so long you can start tattoo. Like, make an album about it. If you love the devil so much, make an album about the devil. We'll listen. And if it's trash, we'll throw it away too. All right. Okay. Interestingly enough, Whoa Vicky has came out. And by the way, everybody on YouTube, we're about to go over to Rumble for the rest of the stream in a bit. So please make your way over there. Go register a username while we still on this bitch. Because we're going to be over there kind of doing the rest of the topics. Anyway, Whoa Vicky has came out to say that she knew people that knew Lil Nas X. And Lil Nas X was straight back in high school or whatever. And she believes that he's only being gay for, you know, like this entertainment business, which, by the way, this brings up an interesting point. First and foremost, I think if anyone that was a man, if they said this, they would be considered homophobic. You know, there's a few titles that, you know, and remind me to talk about this too later on. There's a few things that are double standards. You know, there's a lot of double standards for men and women, but when it comes to like homophobic comments and stuff like that, especially about gay men, if a guy talks about a gay man, you're homophobic. But if a woman says it, it's like, okay, that's her opinion. You know, which is kind of interesting. Just like how the Cardi B thing happened like this week. So if you guys haven't been following, I haven't posted too much of Cardi B, but essentially Cardi B called out people for having predators, like, you know, possibly around kids and in their families or whatever the case is. And then people looked at her and said, well, didn't you say you were drugging and taking advantage and robbing dudes? And yeah, that's kind of a double standard. If a dude ever said that about and Cardi B went off. She was like, yo, how could y'all be trying to call me a predator? And it's like, yo, let's be honest. The word predator seems to be only reserved for men, right? When it comes to a woman, it's like, nah, she ain't a predator. And that's the truth. So there are double standards to a lot of these things. Matter of fact, I'm going to talk about this Cardi B stuff afterwards. Let me just play this. This is what Vicky saying that Lil Nas X was definitely, you know what I mean, not taking no dick in high school. Here we go.
What you think about Lil Nas X?
I feel like he needs Jesus.
What about Lil Uzi?
He needs Jesus too. They both definitely sold their soul. I wanted to say this about Lil Nas X. I got a few friends that went to school with him and they said he was never gay. So
Are you serious?
So I know for a fact like what he doing is because like they told him like you gotta do this now if you want.
So you feel like he not really gay?
I feel like ain't nobody really gay in Jesus' name, amen. It's getting popularity, getting you money, getting you views. So it's like selling your soul. Like you do this, you going with whoop.
So what do you think of the music in the entertainment industry?
Like it's just demonic. The industry.
Okay, let me stop it there. So basically, she said he wasn't gay. I'm gonna be honest with you, that nigga gay. Like I don't listen. There is 0 in 0 planets or universes. That nigga is as gay as a $2 bill. Trust me. Looking at Lil Nas X, come on, man, bruh, come on, like, bruh. Trust me, he deserves an Oscar if he's straight and acting like that. Listen, we all know, like, come on, bro. Like, come on. Like, there's not a straight bone in that boy body. Pause. Straight up, let's be honest. He's gay. Now, maybe he didn't act out somewhat, like he's becoming more flamboyant since going to industry. That's one thing I'll agree with her on. The industry actually rewards people who are fluid. You know, it goes back to the conversation with the Bad Bunny situation. We ain't got no pictures of Bad Bunny kissing no men. We got pictures of his ex-girlfriends, this and third. But once he gets to that peak where he's performing at the biggest award shows, he's got to kiss dudes. He got to show he's kissing dudes and women. Because he's bi now, right? And again, maybe he is. I'm not going to say he is or he isn't. But it is incentivized, and you do get kind of rewarded by, you know, being accepted and also promoted to another extreme when you seem to be fluid. You know, I constantly ask the question about, you know, I said, I didn't ask the question. I made the statement. I said, the only way Drake could pass Bad Bunny, but he never could because hip-hop would disown him, Drake got to be gay. If Drake came out and Drake admitted, or he's saying like, I don't know, the Marvin's Room, and he basically admitted, he gave Marvin's Room remix, and he said, yo, actually, I knew a nigga named Marvin, and I sucked him off in the room. Biggest thing ever, but hip-hop wouldn't rock with him no more, right? Because he talked a little bit too spicy for people to accept him being in the LGBTQ community, right? So, you know, I think, and if we look at Drake, Drake values being a rapper first more than he values being a pop star. Now, granted, from what I've heard about Bad Bunny, because I listen to his music, but I don't know his whole, like, you know, plight, they say he don't talk tough. Like, Anuel, right? Like, he's a Latin trap artist. He talks tough. He's with the gangster stuff. If he talks about he likes some gay stuff or some in the middle stuff, they're going to run him out of here. You get what I mean? Like, at least his country. Like, you know, Puerto Rico is not going to accept him. Bad Bunny never talked crazy. He's always been like that perfect mix. Like, I'm going to be honest with you. You know who I think could come out? And I've been waiting for him low-key a little bit to kind of come out and say he's gay. You feel me? My boy Post Malone. If Post Malone come out right now, I mean, he already denounced hip-hop. Look at my boy. Yo, and Post Malone had White Iverson. He ain't never moved like this. Let's keep it a bean. Like, you got to understand what it is, bro. Like, you got to, look. Brother, you got to understand what it is. Like, so I'm not going to go as far with what Vicky's saying, but all these people realize that, like, you know, if you're exuding too much masculinity, or if you're, you know what I mean, if you don't seem a little bit questionable, it kind of caps the ceiling you could get to. Like, I think Drake has capped the ceiling. Like, you know, Drake is half white, so he gets a, you know, and Drake has privilege over, like, a Kendrick. Like, Drake is half white. If you don't, you know, I've been telling y'all, colorism, there's so many isms that play a part, and you'd be an idiot to not acknowledge that. The lighter skin you are, especially if you're a female, it helps a lot. Just like the bigger your butt is, it helps a lot. If you're white, it helps a lot. Jack Harlow's going to get further to a particular spot than somebody else that's a little bit darker, or definitely someone who is completely dark, you know what I mean? And skin complexion, right? Listen, we don't got to say if it's right or wrong. We just got to observe what's going on and say it's happening. Is that the only reason why Drake is where he's at and Kendrick's where he's at? No. I think Drake played off of it as well. If Drake was talking that, like, you know, Black Lives Matter stuff, bro, we look at him like Sean King. Like, you know, Sean King be like, you looking at Sean King like, yo, bro, you got to comb over, dog. Like, we don't want to hear all this Black Lives Matter stuff from you. You know what I mean? Because we all know this. We know a lot of, like, you know, mixed breed people who be going way too pro-black. And we looking at them like, man, you just doing the most to overcompensate. But, you know, things help people and hurt other people. Like, you know, if Drake was preaching the pro-black stuff, we'd be like, man, get out of here. So he kept it ambiguous and he focused on the girls and the other stuff. That's why his career went where it is. If Kendrick was rapping about he's in his feelings, he's awkward, we'd call him a nerd. Like, let's be honest. You a black dude from the hood who say you mad uncomfortable around girls? Nigga, you gay. Like, let's be honest, right? Like, if switch Kendrick and Drake's catalog, right? All you know is that Kendrick came from Compton, right? And all you hear about is him singing how he's uncomfortable with girls. You be like, this dude is gay, right? Why? You're a dark-skinned dude from the hood. People look at Drake from Degrassi. You give him a little more break. Yo, he's light-skinned too. He's like half black, half white. He could get away with being like, yo, I don't know how to do the double cheek kiss. So, all right, brother, we can work it out. We have to be honest about how people look and just the realities of everything, right? Like, for example, Lil Nas X, I believe he was always gay, to get back on topic, right? I believe Lil Nas X always was gay. I think Lil Nas X, once he came in the industry, realize there is a benefit in being zesty, okay? When I mean being zesty, that means a little bit flamboyant with it. You feel me? Again, with all due respect to the LGBT community, there's a lot of, like, by the way, there's not only flamboyant homosexuals, there's like people who are just, they're regular people, right? But the version of the LGBT community sometimes you see more published in pop culture is going to be the flamboyance, right? So, yes, I believe Lil Nas X is gay. I don't believe he's capping or nothing. I think he's gay. But is he rewarded for twerking naked in a bathroom scene with some random? Yes! You get what I mean? Like, didn't you see the whole thing where he did the thing with Jack Harlow while they're in like, yeah, he's gonna play upon those stereotypes, right? And by the way, I'm not saying like, you know, moral, like most of these guys have had to probably have that moral check. Hey, listen, you could get 10x the money you get now, but is this violating your morals, right? I don't think that Lil Nas X hates the Lord or hates religion, but I do know that he has accepted that if he's going to operate like himself, there's going to be scrutiny from those communities. What does he do? Just like what 6ix9ine does. It's a marketing thing to have the rainbow kid troll the gangster community. Oh, he's gangster too. Oh, here's a gay guy and he's talking about the Lord, or he's playing upon this. Y'all said gay people are going to hell. You know, obviously certain religions and certain radical people say, y'all say gay people are going to go to hell. Well, he's flirting with the devil. He's twerking on him. Of course, these guys are incentivized, right? It's going to get them more attention. Also, you know, if you have an opinion that says you're not with that, you're going to be labeled a homophobe. You're going to be labeled some type of phobe, no matter what you're not with. If you're not with progression these days, it's, for example, now, if you were to say you didn't understand people who are transphobic, you're a transphobe. Like you don't understand. What you mean you don't understand this nigga? Like, you know what? There's a problem with you, right? So again, it's all about accepting and pushing the boundaries. And I think these guys are realizing, you know, it's helpful to do that. And one of the people who I think maybe on a subtle level, it probably helped, not in the hip hop community, even though it got him a lot of attention, I thought it helped Young Thug a little bit. I thought it made him palatable to some white faces. To the white pop community, I think him rocking a dress and all that, just like comedians. Bro, all the comedians talk about it. Yo, you funny roasting dudes in the hood. You doing your mama jokes and you got jokes, whatever you get to a certain level, they come in. Yo, we got this dress for you right here. It is what it is. You know what I mean? Again, these are the things that, you know, not saying everything that these artists are doing goes against whatever morals they have, because you don't know people's morals. But would I agree that the industry or entertainment, and you could even mince that to say, well, it's only about the taboo factor. I don't care. It will promote, or you will get more attention from being the rapper who's bi-curious than being a straight rapper. That's just the truth. If you want to get to the next level, you got to start liking dudes. Or, I'm going to be honest with you, I think an artist that's going to pop soon, and I don't know the name of nobody who's doing this, is going to be a female rapper who's going to get popping at first, right? Like, put it like this. I'll use a real name. By the way, this is fictional. What I'm going to say now, this is fictional. But if Glorilla instantly wanted to be a worldwide phenomenon, all she had to do, forget the music, she already got it. All she had to do is just saying, I want to transition and I want to be a man. I'm about to be a trans. I'm trans now. Oh my God. Nigga, she be performing on some festivals you never seen. Y'all know that, right? Like, if Glorilla right now said, I'm transitioning to be a man. Oh my God. Bigger than Meg Thee Stallion. Let's keep it real. Now, here's the thing too, because I'm going to acknowledge, it doesn't help everybody. Like right now, McConan is saying, yo, well, I came out and I told him I was gay, and It don't work like that. This is why Bad Bunny don't start kissing the niggas before his music's at the top of the charts. You can't wait till you fell off and tell people you gay. You gotta be hot and do it. That's the thing. You can't be cold as ice. You get what I mean? You can't be cold as ice and come out and be like, okay, guys, if y'all didn't know. Like, you gotta be popping. When Bad Bunny came out, and he sing all them songs, I can't even remember some of them right now. He sing all them hits, and then he kiss a dude, they're gonna be like, well, it's Bad Bunny, fuck it. All right. You ain't got a hit song, you just coming out kissing dudes? Man, get out of here, man. Yeah, like Lil Wop. Like, Lil Wop probably thought it was gonna be lit. Like, yo, yeah, they're doing the game wrong. You gotta wait. First of all, to get to the next level, and that's what I'm saying, Bad Bunny does it right, you gotta already be invited to be at these shows because of your music. You just use that stage to make a statement, and that gets you 10 times bigger. It's like Kanye. If Kanye was some random up-and-coming artist that ran on stage and grabbed the mic from Taylor Swift, they'd be like, yo, who's this fucking intruder? Like, we don't care that you think Beyonce was like, yeah, get out of here, fool. But Kanye was already on that type of level, and it made it look like he was making a statement. And for better or for worse, whether you want to say his career went down or not, it immortalized that moment, and now he's like this other thing. That's why I look at my man Posty. Posty came out and said, he gay? I think it works right now. You know what I mean? Gay can't get you on. Being gay or being transphobic can't get you on. Or not transphobic, being transgender can't get you on. But I think it gives a new complexity to your career. I ain't gonna lie, Glorilla got a deep voice already when she want to. But, again, that was an example. I don't think she's gonna do that. You know what I mean? And by the way, she's a beautiful woman. So, last time I said I rock with how Glorilla looks, y'all were tight. I was like, what? Act what? Like, bruh, I like Glorilla because she's natural. Anyway, let me bring up Cardi B. Cardi B. Wow, I had to type Cardi B Predator. Anyway, so Cardi B was speaking out about the Dalai Lama. If you guys don't know, this is crazy. I'm gonna be honest with you. I didn't even know the Dalai Lama was still alive. I thought that was like an entity. I didn't even know it was a dude. Bro, this dude looked like a pedophile, bro. This dude looked like a creep. You feel what I'm saying? Like, bro, like, look at this dude. Like, I didn't even know this dude was still alive. That's why, I didn't even really want to repost the thing. I'm like, this nigga ain't dead. It's like Gandhi. Like, Gandhi not alive, right? Like, I'm thinking these motherfuckers not even around. This dude around playing, he got his tongue out like, bruh, this is a perv. He got to be in the Catholic Church. Anyway, Cardi B commented on the pervy llama. First of all, any nigga with llama in their name, you should already know. They're on some different type of timing. She commented on him kissing a boy, like literally trying to tongue kiss the boy, was sucking on the boy's tongue or had the boy suck on his tongue. It was some weird stuff. Like, I couldn't even really watch the clip. Anyway, people called out Cardi B. They said, Cardi B, yeah, he's weird and creepy and definitely a predator. But what about you, Cardi B? You admitted back in the day that you used to drug and rob men. That seemed pretty predatorial. Cardi B had a response for that, okay? Let me see if I could play her response, hopefully in full. Does this have it?
Got 3 kids and I got 2.
Here we go.
So me and one of my high school friends, we don't really
I'm gonna take a piss while this plays.
Talk much, but
by the way, everybody start coming over to Rumble because I am gonna cut the stream pretty much after this topic. I cut the YouTube stream after this topic, and we still got about probably like an hour or 2 to go, which will only be on Rumble.
Sometimes we do be speaking, and like she's really like a conspiracy. She's like a very woke person. Sometimes she believes certain conspiracy, and sometimes we would debate about it. But it's crazy because we was just talking about how f***ing sick. There's like a lot of predators out there, and like we both are mothers. She got 3 kids and I got 2 kids, and we was just talking about predators, and we was just talking about how like and f***ing people that like desire are like literally everywhere. Like it could be your next door neighbors, it could be teachers, it could be a bum in the street, and it could also be a fucking billionaire. It could be a mayor. It could be a person that runs a church. Actually, a lot of times it's a lot of people that take advantage of religion, and they will take advantage of religion, and because they have that power, they will take advantage of our. And you know what they are? People that are always running these religions and these beliefs, they're usually men. But don't get it twisted, there's a lot of women. So me and my friend was talking about that, and I'm gonna put that screenshot too. Let me see if I could put it up. I don't want to think.
Let me skip past.
I don't want to put the wrong one. Some people take advantage of religion and start doing the things to our. So I posted a tweet about it, right? So I posted a tweet about it because it's just like, yo, we really have to protect our kids any way possible. And we have to like let our kids know to be alert and like know that there's a violation when people touch, when it comes to family, when it talks to friends, when it comes to teachers, or when it comes to other kids. You know what I'm saying? Because there's some that are more advanced than others. So I put the tweet up, right? I put the tweet up, and now people want to come at me like, oh, bitch, you're the wrong messenger. You're the wrong messenger. Then you robbing, man. And it's like, listen. Y'all not going to keep doing this, because when it comes to fucking weird-ass and shit, I'm really like, I don't play that shit. I really don't fucking play that shit. And for y'all to like trying to say that I'm like some girl, I'm some weird bitch because they wanted to buy from me, and a lot of y'all be like, oh, these were vulnerable men you took advantage of. These were not no fucking vulnerable men. These are some freak ass that like to go to the club, that like to get drunk.
I love Cardi B. Me and her have talked a bunch of times. We have a pretty cordial relationship. But I will tell her, this, you see, how she describes men that go to the strip club, these are some weird pervy dudes. No, a lot of those dudes that you're talking about were men with sex addiction. If we're going to be all the way woke, let's be all the way woke. Don't only be woke when it comes to things that are, because you said, you know, she also said, hey, she was a young woman who she feels they were trying to take advantage of. These were a lot of guys with issues who sometimes are spending their last dollar in the strip club to feed an insatiable appetite of sometimes a sex addiction. And essentially, you took advantage of that. But also, they were trying to take advantage probably to a certain extent too. So it's one of those things where it's not, you're not the like being a stripper, you're not like some helpless. This is a profession. When you become a sex worker, granted, there might be situations and scenarios that have allowed you or led you to that path in life, but you're not somebody who have been trafficked into this profession. You're not like a victim of being human trafficking. You're choosing this as your way of how to make your income. But just like how there's probably pervy men probably trying to take advantage, you're right. There are also dudes who have a sex addiction, who are also going broke over this stuff. Now, what people accuse her of with drugging, this also gets into another, it's a little dicey, because that's if someone said they want to buy pussy, by the way, that's illegal pretty much everywhere, but that essentially is a bartered transaction where you must have agreed to get paid something, possibly to have sex or do some type of sexual favor, which means you're in agreement to some extent. This is before the drugging. It's not that they're coming on to you and your only way to escape is because you drugged them. You're just saying, well, y'all are both pretty much trying to play a game of finessing each other. And you're playing a game of trying to finesse each other, and essentially you feel justified in drugging and taking people's money because you felt like they were trying to take advantage of you. It's an interesting situation, but I have to pause when she says this because what she's saying does not validate men being drugged, especially when you're not saying you were being drugged at all. Like, it seems you're the one making a decision, and you're the only person who might be making decisions without I won't say intoxication, without being coerced or being under the influence unknowingly, right? Again, we all know strip club culture too, so I'm not defending men in there that's doing some weird shit. Strip club culture is nasty as hell. There's niggas who I know who everybody in the hood know they burn, and they go to the strip club and they know they give a chick some money. The chick ain't gonna be like, yo, niggas, they can't even see the nigga's face. So some really creepy shit happens. It's just that you got to stop short of defending drugging men and possibly and also robbing them, right? But this is a good conversation to have.
And after the club is closed, they trying to fucking take advantage of bitches and trying to bargain. No, I'm gonna go through them fucking pockets, and then y'all be like, you rob them. Did I touch their body? Did I touch their ass? Did I touch them? Did I put my lips on them? No type of fucking. Don't confuse. And even if y'all claim, oh, you robbed them, was robbing and.
Okay. To give like an equivalency, and y'all tell me if this is a good one. I just thought about it on the spot. You know, obviously when you think about people taking advantage, and also I keep saying there's these double standards with women and men. With women, you don't ever look at women being predators, but men always seem to be predators. So, or seem to be labeled predators. Let me take it off these type of things and just bring it to random crime, right? If a drug dealer is about to sell you drugs and you somehow drug the drug dealer and rob the drug dealer, can you justify doing what you did if you're saying, well, that person was going to sell me some addictive drugs anyway, so they were wrong, so me doing what I did, I think is fair game. Is that fair to kind of make that equivalency? Or am I off? Y'all can tell me. What y'all say on Rumble about that? Not the same thing? Well, I know y'all, a lot of y'all say not the same thing. The reason why I use that explanation is because here's the truth. Anytime a woman uses the excuse of potentially being in distress sexually from a more superior or usually more physically superior being as a man, their actions become justified a lot. Have you never heard about, oh yeah, he was beating her. He was beating her, so she shot him 50 times. Crime of passion, let her go. Right? You could get away with things, right? When you use, put it like this, like if a woman does something and she says, well, I think he was trying to like rape me. A lot of people are going to be like, well, good. All right, good. Whatever you did, that's perfect. Great. He deserves that. Right? So when Cardi throws in the mix, y'all were trying to take advantage of me, it makes robbing and drugging seem validated because in our society, we look at men who would be trying to take advantage of a woman as not only some heinous individuals, but who gives a fuck really what happens to them? The only exception that's kind of happening here is that, as she describes the story, which, I'm trying to correct it, right? I think she uses trigger points, trigger words or trigger situations that you're going to be like, oh, damn, these dudes are trying to take advantage of you. All right, whatever you did, screw it. The only thing here is that in most strip club culture, there's usually an understanding or there's usually a verbal agreement to say, you give me this, I give you that. And this is usually the after hours, like and most of these, you know, I won't say necessarily Cardi B because she said she never sold pussy. But a lot of these people in the strip club, they sell pussy on the side, or they sell pussy to their regulars, or they'll go to the after hours and sell pussy. What I'm trying to say is that when Cardi describes it like this, she comes across like the helpless woman being cornered by the horny guy. Do you get what I'm saying? The helpless woman walking home being cornered by the horny guy, and whatever she did to get out of that situation, we as a society is going to say warranted, rather than the reality of what this was, that you were in a culture, and I would imagine, I'm not saying this happened all the time, but I'm making assumptions. If a dude was going to try to purchase pussy from you, you may have either told him that you would sell him pussy, or it was somehow, you know, presented in the air as it was going to be a transaction that was going to be done, not necessarily someone was trying to just force themselves on you. Because again, what I'm trying to say is that when she explains it, if she is explaining somebody trying to actually rape her, we're not going to be like, oh, why did you rob? No, you can do whatever to that person you want, right? But if you were selling pussy, which now that's just a transaction, and especially happens frequently sometimes in a back room in a strip club, now you're just kind of, you're explaining, you're using the woman get out of jail free card to get out of a situation where if that person's wrong, you're not right either. You know what I mean? Y'all are both wrong, even if they were being creepy, right? I hope that made sense.
Robbing and is two different type of shit. So don't call me no. Don't call me no. Don't fucking play with my name like that, because I don't play that shit. And because of that tweet, people talking about like, oh, but you the wrong messenger. How am I the wrong messenger, bitch? I'm the right messenger because I'm a fucking mom.
I agree with her with that too. I do think that, you know, because she has kids, she probably saw her kids with this creep over here, and she could just imagine, yo, this probably happens a lot when mothers, single mothers, or sometimes single fathers, or even two-parent households, they'll send their kids to church or send their kids to the synagogue or wherever, and they're saying, well, they're under the care of a religious leader, nothing could go wrong, but this dude over here is trying to play, you know what I mean, tongue twister with your fucking kid. You know what I mean? That's weird. So I don't think she's the wrong messenger. I think people might just be frustrated with her, thinking that she's still playing victim in the situation where she admitted that she robbed and drugged men. I think that's what people probably feel.
I'm a fucking mom. And I'm a fucking woman. And I'm a girl that as a teenager, my body got up. I don't talk about that shit because it's like, that's another story for another time. But just the whole fact that it's like, for y'all to even try me because I want y'all to protect y'all, because y'all need to be more careful with y'all sick, and it makes me feel like y'all probably y'all fucking self. The fuck. There's a lot of weird shit that be going the fuck on, that as you get older and as you get wiser, you see that like we live in a very fucky ass world.
Be sure to like, comment, and subscribe.
Yeah, you know, I'll end it here with this whole Cardi thing. I think Cardi's sincere. The Dalai Lama is a fucking creep. I think she has a right message to say, yo, listen, you got to watch your kids, because even spiritual leaders could take advantage of them. Do I think she's a wrong messenger? No, she definitely has kids, very young kids. That's probably one of the biggest concerns as she moves around and, you know what I mean, like, shoot. You know, again, parents, a lot of times, they used to allow the TV to babysit their kids. Sometimes they allow, you know, sometimes even the church or other places where they, or other institutions where they trust the system involved, whether it be the school or even be a church or something like that. So I don't think she's the wrong person to speak on this at all. I just believe that, you know, the story she told, I don't think she sees it from the other angle. right? Or maybe she's just not being vivid enough. Like, the dudes that you say you were robbing and drugging, like, again, within that environment, how are they trying to purchase something that wasn't on sale? You know what I mean? So, again, that's why people are looking at that to say, nah, something don't sound right. Right? Like, and by the way, here's the thing, too. I don't know Cardi's situation, but shoot, didn't I give you this example? And Cardi, if you ever see this, like, maybe your story is specific where you were actually a victim of whatever with those men, and hopefully it's a finite, small amount of men you're talking about, but you blanketly put it out on the internet. Didn't I tell you a story about how some chick was trying to set me up, trying to get me drunk, trying to get me robbed? Like, I wasn't purchasing anything. I thought, like, we were just having a good time. You know, in her mind, she's thinking, well, I know he has money. I'm going to actually try to backdoor this dude that he could get robbed, that the money I think he be having, we could all break it down. So, again, you can't really – it's hard to ever really stomach the message of you know, validating robbing and drugging men, because many of men have lost their life from a woman who men used to look at as harmless, getting either drugged or setting them up to being robbed. This is no joke. Look how many situations we're talking about where a woman may have been involved in somebody losing their life. So again, that's serious. And I think Cardi, you know, she probably got some trauma from the strip club, so she probably can't see beyond her own situations. But she should probably understand why, like, people ain't going to be jacking that. Like, no one will ever be like, oh, yeah, no. Now, that makes sense why you did that. No. Like, if we ever acknowledge that women drugging men and having them robbed was cool, that's how men lose their lives. And in most of these situations where we're talking about, the women are always untouched. You know, some people believe there was a woman who gave up the drop or was whatever when it came to the whole Pop Smoke situation. Who's the person that died? It was only one, is a man. So again, you can't really jack that type of stuff. And I know she's trying to make it personal and kind of go back to some trauma she had, but it don't sound like no stuff that we could co-sign at all. Robbing and drugging, nah, It's a lot of dudes who've died out here because a girl, like I kid you not, I'll give you on some realistic stuff. A girl who I was dealing with, she told me the same thing. I swear. A girl who I was dealing with, but she wasn't a dancer. I didn't even know she was a dancer. So when I met her, I never knew she was a dancer. But she told me later, she said, yo, I'm going to be honest. And I always I eventually trusted her a bit because she wasn't in that life anymore. But that was kind of alarming that she would just nonchalantly, admit that to me. So this is what she said. She said, yo, her whole thing was just that she wasn't green, right? She said, yo, I never really stripped, but I used to act like I was a stripper. And then when dudes usually try to oh shit, let's come through for this private party or shit, then how could I link you in? Because they're trying to have sex with her. She would invite them dudes to come to a hotel or whatever. And then she'd call her mans and they would rob the dude. You get what I mean? And, clearly she's free, so I'm hoping nobody ever died. But that's a very scary situation. Not because a dude is horny, means he deserves to get robbed and drugged and possibly killed. Because most of these situations, it ain't just a woman and a guy. Because we're thinking about it like that. Oh, big bad man. Very scared, timid woman. Man, most of these chicks that be in the clubs, they know the street dudes. They know the street dudes. Yo, listen. This dude knocked the F out in here. Yo, I'm about to dip. He in this room. Bro, he definitely got 50 grand on him. Bro, that happens a lot. That definitely happens a lot. So, I think when Cardi, and I've heard her speak about this a few times, I don't think she recognizes that. You know what I mean? Because when it comes to men, I keep telling y'all, men are just seen like these days, because of the media and all these other things, being a man, you're just seen like a predator. Oh my God, this big bad man who blah, 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 blah. So no one actually thinks about, damn, it's kind of like even even like, yo, all right, what should happen if a chick just lied on you about whatever? You know, everybody says, who cares? So your life is in shambles, wrecked. But there's no accountability elsewhere. So, you know what I mean? That would be my message to Cardi B, to, like, nobody's, at least for me, I'm not saying, oh, you deserve to be locked up. I don't know the full situation of that. And shoot, you're famous now. If there was some real stuff behind it, I would hope that the police would be like, all right, let's look into this. Are there accusations? Are there real people? I don't know. But I do think that her standing on this opinion that, and maybe she's apologized for it before, so I don't know. Her standing on the opinion that her being involved with robbing and drugging men isn't that crazy of a thing that people could still be outraged about, because she felt they were trying to take advantage of her to put that blanket message out there with her platform. I think is very short-sighted, and I think, she has a husband, and I think they have a young son. She's probably going to realize what the ramification of that is sooner, hopefully not later, right? Somebody said Cardi B fell off. Nah, Cardi B never fell off. I ain't gonna lie to you. Cardi B's been like, Cardi B's like a weird thing in music. She's never fell off, bro. Like, as soon as she got on, she don't even put out music. Cardi B's just Cardi B has stayed at this one level where I really think people just love her. Like, it's kind of odd. I think they love her more than the music. In my eyes, she's never fell off, because every time she drops something, it does ridiculously good. So, granted, should she have put out an album? Of course. You know what I mean? She should have put out an album, because her first one did really good. It got Grammy nominated. Not that we should care about it, or care about the Grammy nomination. But yeah, like, she got pregnant twice, had 2 kids. She's focusing definitely a lot on family. She's done some couple singles and done a bunch of remixes, but I haven't seen the emphasis on, hey, here's a new project. We'll see, though. All right, let's keep it going. By the way, people on YouTube, I need you guys to all go to rumble.com. Actually, we're going to spam it in the chats. Just spam it in the YouTube chat. rumble.com/c/academics. You will be on the page that we will be streaming for the next, probably an hour or two. I appreciate you guys, rocking with me. I know there was some super chats. Let me make sure I read them. And by the way, Playful Anxiety, I see you over there, yo. Love you. Matthew Young, we read yours. Suits my boy AD, he says it does. Someone says, yo, oh yeah, we talked about the Vibes Cartel thing. Dustin Cook, he says, yo, happy Thursday, motherfuckers. Boogie says, yo, I'd tell too if I had to go through that. He's talking about the YSL thing we reacted to earlier. Caleb Brandt said, mafias and biker gangs in Canada used to use encrypted 5 to 10K BlackBerry to organize murders and drugs. Oh, wow. Yeah, I think I've seen that before. Oh, they say in 2018 or 2019, something cracked the encryption code. Wow. A little Trap Z said, slow it down. He was talking about when we were playing the Trap Lord Ross clip. It was really long. We couldn't really slow it down. SG says, rip KI, XO, AB, CD, EFG. Oh, my God. Somebody said, not Vaughn offering up the polygraph test. Somebody said, can we get a YB update? Are you still talking to him? Yeah, I haven't talked to YoungBoy in, I feel like a month. I ain't gonna lie to you. Like, usually when I don't talk to him for a long time, it's probably, he changed his number. So, I'm not the guy who's like, yo, what's your number? So usually he'll just call me. But I'm pretty sure we'll talk soon. Somebody says Lil Nas X is a Bud Light. What does that mean? I've been hearing people talk about this Bud Light thing. What's going on with that? Then somebody says Cardi Crosby. Yeah, I don't, obviously that pisses her off. Like, I think she should just send a better message, because not everybody has good intentions, man. There's a lot of women out here setting up dudes. All right? Yo, YouTube, get over to Rumble. We are at Rumble right about now. We about to talk about some Bandman Kevo. Kevo said he's started a new trend. Everybody want to get their body done, okay? He said 1.3 million people want to get their body done, please make it over to Rumble. I will see you guys. Hopefully, I'll be streaming tomorrow. I think I will be. I'll see you guys tomorrow on YouTube. By the way, I think 3 days away from Twitch being back. So the same stream you see on YouTube, you'll see on Twitch when we get back. But we're on Rumble for the next hour or two, and I'll see you guys tomorrow on YouTube. All right. Here we go. How do I got to get off YouTube. Here we go. And peace to the people on the Negotiator channel. Love y'all too.